Good morning, Chatty House.
Hey, Joe, I still can't hear you. There he is.
I was just about to do a bit about you being gone still and missing your flight and all that. But then you said something, I think people heard your voice.
Sorry.
I did just look at my phone. It was for good reason. Kyle can't find an emoji that he was looking for, and I was just trying to see if I could find said emoji. They have a flip-flop emoji. What?
Hi, everyone.
Kyle's back.
He's made it. In by Coach Chris Sierra gets the belt today. Congratulations. Monday belt. Hey, what up, what up? We're going to talk a lot about it. Hey, good morning. MF Beam. RIP. Stella Baker, what's good? What's up, David? Wizzo.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
TJ, Westsack, Chris. And he's not super happy per the text message I got last night.
Who?
Jesse. It's Red Sox. What's up, Mrs. Mack? What's up, Steven?
Jesse has
What's up, Spencer?
Brian
eclectic
Kivitz
taste in teams.
Ramsey's here. What up, what up? What's up, Spencer? What's up, Mark? What's up, KC? Hey, what's up, Manny? I'm going to say a nice thing about Manny today.
Oh? Usually you talk smack about Manny.
Yeah. I had a great time. What's up, Russ Dog? What's up, Brett? Didn't end up doing Al Chevelle. Didn't end up going there. Hey, barely made it. Pause.
Thank you, Russ. I am very happy for my Giants as well right now. Today's a good day for me.
Hey, Warren, we are up in here. What's good? What's up, Zabo? What's up, Katrina? Oh, Joe, you watch The Expendables?
Which one?
Am I missing a bit here?
No, I don't think so.
You should watch The Expendables. Unbelievable film.
Okay.
When I was that... Okay. What's up, Akis? Oh, hell yeah, it is. Good morning, everybody. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil hanging out with us, and we're here until noon right here on Sacramento Sports Leader. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Salute to Jiffy Lube, and salute to everybody listening on the radio, 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. Everybody on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Everybody on the free Odyssey app, thank you so much for listening there. Download the free Odyssey app, search ESPN1320, favorite that station. Listen to us live anywhere around the world, along with all the other incredible podcasts and music available on the free Odyssey app. And if you're listening to the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show, that's the podcast version of this show. Hello from the past. Hope the future is going well. All right. We got a lot to get to today.
That was a lot of words.
Yeah.
You just said a lot of words very quickly.
Fired up. I got to remember how to do this. It felt like I missed 3 shows. I missed Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Uh-huh.
I feel like I missed 6 weeks.
There was a lot going on.
Just a lot happening in the world.
We had a lot of intense conversations as well.
Yeah, I think that's what this offseason is going to be.
Yeah.
So I was obviously, if you missed it, Wednesday, left Wednesday morning, came back yesterday, did a trip with my old man to Wrigley Field. We both went for the first time. Then we hopped on a flight the next day and hit Boston and went to Fenway Park for the first time. I will talk about that. And I planned on opening up the show with it.
Okay.
But then this Desmond Bane trade happened yesterday, and holy crap. Went, wow, Desmond Bane, KCP, and 4 first-rounders, and oh my God, Cole Anthony. It's amazing. And we'll get to that. And then the Giants are getting ready to play the Dodgers, rubber match of that series. And we find out that the Giants have acquired Rafael Devers. in a massive blockbuster out of nowhere trade. We have a
Crazy.
lot of trades to talk about today, plus a James Ham trade idea that you concocted this morning.
I did.
You were over there working on your computer, we're yapping, and all of a sudden you go, all right, how about this? You hit me with a trade idea, and I went, we're putting it in the show.
All
The
right.
Insider's trade idea of the day. Brought to you by your place of business.
It's risque. I don't know.
It's risque.
I guess. I don't know.
Okay. All right.
So,
Okay.
like while you were gone,
Yeah.
they figured out that there was a better camera in here. So, like, there's two Logitech cameras that are identical to each other.
Yeah.
Okay, but one of them is just way clearer than the other. So if you look at my picture, all of a sudden I'm way clearer. But for whatever reason, it seems like it's way zoomed in.
Yeah, it is. It is very zoomed in.
And I can't get it to go away. And so
Did
I
you just
feel
push
like
the computer backwards?
I keep trying and I can't get the computer to go back further
Yeah, maybe
anymore.
not.
So I don't know what's going on here, but it's fine. We'll make it through it.
Yeah, it's all good. Maybe just if you just back yourself up,
I'm gonna be like,
just take the mic with
"Hey,
you.
what's going
Yeah, it'll
on?
work. That plays. We're also experimenting with a new call screener today. Call the Elk Grove Kia Talk on. It's 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Before we get to the Desmond Bane trade and what it means for the NBA, what it means for the Western Conference, what it means for the Sacramento Kings, and to the Rafael Devers trade, of course, and what that means for the San Francisco Giants and their prospects this year, I asked Seth, our engineer, I said, hey, buddy, can we get a call screener in here? Because Joe, who does such a great job screening calls, he right now our system is he texts me and I miss the text, or I'm doing a show and I don't look down, or I'll see it and log it and then forget about it. I got to do a better job of it. Can we get the call screening software? Because there's a software that Joe can type in a name and then he puts that into the computer and it shows up on my side.
Okay.
Where I would then just have it in front of me at all times. And he went, I can't do that for you today, but let's try some other options first. And I said, great, Seth. What options should we try? So he gave me a dry erase marker. I'm holding it up on the camera if you're listening on the radio. And this whiteboard, which I have written ESPN 1320 call screen on.
All right.
So that's going to be our call screener today. If you call, I'm going to get up and I'm going to write your name on this board behind me. So if you're at work and trying not to let your boss know what you're doing, give us a fake name. You might just be Don.
You might be Dawn. There might be like 6 Dawns on the board.
So we're trying out the new call screen today. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. It is the revolutionary technology of dry erase board on dry erase marker, and that is what engineering has hooked us up with. So speaking of hooking somebody up, the Orlando Magic hooked the Memphis Grizzlies up with, what are we doing here? Okay, hooked the Memphis Grizzlies up in this Desmond Bane trade out of nowhere. It was reported on Sunday that the Memphis Grizzlies sent Desmond Bane to the Orlando Magic for Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, and 4 first-round picks, along with a first-round pick swap.
That's a lot for Desmond Bane.
It's a lot.
I really like Desmond Bane, but I mean, he is a T-Rex for number one. He's
Yeah,
got very
short
short
arms.
arms. He's only an offensive player, which I guess that's fine if you're a team that already has length
Not a
and
bad
athleticism.
defender.
He's just not a very good defender.
Sure.
And you know, he's a guy who's kind of capped out around 19, 20 points per game.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot to give up.
It is. But I think the bigger, because again, what this means for Memphis, what this means for Orlando matters less to us than the Sacramento Kings. So
Yeah.
we're going to make this about the Kings because that's what we do here. I've got a couple of Kings related things on this. One, regardless of what you think of Desmond Bane, Orlando believes that he is the type of playmaker, shot maker, shot creator that they were missing last year.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking at Paolo Banchero. They're looking at Franz Wagner. They're looking at Jalen Suggs. And they're going, this is our core. This is the team we're going to build around. We think that is the guy. We think he is the player that's going to take us over the top. And they pushed their chips in for him. And whether you think that Desmond Bane was worth it or not, he was to the Orlando Magic.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is the kind of move where they're going, they said, or Jake Fisher reported that this means Orlando, or I guess he didn't report, he just noted. Orlando, the 28 and 20, 30 first round picks they gave up are unprotected. And they did that because they went, hey, we're going to be pretty damn good in 2028 and 2020 and 2030. Desmond Bane's only 26.
Yeah.
This is not an old player that they're acquiring. So I love the idea of a team identifying a player and saying, this is the guy who's going to turn our franchise around, or who's going to help get our franchise over the hump. And I know that the Kings are in a little bit different spot because they don't have young players like Paolo Banchero or Franz Wagner that they're comfortably building around.
Mhm.
But I think identifying the right guy and pushing the chips in to get him instead of going, we'll wait and see, because that doesn't work.
Well,
I love that they did this.
The key to making this move is that you struck gold with Franz Wagner first and then Paolo Banchero. So in order to make a move like this, to go get your third young player, he'll be 27 in a couple of days.
Yeah,
Desmond Bane will.
Yeah.
But in order to make this move, you have to have the other two pieces in place. And, if we rewind 3 years to where the Kings were, that's what they needed to make this move then. And of course, they just drafted Keegan. They went out and got Malik Monk. They went out and got Kevin Huerter. They did all this stuff in one offseason. But if you were going to make the move to have a permanent player, a player that you believe is going to be a number 2, number 3 scoring option on your team moving forward, and like your young core, that was when you kind of want to do this year 1, year 2 of the Beam team. And so, yeah, like hat tip to Orlando, who identified a player that they believe can complement the other two extremely well, and then going all in. But number one, it took a lot to get them to that point. And number two, they overpaid so badly. It's ridiculous.
How do you know?
Well, I mean, I like Desmond Bane. I do. But 4 first-round picks, because
who cares?
Well, no, I get that. I get that. But the fact is that, like, there are going to be better players that are traded for less. And that's where it's almost like the Gobert thing. We can say, who cares? And, like, look, the Gobert trade worked out. Like, if whoever...
Go to the conference finals twice.
Yeah, they've been to the conference finals twice, right? But Gobert gets played off the court in the playoffs every year.
Yeah.
So you could say, well, it works in the regular season and some of the time in the playoffs, but it doesn't work overall. But the fact is, there's going to be better players. And I get fit and everything else, especially when you have Suggs, who's coming back from injury. So I get all of that. But at the same time, man, I guess if that's what it took to get him out of there, then that's what it took. But I can't imagine that this trade here sets the market.
No, I think you're probably right. Because it doesn't sound like ESPN and Jake Fisher both reported that Memphis, this is not a selling off. This is not the beginning of a fire sale for Memphis. What it sounds like is Orlando came in, and you're probably right. I agree with you. I don't think this sets the market for other players. This sounded like Orlando called Memphis and said, hey, we really want Desmond Bane.
Yeah.
And Memphis made them ostensibly overpay.
Yeah.
But for Orlando, that's worth it, man. If that's the player, if you said, okay, let's see, Kevin Durant's going to be available, doesn't fit our timeline, we're not going to get involved there. It doesn't sound like Giannis is getting traded, so we're not going to get involved there. We don't think John Morant or Trae Young or any of those guys really fit. We don't want to do the Zion Williamson thing. We don't like that fit. Desmond, man, if we could just get Desmond Bane in here, we could compete in the East. I don't hate it, man.
I don't hate it either. I just, like, that is a lot to give up.
It is. And I think you're right. I think you're going to see other players, like the next trade might be from Memphis. Maybe they package KCP with a couple of those first and send them to Brooklyn for Cam Johnson.
Okay.
And maybe you see something like that, where this doesn't necessarily mean every trade is going to involve 4 or 5 picks, but I do think the concept of identifying your guy and then making the moves to go get him because you believe that player is going to get you where you want to go, put you on the path that you want to be on. Again, it's not apples to apples because the Magic and the Kings are in different places organizationally. Yeah. But they believed that this is the best player they were going to be able to get, or he was the right player. And all right, you overpaid a little for him. I think I would rather do that. Because here's your 2 options. You overpay for a player you know you can go get, or you sit around and wait.
Yeah.
And I think if you sit around and wait, yes, you James are absolutely right. You might be able to get a better player for that package of KCP, Cole Anthony, and firsts. Maybe you do. But also maybe you don't. And then you're going into next year having made minimal moves and you're still kind of in the East.
Yeah.
You're a playoff team, but how far are you going?
No, I get it. I get it. Like pushing all your chips in, I'm all for it. But like typically when you see a team push all their chips in a deal that costs this much, the guy has at least been an all-star.
Sure.
And this is a below all-star level player. I mean, he might make the all-star team in the East.
Sure.
But like
I must just be higher on Desmond Bane than you.
No, I mean, I really like Desmond Bane. I mean, he's torn up the Kings so many times, it's ridiculous.
I've seen him tear up a lot of teams.
Yeah.
I think Desmond Bane is a really, really good player who is, I don't want to necessarily say miscast in Memphis, but I think that was so the Ja Morant show that Bane got pushed to the back burner. And I think he's a better playmaker than he got credit for with Memphis. Like putting the ball on the deck and passing and just kind of creating in a way that Orlando didn't really have anybody to create. The risk for me is he's had some back injury stuff.
Yep.
Which would be a giant question mark for me. Let me ask you this. Getting away from what this means for Orlando and Memphis. You say that they overpaid for him. And like I said, I don't necessarily disagree. My question is, Kings-wise, is there a player on the market that you would go make this type of deal for? Is there a player that you look at and you're like, yeah, I'm going to overpay to get that guy in the building?
Yes.
Who is?
Well, I mean, clearly a guy like Giannis, you're going to overpay for.
Sure.
Right?
Yep.
But even in a Giannis deal, like, are we talking 5 first-round picks and 4 pick swaps? Like, that's where that's where I'm at, though. Like,
yeah.
So the value to player isn't like you did not get a superstar. And the deal you gave up is really, really close to superstar level, like quality as far as what you gave up. I think there are players around the league that, like, again, if you can fit them into your system, that you would go out and spend this type of money on, or this type of draft capital. But like off the top of my head, like, am I giving up that for Ja Morant? I'd consider it. I mean, if you're willing to go 3 first-round picks, you might as well go 4 first-round picks. If you're willing to go 4 first-round picks, you might as well go 4 first-round picks and a pick swap.
So that's where I land on this, just the concept of this trade, right?
Yeah.
If you're the Kings, this offseason, you either need to be accumulating first-round picks or offloading your first-round picks.
Yes.
Standing pat with your firsts and holding on tight to those is going to get you nowhere. So that's where, again, conceptually, whether this works for Orlando or not, TBD. If you win a finals, if they win the finals next year and then they're bad in 2028 and 2030 and they need their first-round picks, it would be worth it because you won the finals. Like that makes the trade ultimately worth it. So that's what jumps out to me is, all right, the Kings better be willing to push in their picks for the right. Again, you're not going to trade 4 firsts for Cam Johnson, but if there's a player that they've identified who can get them to a different level, who can get them closer to the playoffs or closer to a conference championship or closer to a championship, you got to push in the picks. And if you're not ready to do that, then you need to be ready to take back picks, and that has to be the offseason. Because going in with 9 firsts and leaving with, I think, 9 firsts, right?
Yeah.
9 first-round picks in the future.
Over 7 years.
Over 7 years, and exiting with 9 firsts over the next 6 years, that doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah, I mean, the only way it makes sense, though, is if you're getting the right player and the right age group. And if I mean, that's where you push in.
Yeah, no doubt.
I just have a really difficult time giving up 4 first-round picks for non-all-star.
Yeah, sure. That's fine. That's fine.
And I like Desmond Bane.
I want to know this obviously immediately on the Kings portion of the internet. The De'Aaron Fox trade immediately came to the fore after the Desmond Bane trade was announced. So let's talk about that.
Okay.
We'll continue talking about the Desmond Bane trade, what it means for the Sacramento Kings. And the San Francisco Giants also made a massive trade yesterday that we will need to get to as well. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Good question here. Saving that one. Yeah, this is the other angle on that for Memphis. They have a player who can ostensibly be Desmond Bane. At least ideally.
Who, the Grizzlies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With Walls.
Oh, that is a good question. Let's see. Someone just asked about Scott Perry's tweet. There we go. Tyler. Scott Perry's tweet, does that insinuate any direction the team may be heading? Scott Perry does this every Monday, or he puts out an inspirational tweet. So we need to develop patience and endurance for lasting achievement. We often expect immediate results and instant gratification, but any worthwhile endeavor entails much trial and error. Learn to look at each setback encountered, not as a failure, but as necessary to get you one step closer to the ultimate success. Stay patient and consistent in your efforts, and you will find victory. I'm just like, I feel like he should just put this. He probably has this on a t-shirt, and he just every time he meets with Vivek Ranadive, he's wearing this t-shirt, and Vivek's sitting there reading it the whole time, thinking, I wonder if he knows I'm reading his t-shirt. That's what yeah. Like so I'm gonna say that those tweets are directed. Stay patient. Don't fire me if I don't get the right deal done today. Yeah.
That's the shirt I have. Don't fire me.
Yeah.
Desmond Bane, over the last 3 years, 47.7% from the field, 39.4% from three on 7 attempts a game, 88% from the free throw line, averaging 21, 5, and 5, with over a steal a game.
Yeah.
He's freaking good, man.
No, he is good. I mean, but this year he averaged 19.2.
As a tertiary option to Franz and Paolo. I like that.
Yeah. I do too. I think he's a perfect fit to go out and get. And I get it. Like if they just keep holding out for like more and more and more, you know, because I think the way this conversation went was literally like, hey, we'd like Desmond Bane. And the Grizzlies says we're not trading Desmond Bane. It's like, okay, we'll give you 2 firsts for Desmond Bane. They're like, yeah, we're not trading Desmond Bane. It's like, okay, we'll give you Kentavious Caldwell-Pope and Cole Anthony and 2 firsts and a pick swap. And they're like, yeah, we're not doing that. Like, okay, well, how about 3 firsts? Yeah, you're getting closer, but he's really not on the market. Okay, how about 4 first-round picks and a pick swap? And then it's like, oh man, they gave us a deal we can't say no to.
Yeah.
And so Memphis said, okay.
Yep. You just got to be ready to either make that offer or for anybody, not necessarily if you don't think Desmond Bane is worth it, but
yeah,
whatever player you do think is worth it, Darius Garland or whomever.
Well, see, that's going to be the question. Like, would you give up 4 first-round picks for Darius Garland?
I would do this exact deal for Darius Garland immediately. I would add on a first round.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is over there. I'm Kyle. That's Joe. He's the one turning the music down right now if you're listening on the audio side. If you're watching on video, Joe's over there. Here he is. If you're watching on video, there's Joe. Say hi, Joe. Joe?
Hello, everybody.
Hey, there he is.
I got a couple buttons I need to press before I.
Yeah, I know. That was my bad.
It's
I didn't.
okay.
I know you got more buttons to press.
So if I just wanted to, if I was just like, hello, there might possibly be a very loud ringing noise and feedback and everything. So I do got to turn down a couple of things.
Yeah, no doubt.
hit a couple of buttons. I promise I know what I'm doing back here.
Yeah, I got to lead you in better.
No,
That's on
dude,
me. That's
it's all
on me.
good.
I'm wearing that one. All right.
Hello,
Thanks, Joe.
everybody.
Everyone, Joe. All right.
Now go.
All right. So we're talking Desmond Bane trade and what this means for the Sacramento Kings. Is there a player that you would trade? I don't even know what to. I don't want to call KCP and Cole Anthony salary filler, but let's just call it.
No, it is.
Let's just call it salary.
KCP was not good at all.
Not playing well.
No.
4 firsts and a pick swap, and the correct salary filler for a player like Darius Garland.
Yeah. Okay. So that's like a maximum I'm giving. And that's tough. But like I would look at it a different way with the Kings. Number one, you need a lead guard.
Right. Yes.
Right. So you have to build around a person. And I don't think Desmond Bane is that guy in Orlando. The guy in Orlando is still Paolo Banchero.
Yeah.
Right. So I need a guy who is going to be my number one, the quote unquote head of the snake, the guy. Right. So that's the first thing I'm looking at. And then on top of that, years, how many years does he have left on his contract? A little concerned about the great toe injury. But I'm probably going, I would prefer like 3 firsts and maybe a pick swap. But if I've got to go 4 firsts and I think I'm getting a young player that I can build around. And the biggest difference too is, like Garland's a 2-time All-Star. So you are getting a guy who has been an all-star, who has been able to lead a team. But I don't know, maybe in the East, like Bane is an all-star. I don't know.
I'm interested to see if there's a trade the Kings can swing where it's kind of like this, where it's a little bit out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Didn't even know that guy was available. That might be Garland.
Yeah, because like what I've heard when it came to like Trae Young, the initial thing I heard was, like the Kings, like there was framework of a deal. Now, I don't believe that the Kings went out and sought framework of a deal for Trae Young. I believe that there are 2 other teams, Atlanta and the Clippers, that like conspired to develop a trade and went to the Kings and said, "Hey, would you like to be part of this trade?" Where Trae Young lands in Sacramento. And from what I've heard, the biggest holdup was Scott Perry was like, well, I need to, like, it's a little early. I need to figure out what's on the market. And that's not like, I'm going to be super patient here and wait 3 years to actually do anything and then get fired because I don't do anything. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is a guy saying, hey, I don't think the market has been established yet. Like the Desmond Bane move shows you exactly why you don't just rush out and do the Trae Young move tomorrow. You need to make sure that you understand all of the players that are available. And today, there could be a player on the market that wasn't on the market yesterday, but a team out there could look at a player that they value way high, that they have a huge amount of faith in. And all of a sudden, they're like, wait a sec, Desmond Bane went for what? I can get that? I might be able to get that for the player that I have sitting here? I'm in.
Right.
And that's why you don't go out and rush into a trade. So again, that's what I've heard. Now, whether that's factual or not, like, again, like sources are what they are, but like I've had one source say, hey, like Scott Perry's totally out on Trae Young. He doesn't want Trae Young. I've had other sources say, hey, like, no, he might not be out on Trae Young as much as he is like, it's too early. I need to assess the battlefield before I start sending all my troops to one area.
Less out on Trae Young and more out on making a seismic deal on June 15th.
Just to run
16th,
into it.
sorry.
Well, and again, this is a week and a half ago or something. So like
in early June.
Yeah, so early June, you're like, hey, I probably need to assess what's happening just a little bit more before I pull the trigger on something that changes the entire landscape of the team. And that's okay. I'm okay with that. Like Scott Perry needs to make a deal when he feels comfortable making a deal. That you don't want him to wait and wait and wait and wait and wait.
That's it.
But I think a lot of us here in Sacramento were so gun shy because of what you just went through, where you saw 2 guys who waited 2 years to do anything.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I don't think there's anything wrong with if you're a Kings fan and you hear the GM expressing patience, like,
well, yeah,
that's how we got here.
Well-
but at the same time, you would hate even more if the Kings went out and traded for Trae Young. Let's say it's just a Desmond Bane deal.
Yeah.
And they traded for Trae Young. And then Darius Garland got moved. It turns out the Cavs were super out on Darius Garland. I don't think they are, but you would hate to find this out. And he went for the salary matching and 2 pick swaps.
Yeah.
And you got left out of that deal because you already made this massive Trae Young trade. So that I understand.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that needs to be, and I think there's a difference here. There's public patience of what we know the Kings are doing, and there's the patience of Scott Perry going, okay, we know this Trae Young thing is there. Had some talks about John Morant. We've had some talks about whatever players, I don't know. But behind the scenes, that patience can't also be there. There has to be a level of urgency to finding out, okay, you don't want to do the Trae Young trade right now, but that means you immediately need to go find out what else is on the table around the league with 28 other teams.
Mm-hmm.
And then if the Trae Young trade is it, you got to go. You got to do it.
Yeah.
Or like I said, I'm using Trae Young. Pick your player you want to put there.
Okay, so I can even describe like another scenario that happened a couple of years ago where like Monty and Wes went into an off season and we get to the draft night and they had like the 24th pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
They give up the contract of Rashawn Holmes and the 24th pick in the draft to go way under the salary cap.
Yep.
Right? Way under the salary cap. I think the Kings got up to like 36, 37 million under the cap with the ability to go even further. Right? So then this entire time they had been negotiating a contract with Harrison Barnes and his group to extend Harrison Barnes.
Right.
And then they went radio silent on Harrison Barnes and his people. And they were like, hey, what's going on here? The Kings went out and shopped the money that they knew that they were going to get because they had this deal worked out with Dallas to dump Rashawn Holmes extra money, his $12 million contract with first round pick.
Mm-hmm.
They went out and shopped and looked for, they tried to get Kyle Kuzma. They tried to like kick the tires on a couple other players that they thought might fit better than Harrison Barnes.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of the day, none of that worked. Kyle Kuzma said, no, I'm going to go back to Washington for a 4-year, $100 million deal, whatever. The Kings were offering the same exact money, and he went back to Washington, which tells you everything you need to know about that guy.
Sure.
And then they came back and they signed Harrison Barnes, and they renegotiated and extended Domantas Sabonis. And so that offseason really does look like they didn't do much.
Mm-hmm.
But they did sign Domas and they did retain Harrison Barnes and they did some other small stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They gave up their first round pick. But the point that I'm making is that sometimes you go out in the market and somebody offers you something and you're like, okay, that sounds like a good deal, but I need to be a little bit more patient. And then you need to go kick the tires on a few other deals and say, okay, like when you go shop for a car, if there's one car that you want, that's one thing. But if you're going to compare like 3 different electric vehicles, you want to get in each one of them, drive them, see how they feel, and then look at the price tag and see what each of them are going to cost. So I have no problems with being patient, but when you can't be patient for 3 years in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's, Jerry Reynolds always says, if you have a 5-year plan in the NBA, you have no plan at all.
Correct.
Right? If you have a 3-year plan in the NBA, you have no plan at all.
Mm-hmm.
You have got to be aggressive at every single turn, every single trade deadline, every single draft night, like every day one of free agency. You have got to be aggressive every single one of those points in the season.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to hope that it works out. And it doesn't always work out. So I get it. Like Scott Perry is going to make mistakes. He's going to do good things. He's going to do bad things. And like, that's being a GM. Like nobody is perfect. Right. But I do think
Sam
that.
Presti.
Except for Sam Presti. Well, no, because
I'm joking.
He's had a
lot of misses.
Yeah, he's got a litany of first round picks that aren't in the league anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the Kings do, But the fact is, he had extra first round picks to burn, where the Kings were banking on Malachi Richardson to develop, Scalaby Sierra to develop, Yorgos Papagiannis to develop, and they didn't get any of the 3 to develop, and then they're out of the league, and you're like, okay, well, what just happened?
I think there's a really fine line here between exercising proper patience and leaving yourself in the same spot you're in, because you and I have both said, whatever path you're going to choose this offseason, you got to choose it and you got to go down it at 100 miles an hour.
Mhm.
If you're going to rebuild, if you're saying we're tearing this thing down to the ground and we're going to get all the first round picks we can, we're going to trade whoever we can, then just do that.
Yep.
If you want to try and say we got a core with Domas and Keegan Murray and Malik Monk here that we really like, and we're going to try and build around that, then try and do that. You can't go into the season. We can't be sitting here in October going, all right, well, they re-signed Jake LaRavia. That's good.
No.
Yeah, got Jake LaRavia done. That just can't be what happens. And if we wind up sitting here in October looking at ostensibly the same roster they ended last season with,
Yeah.
this offseason is a failure. You don't get credit for patience.
No, I'm with you 100%. Like, going out and trading 2 second-round picks for Chris Duarte is not the summer of that the Sacramento Kings need. But I will tell you that there's a third path. You're saying that one path is to blow it up, and the other path is to, like, add some pieces.
Kind of go for it,
right? Yeah. There's also another path where you go for it, but you swap out almost every single one of your players to do it.
Sure.
Where you create something new in your own image that is totally different than what was there before,
sure,
but has the same exact potential as a, play-in, playoff, whatever team.
Sure.
So there is another avenue where, that's why I keep telling people, hey, this offseason could hurt. Like, a lot of Kings fans could walk out of this offseason with tears in their eyes thinking, oh my gosh, they traded my favorite player. Because I think the way the Kings are built, there's a lot of different favorite players on this team. I think you have a huge amount of people that are Domantas Sabonis fans that, that own a Domas jersey.
A lot of Domas jerseys.
There were a ton of people who own De'Aaron Fox jerseys. There are a ton of people who have Malik Monk jerseys. There are a bunch of Keegan Murray jerseys. I see them every single time I walk in the arena. I see all of these jerseys. There are going to be a lot of people that are looking around afterwards and going, oh my gosh, half of these guys or all of these guys or one of these guys are gone. And what does that mean? But sometimes, it means good things, like rebuilding it without going all the way to zero.
Sure.
Like, there are teams that have done that. So maybe we should research and find the ones that have and see if there's a roadmap.
I'm trying to there. Somebody in the chatty house asked a question along the lines of what you're talking about, and I started and I wanted to introduce that question to the conversation, but I'm having a really difficult time figuring out what this person's name is. Ballertizen.
Yeah, I don't know.
This person 916 Hammer, is it realistic to think there's a team that would overpay for Keegan Murray, which is another wrinkle to this? You see the Desmond Bane deal, and is there a team out there that has circled Keegan Murray and gone, okay, the Kings don't want to get rid of him, but we're going to give them a Godfather offer.
Yeah.
We're going to say, hey, here's a good young point guard and 4 firsts and a pick swap.
Okay, so I don't think you're getting okay, I'll back up. Yeah, maybe. I'll just tell you, like, right now, I can tell you that there's a team out there that probably would have interest in Keegan Murray because Jordi Fernandez is a head coach. A team that
Team
could,
Canada?
a team that could, in all honesty, offer the Kings right now 4 first-round picks in this year's draft. Right now, they've got
in this year's draft.
The Brooklyn Nets. Just so we're on the same page.
The team that Jordi Fernandez is the head coach for.
They have the number 8 pick. They have the number 19 pick. They have the number 26 pick and the number 27 pick. They could conceivably offer 4 first-round picks for Keegan Murray. Now, I'm not saying they're going to, but you could see Jordi saying, hey, man, this kid is so underutilized. He is the next Cam Johnson. If we're out there looking for the next, great thing, maybe he's not going to be the next great thing, but the next really, really good thing, there's a guy sitting there that might be available right now, and we might be able to go get him. And, if you're the Kings, you're like, nope, I'm not going to trade him. But if they came to you and said, hey, we'll give you the number 8, we'll give you the number 19, and the number 26, you'd have to at least listen. I think when you look at a player like Keegan Murray, there are so many teams in the league that look at the Kings and say, man, those guys are boneheads. They do not know how to develop talent. They do not know how to put a player in position to succeed. You had a kid who came into the league and set the all-time record for most three-pointers for a rookie, and then you abandon your sort of growth of him as a player. He becomes this defensive stalwart, and you're like, okay, he's our defensive guy now. Now he's got to go out there and defend point guards and power forwards and centers and everybody else in between because we don't have anybody else.
Yeah.
So I think I think Keegan Murray is a perfect example of a underutilized asset. The Kings should be out looking for more Keegan Murrays and not getting rid of their own Keegan Murray. And the other thing they can't do is they can't go out there in a off season and think that adding a 35-year-old guy who loves to shoot the ball 17 times a game isn't going to have a negative impact on their young players that they're trying to develop. Like the lack of foresight and just basketball understanding of something like that is just so nerve-wracking that's where, again, Scott Perry, if he's going to use Keegan Murray as one of his building blocks to move forward, then you have to support Keegan Murray in the right way. Just like to support Domantas Sabonis, you need a guy who can block shots next to him and hit threes. It's not brain surgery. Like there are certain things that help other players, but sometimes it's just not putting a ball dominant 17 shot per game guy next to your 24-year-old power forward or, even making him play out of position. I mean, there are certain ways that you can do this without just like completely making a mess of it.
Man.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. We have more Kings to get to. We have your trade idea to get to.
Oh man.
I got to tell you about my trip. I got some stuff to get to from the trip I was on. The Giants made a massive trade yesterday.
They did?
There's so much stuff to get to in this program. And we'll do that next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's with us. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. No live ski today, right, Joe? Tight.
Matt, how much of the Kings' reputation as a doormat in trades hinders their ability to get decent offers? Scott Perry doesn't have the same reputation. Like whatever it is, like, and I don't know that the Kings were doormats with trades. I mean, the one that stands out, just like the really bad trade that stands out, is the Fox trade. Sorry. Jake, we're not going to let the rat choose. Yeah. Is that who sent us the original?
I don't know. Some people.
Yes, it is. Jake is who sent us the original.
Okay. It's actually rats. It's multiple mole rats. Yeah, if you've not checked out the mole rat trade on Reddit yet, you should do it. I'll retweet it right now.
The ESPN
oh, hey, we got a
call
caller.
screen board is ready.
Thanks, Joe.
Joe, how much time do we have?
I don't know if you guys can see.
I'll be right back.
But TC's on line 1.
TC line 1.
TC's on line 1, guys. This is great tech. I walk in the door today and Seth, our lead engineer, looks me dead in the face and goes, "Oh, you look tired." Thanks, Doc.
Oh,
right. Just knife in the chest. It's fine.
Are you feeling all right?
Hey,
is everything okay?
Hey, Jake. Yeah, seriously. If he had said, "Hey, are you doing okay?" Yeah, fine. And he goes, "Oh, okay, you look a little tired." Like, oh man, yeah. But yeah,
no,
just letting you know, like, hey, you look like S. So Jake, no, here's the deal. I genuinely, this is not a joke. I planned on doing a whole bit with the rat trade, and then I started reading the depth of all the rules and stuff. And there's an issue when it's somebody like me or James or any person on the radio yapping and talking about a thing like this Reddit thread. This thread plays on Reddit. I was trying to consolidate the rules into notes that I could very easily turn them around for people. It wasn't happening.
Not very digestible.
It is. Thank you. That's the right word.
Okay.
It is a lot of words.
I got you. I'm going to check it out, though. You said you retweeted it?
Yeah, I just retweeted
Okay, I'm going
it.
to go check it out.
You got to scroll down to the description. It's a small book. Very obstructive. Obviously has dry erase pens. That's what this is.
Hello.
I was stunned the Red Sox didn't get Eldridge in that deal. Stunned. Floored.
Okay, so Alex, I think this is like that's a great question. I mean, that's like the Desmond Bane deal. Like Desmond Bane, of course, has better offensive potential, but Dyson Daniels is one of the best defenders in the NBA. I mean, he averaged 3 steals a game. Not only that, he's a 6'8" point guard or shooting guard. And he's 22 years old. Uh-oh.
I feel like I should write Mitch's name with my left hand.
Yeah, I don't think Atlanta's giving up Dyson Daniels. But again, that's a player that you can say, okay, how much? What do we got to give up?
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Kyle. That's James. Joe Brazil's over there pushing buttons, cutting sound, doing all the stuff like a producer does. We are hanging out with you until noon. All right. I want to put a pin in the NBA trade stuff. We'll definitely get back to it. And of course, we've got to get to the Rafael Devers trade for the San Francisco Giants as well. A massive, massive deal that could change the complexion of the next 5, 6, 7 years for the Giants. And we'll get to that as well. TC, I see on the line. Mitch in New Jersey, I see on the line on the Elk Grove Kia Talk. We'll get to you for sure. But real quick, I want to talk about myself. I just did a little baseball trip with my old man last week.
Yeah, I was super envious.
We got to Chicago on Wednesday. Hung out in Chicago, watched the finals downtown at a really cool sports bar. Hit this really cool tiki bar beforehand. Had a great time Wednesday night. Thursday, go down to Wrigleyville early and just experienced kind of the vibe at Wrigley Field before a game. Now, granted, it was a Thursday night before playing the Pirates, but it was still energy super high. We went to like 3 or 4 different bars and had beer beforehand, and then went into the game and just experienced Wrigley Field, right? Well, we waited to get tickets. And because I figured, like, you can always get them on resale, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so I go on the Cubs website and they've got tickets available. And they got these relatively affordable tickets in their first deck. And I'm familiar with the layout of Wrigley Field. And I'm familiar with the perils of what we're dealing with at Wrigley Field. But we sit down in our seats. This trip we've been planning for roughly 10 years. So for a while I lived in Arizona, then I couldn't really afford it, and then COVID hit, and then I got married. It's just been like life has happened, right? So we finally this year do this trip. We finally make it to Wrigley Field. We've had our beers. We've taken in the Wrigleyville experience. We've walked the entire ballpark, checking everything out, taking photos. Oh my God, it's amazing. Finally at a Cubs game, incredible. We sit down. Our obstructed view is not only obstructed. It's not like, oh, you can't see the right field corner. or you can't see first base or whatever it was. We are directly behind the pole that blocks the vision of home plate.
Yeah, I saw the picture.
Hilarious. So funny.
How close were you to the pole?
Like 4 rows up.
Oh yeah, that's wild.
So we could each see if we leaned a little. But anyway, so we're cracking up. Like, it's so funny. And where I messed up was I did the 360 ballpark view on the Cubs website.
And you just thought someone's finger was in the way?
No, not quite. No, but I thought that that was a seat view, and it's just a general section view. And obviously they're not going to show you the part of the section where you're going to be directly behind the pole, right? Because they want you to buy the tickets.
Yeah.
They got me. So so I did not realize that there's a website where people literally post photos of the seat and the view.
Yeah.
I use that for Fenway. That's coming up. So we finally get sat down, and so I genuinely, this is not me complaining, I genuinely thought it was very, very funny that I'm going obstructed view. Okay, if we can't see in the right field corner, the left field corner, or if we can't see a high pop-up, whatever, we'll be good. And then we're just right behind that. It's very funny to me. So our guy Manny from the Chatty House reaches out.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, give me your exact section, row, and seat number, and I'll see what I can do on my end. I thought this was Manny messing with me.
Okay. Because you mess with Manny all the time.
Right. Like, that's what, but I did not even, Manny's a Chicago guy. I just didn't even clock it. I thought he was, we were messing around. So I sent him my seat location. I sent him a couple laughing emojis. That was before the game. We go through the first 3 or so innings. And this Cubs employee starts walking up the steps, and there's a kid vaping right in front of us. Kid rips this vape right in front of this Cubs employee. And as she walks past him, she goes, "You can't vape in here." And then she walks up a couple more steps, and I can see her. I see her behind me in my peripheral.
Yep.
And I see this kid. He's probably 20, 21.
Young punk.
Yeah, right. He's just like one of Joe's people.
There it is. I was waiting for it. There it is.
So you would have been much more respectful than this kid.
Thank you.
But anyways, Joe is the best member of his generation. So this kid's like, he's like laughing with his group, like, and they're like kind of snickering about this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I see her behind us. And I'm going, man, she's waiting for this dude to even move his vape, and she's going to be on his ass. Sure enough, about 5 seconds later, she comes walking down, and now I'm looking at him. I'm locked in on this kid, and I'm like, oh, he's about to get tossed. This is going to be awesome. And I hear, "Hey, are you from California?" And I look up, and it's this Cubs employee talking to me and my dad.
Yeah.
And I'm going, oh, it's because I whined about it on Twitter. The Cubs sent somebody over here like, oh my God, like that's not what I was meaning to do. And she goes, "I'm Manny's friend. Come with me."
No.
Bro, I'm dead. Dude, shout
Manny's
out to
got
Manny.
those peeps.
Dude, Manny's got
right.
the plug
Okay.
at Wrigley Field, dude.
That's impressive.
She goes, "I'm Manny's friend. Come with me." Like, all right, bet. Let's go. So she walks us all the way down. There's like the first section of seats, and then there's a walkway, and then there's a second section of seats in the first deck. And there's this section of like, there's no seats. It's like an ADA compliant seating section
Okay.
that had not been sold. And so she walks us over there. They pull out 2 folding chairs. They're like, "Here you go. You're sitting here now." So we were first deck down the right field line, about halfway down the right field line.
Yep.
Got to watch the final 4 or 5 innings from there. Had an unbelievable time. Way better view. No obstruction. Got to watch Pete Crow Armstrong's home run. Got to watch Seiya Suzuki's home run.
Nice.
It was unreal.
The only
Unreal
thing
stuff. What an experience at Wrigley Field.
the only thing that would have made your story better is if she tased the kid. Like, I've had
Come
enough
with
of
me.
you. Bzz, bzz. Wait, you're Kyle from California. Let's go.
Let's go. Step over the tased kid.
We need to run.
Yeah, so was having an unbelievable time at the ballpark, and salute to Manny for making that happen, and salute to Erica and the Cubs for helping us out there. Fenway is where we went next. So we
Yep.
go to the Cubs game Thursday night, wake up at 4 a.m. Friday morning to catch a flight out of Chicago O'Hare to Boston. We get to Boston, we get to our hotel, get some lunch or whatever, and change and head down to Fenway. We just walked over there. It was like a mile and a half. The atmosphere around Fenway is unbelievable. And it was Red Sox Yankees.
Oh yeah, that's got a good buzz to it.
Really good vibes. It's a rivalry, but you saw a lot of like Red Sox and Yankee fans there together, hanging out. So we got a beer before the game. Just the history there, you take it all in. We sat in the bleachers. Sitting in the bleachers at Fenway Park.
Yeah.
For Red Sox Yankees. I'm not joking when I say this. This entire trip did this for me, but it dawned on me while sitting in the outfield. A 2-1 walk-off win for the Red Sox. Aaron Judge ties it with a solo homer in the ninth. Just like it couldn't have been. There's all this trash talking going on in the bleachers, but like a lot of F words, a lot of not nice names, but never directed at a fan. It was trash talking about the teams, it was just great. It was exactly what you want. And it dawned on me in Fenway that this trip just kind of restored my love of baseball. Because so much of my baseball existence has been fretting the A's moving for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And being on that trip and just taking in the atmosphere of Wrigley Field and taking in the atmosphere of Fenway Park in Boston was amazing. And it was 2 great baseball games. I couldn't ask for a better time. The weather was great the entire time.
You're hanging out with your dad.
Hanging out with my dad. This trip we've been talking about for so long. It was a perfect experience.
Oh, very cool.
And shout out to Fenway Park. Just incredible. It was everything I hoped it would be.
Yeah, see, I sat in the bleachers at Old Yankee Stadium, and same thing, just like the character of the fans.
Yes.
Like what they do, like as part of the warm-ups and everything else, just wild. Like
they got
fun.
the roll call.
The roll call is spectacular.
That's it. The I don't like saying fan bases are good or bad, but it's different. The atmosphere is just different there.
Yeah.
And we had a blast. Here are my official ballpark rankings. I think I've been to 3, 6, 9, 11 ballparks now. Here is my official ballpark rankings, which you all asked for. The bottom of the list, Angel Stadium. Angel Stadium stinks. There's no character there.
Take that, Chris Ochoa.
Yeah, it does. It's not a great place to watch a baseball game. This is my personal rankings. This is my personal preference on stadiums. If you disagree with me, I'm not going to argue with you. This is just how I enjoy the stadium. Number 2 for me, Arizona Diamondbacks.
Oh.
It's a dome. It's not a bad place.
Is that the Bob?
It used to be Bank One Ballpark. Yeah. So it's fine. It's a dome. It's just very kind of like, nothing really special about it. Maybe when the Diamondbacks are good. I've never been there where the Diamondbacks have been good though. So that's second from the bottom. Next, Dodger Stadium. Dodger Stadium was really cool, but it was fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
And the ingress egress is terrible.
Yeah.
But it was cool, like being there, but I didn't find it to be a remarkable place to watch a game. New Yankee Stadium is next. Again, going from the bottom up, just very sterile, very with the time I went, it was a lot of, it just felt very, the character you talked about at Old Yankee Stadium didn't feel like it was there.
Yeah.
So that's why the New Yankee Stadium. Next up, Washington, D.C., cool ballpark. I went to Old Texas ballpark at Arlington. That is next on the list. And then Philly, San Diego, then Wrigley, Boston, and then of course the Coliseum, because that's again my personal ranking. That's where I grew up going to games.
I loved the Coliseum before they built Mount Davis.
Yes.
Like I don't think you're old enough to remember that, but
I'm not.
Like when I was in high school, we would drive down to games, and it was just incredible. Like the view at Oakland Hills was awesome, and you can actually on certain Madden games, you can go back and see the retro stadium.
Yes.
It's incredible.
So cool.
Yeah, it was a super cool place to watch a game.
Yeah. So that's the official rankings of the 11 ballparks I've been to. I haven't been to like a bad one. Like as far as just, like I said, Angel Stadium's at the bottom, but if I wouldn't not go, it's just kind of, all right, it's a stadium.
Yeah. I would also say, like, when I judge basketball stadiums, it's kind of unfair because I get to see behind the scenes.
Yes.
And there's so many things that are wrong behind the scenes with some of the places where you're like, oh, this is just like ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know?
No doubt.
And so you're not just taking in like the ambiance of the actual stadium itself.
Yeah. Well, and then experiencing it as a fan and as a media person is just very different.
Very, very different.
Because like you said, if the elevator system sucks and you've got to walk up 10 flights of stairs to get to your seat, like that's,
or if the food is just horrible,
sure,
just absolutely just
Yeah.
bad.
yeah.
that's
I would judge stadiums very differently.
Mhm.
Oakland, bottom of the media experience of
Oh,
all the places.
yeah,
Really tough. But anyways, that was just a really cool trip I got to go on, and I wanted to yap about it. So thank you all for listening, and thank you to Wrigley and Fenway and Manny and his friend Erica for making that experience one that restored my love of a sport that I've loved my entire life. So let's get back to the Kings. Let's get back to the NBA, and we're keeping baseball in the conversation as well. The Giants swung a massive trade for Rafael Devers yesterday. We'll discuss what that means for baseball here in Northern California. We'll do all that in the second hour. That's James Ham. Joe Brazil's over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. It's just kind of boring to me. Just the fan experience is kind of meh. Like I said, it's not a bad stadium. It's just, I don't think there's anything, I don't connect to it in any particular way.
The people want to know where you put Oracle Park and Sutter Health Park.
Oh my God, how did I not put Oracle Park on here?
The people would like to know.
Yeah, I thought you were short as far as
Yeah,
because you've been to the Stick too, haven't you?
no, not for baseball.
Oh, okay.
Never watched baseball there. I have not been to Sutter Health Park for a major league game. San Francisco goes above San Diego.
Yeah, it's a beautiful.
Oh yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, so it's San Diego from the top. Again, excluding Oakland because that's my personal preference. Goes Fenway, Wrigley, San Francisco for me.
Interesting. Looky Trickster, you mentioned earlier that Dyson is in an expiring contract next year. He's not. He's on a rookie scale deal.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get his extension this summer. Again, like if there were a player, I would say, hey, let's go 3 or 4 first-round picks for. But then you're building around a guy who isn't a. I mean, he's a defensive star, but he's not going to be a 20-point per game guy, most likely. I need to get to more baseball stadiums.
I really enjoyed the low-key vibe of the Reno Stadium for the AAA team.
Yeah.
Because my buddies went to UNR, and I've caught a couple of games out there, and it's just quieter. And shout out the Reno Stadium, though. I had a great time at that one.
Yeah, I really like Sutter Health Park because I've only been for a River Cats game is awesome. Banner Island is good too in Stockton.
Tom L., I haven't heard anything regarding either one of these two, but to be honest with you, like I'm not sure the Mavs are going to move off of those guys. And if they were, those are 2 guys I would love to have in a Kings uniform. Those are 2 rotational pieces, like whether they change the outcome of everything, they just make you a better, more complete team.
30 seconds ish.
God, I've been to a bunch of basketball. I need to rank my basketball stadiums I've been to.
This is going great. Oh, is it? Yeah. Do you want to do it while we're on air?
Come on,
because we're back in about 10 seconds. Yeah, go ahead. We'll have some fun with it. Yeah.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Can Kyle do it? 4, 3, 2. He's in.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's with us. We're the Insiders, hanging out with you until noon, and then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey, and they'll take you up to 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento's Sports Leader. Want to remind you that after D'Lo and Casey at 4:30, coverage of Game 5 of the NBA Finals begins right here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento's Sports Leader. We're talking NBA. We're talking NBA trades. This Desmond Bane stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Talking a lot about this, and who would you trade this Desmond? Would you make this Desmond Bane trade for anyone available? Like our guy Will Z. You mentioned, of course, Giannis Antetokounmpo. We talked about Darius Garland. Our guy Will Z says after thinking about it, I would give up that type of package, 4 first-round picks and a swap plus filler for Trey Murphy.
No.
Okay, I don't.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we've been on. The other angle I want to take on this is the De'Aaron Fox aspect of this. Immediately came up on the Kings portion of the internet. Because, man, when you look at KCP, Cole Anthony, 4 firsts and a pick swap, in relation to what the Kings got for De'Aaron Fox, this to me, and you have been saying this since the deal got made, why did you not wait till the summer? And maybe because De'Aaron Fox said, I want to go to San Antonio, I'll only go to San Antonio, only sign with San Antonio. If you made that clear, maybe you still, even in the summer, that's the package that San Antonio is going to put on the table. And if it is, okay, then it's Scott Perry's decision to make on what he wants to do. But the other reason you wait is I'm not sure if San Antonio in their current position with the number 2 and number 14 picks, with Stephon Castle having developed the way he did and winning Rookie of the Year, having a Kevin Durant trade on the table, potentially having a Giannis Antetokounmpo trade on the table, I don't know that they would want to trade for De'Aaron Fox. And if San Antonio says we don't want to trade for that guy, maybe now it opens doors to you having a bidding war where now you are getting something closer to what the Grizzlies got for Desmond Bane.
Okay, I'll just turn exactly what you said on its head. What if you didn't trade De'Aaron Fox there, and then this summer they decide they do still want De'Aaron Fox, but now they've got the number 2 pick and the number 14 pick and the Rookie of the Year that they could offer up to get De'Aaron Fox from you.
Mm-hmm.
And they also have your future pick swap, and they have these other picks. And Desmond Bane just set the market at 4 first round picks and a pick swap.
Sure.
So why, it's just, I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, you should have just allowed this team to play out.
Yes.
And understood that the guys that are making the decisions are not going to be ones making the decisions this summer.
Right.
And if you thought that they could save this season straight up by trading De'Aaron Fox for Zach LaVine, then you don't watch enough basketball. Just straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you thought that was going to be the answer, okay. Like, maybe someone convinced somebody that Malik Monk was going to be an all-star point guard and pairing him next to Zach LaVine would work. Okay.
Wow.
But the NBA is not built in a 2K
Sure.
trade machine. That's just not the way it goes. And again, all of these pieces that the Kings have, they're not bad individual players. They're actually really good individual players.
Mm-hmm.
We talk all the time about 2-time All-Star Zach LaVine. I got to be honest, Zach LaVine, you put Zach LaVine at 30 and Desmond Bane at 27 side by side.
Mm-hmm.
You say, which player would you prefer? The numbers say Zach LaVine.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up. But that doesn't change the fact that that's not the way basketball works.
Sure.
It's about fit. It's about complementary pieces. It's about finding talent that has room to grow, or exactly what Orlando just did. They found a player they believe fits what they're doing 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The age arc, everything else, it works.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm okay with that deal.
But I understand that maybe San Antonio still goes, hey, we're not bidding against anybody. Here's your offer. Yeah. This is what we're willing to do. And maybe that's where this winds up. But we just laid out a bunch of options that would have been available just by waiting until June.
Well, not only that, but
that weren't available in February.
let me just add the other thing. If San Antonio is not available and San Antonio doesn't want to play the game, and that means that Fox has to make himself available for other teams if he wants to leave.
That's it.
So that's where you would have been like, okay, what other team? Like San Antonio just pulled themselves off the board.
Yeah.
That's where you want to go. They don't want you.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going next?
Mhm.
What's next? And that's where it's just like criminal.
It feels that, and that's why I saw some again. I'm going off what I've gathered from reading what people are reacting on online, and it's not that, wow, if you had waited to trade De'Aaron Fox, this is the package you would have gotten back.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what it is. It's just that you give yourself so many more avenues.
Yep.
And the Desmond Bane trade just highlights that. Because, man, if this is what Desmond Bane goes for, like you just said, if this is what Desmond Bane goes for, you as the Sacramento Kings can go, all right, well, hey, that guy's never been an all-star. That guy scored more than 20 points a game twice in his career. Here's De'Aaron Fox, who doesn't have a history of back injuries, who's going to give you 24 plus a night on a consistent basis.
Who's playing through a completely messed up pinky finger.
Mm-hmm. You would have a leg to stand on where you could go, okay, cool, we're going to play off of that deal. And you just, you eliminated that opportunity for yourself. So that's where the De'Aaron Fox angle of this comes in for me. Less about, oh, wow, you could have gotten all this. Because I don't know that you could have. But you certainly weren't going to at the trade deadline. And maybe you open that door to getting the number 14 pick. Or maybe not Stephon Castle, but maybe one of your younger players. Maybe you're getting Devin Vassell back. And I don't know, man. I don't know that it's ever going to make sense to me.
It's not. And the other thing is, let's be honest. They knew that Scott Perry was going to be in the mix for this job. First of all, Scott Perry was unemployed as far as NBA head front office jobs at the time. They knew that Scott Perry was likely going to be the guy that they brought in because we started hearing Scott Perry's name long ago. You knew that Doug Christie is probably going to be your head coach. First of all, Doug Christie and De'Aaron Fox had a very good relationship. They do. Like this, again, go back to the 2017 NBA draft. De'Aaron was Doug's guy. He had talked to Vlade multiple times that he watched Kentucky play and fell in love with De'Aaron Fox, and that's the guy that they should draft at number 5. That was Doug's guy, right? Also, who was running the Kings in 2017 when they went through that draft? Sure, Vlade was there, but Scott Perry was the one helping the draft process. Scott Perry is who helped draft De'Aaron Fox. Like, if you're going to bring in the guy who drafted Fox, like, why would you just not wait and let that guy make the decision, or heaven forbid, have a heart-to-heart with De'Aaron Fox and Scott Perry and Doug Christie in the same room,
and Rich Paul,
and see if you can work it out, and Rich Paul, and see if you can work the thing out. Like, there were so many different avenues, and that's what's frustrating. And like, we're rehashing this again, but the Desmond Bane thing, just like it, like keys it off because, like, what were you doing?
Yeah.
So
it just makes an already rough trade look even worse in the light.
Well, and it's going to keep getting.
Yeah.
It's going to keep looking that way.
Yeah, man. All right. The Desmond Bane trade wasn't the only massive trade on Father's Day. We're here on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the board. The San Francisco Giants, out of nowhere, an hour before first pitch against the Giants or against the Dodgers.
Yeah.
A couple hours. They acquired Rafael Devers from Boston, one of the 12 best hitters in baseball. 10, 12, 15.
I think he's like 8 or 9 in OPS.
Yeah,
something crazy.
Flat out rakes, dude.
Yeah.
He's on year 2 of a 10-year, $313.5 million contract. The Giants acquired him for pitchers Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison, along with outfield prospect James Tibbs and minor league right-hander Jose Bello. Bello? I'm going with Bello.
Okay.
Bello. this is we can never let the Kings get too far from our conversation.
Yeah.
This is the kind of trade we're talking about when we talk about the Kings kind of pushing all in. I don't know that it's a little bit different in baseball. Picks aren't as involved, et cetera, but Kyle Harrison is a legit pitching prospect.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Hicks is an intriguing arm that I think was going to be certainly movable if you didn't like his development. And you go get a player like Rafael Devers, who just immediately dramatically changes your lineup, a lineup that's been struggling. You finally have a player who has hit 30 home runs multiple times.
Yep.
And he could certainly do so again this year. Was he got 18 this year, I think, so far?
15.
15?
I think it's 15.
15? It's halfway there. I love this, man. This is, again, whether this, I see a lot of the critique about it as reading what rival GMs are saying or rival executives are saying. They're like, oof, his deal with the Adames deal in the next 7 or 8 years, that's really going to hurt. I don't care. I don't care what this looks like in 7 or 8 years. This makes the Giants more competitive right now. Ideally, it makes them more competitive in the immediate future.
Mm-hmm.
There is the whole issue of Devers wanting to play third base, and then the Red Sox signed Alex Bregman and made it so he wasn't going to play third base. And it was this whole interpersonal issue, and it sounds like it reached an unsalvageable point where it was better for the Red Sox to get off of Rafael Devers. And there weren't that many teams that were saying, hey, we'll take on the whole contract. The Giants said, we'll take on the whole contract, but you're probably not going to get as much as you could on the open market for him.
Mm-hmm.
I love this. There's no salary cap to work under. Go get the guy that's going to make you better.
Well, I think they worked out a deferred compensation package for him where they're taking $7.5 million a year off of every year, and then stringing that out afterwards just to reduce his salary figure down to like 22 or 23 million.
Which is great.
Yeah,
I am in full favor of. I mean, obviously, anytime you can acquire one of the 15 best hitters in baseball, you do it.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as it sounds, again, I'm trying to piece together all this stuff from people in Boston and national baseball writers and stuff. But it sounds like the bigger deal was how they handled the third base thing, and not so much that he wasn't playing third base.
Mm.
And he's been DHing for them. If he's just going to DH permanently for the Giants, that's a lot of money for a DH. But if he's going to consistently be one of the 10 or 15 best hitters in baseball, that's easy work for me.
Yeah.
And if he's just going to DH, there's a really easy chance that contract ages a lot better than it would if he was playing third or first.
Well, and I think this points to, again, I don't want to compare them completely because in the course of their history, the Giants have been able to sign some players, right?
Not recently.
But they swing and miss more than any Major League Baseball team that I can remember.
Giancarlo Stanton.
Yeah, Giancarlo.
Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
Carlos Correa.
Yeah, just keep going down.
Bryce Harper.
Yeah. Aaron Judge. Like you just... Like
Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani, nice.
They
Another
just
good one.
keep swinging and missing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that they're to a point where they have to do kind of what the Kings do, where like you got to go out and build your farm system so you can go trade for a guy who's on a $250 million contract.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to bite the bullet. Well, the same thing with the Kings. They need to go out and trade for a guy who's on a long-term contract because you're not going to be able to sign them in free agency.
Yes. That's
tough.
It.
Yeah.
And they didn't wait till the trade deadline. They didn't go, let's see how this thing's going to play out. Buster Posey in that front office said, we need a dude. And the Red Sox are having an internal issue with that dude. There's not a lot of competition here. Here's our best offer. And they got a trade done for a deal that seems to be consensus. The Giants won pretty significantly in the immediate aftermath.
Yeah.
Again, we'll see how this thing ages. Everything in sports is going to be judged by wins and losses, but the immediate takeaway for me is the Giants identified a guy that they wanted, that they needed, and they could get him without. I thought when I saw Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, and other stuff, it's like, oh, Bryce Eldridge. Oh, like that's the level of player Rafael Devers is.
Yeah.
So this is, man, I love it for the Giants in the immediate. Again, if it screws them 8 to 10 years from now, I would way rather compete for titles over the next 3 or 4 years and have to worry about 8 years from now.
I'm on board 100%.
Oh no, the 2033 Giants might be impacted by this.
Salary cap
You
will
can
be
win
like
the division this
500
year.
million.
You can win the freaking division this year. What are you, game back?
Yeah, wild.
Dude, I love this. Shout out to the Giants. Shout out to Buster Posey in the front office for getting it done, and shout out to the Giants for actually spending the money.
Yep.
All right, you haven't been able to get it done, like you said. Haven't been able to get it done in free agency. Fine. We'll take you and your contract.
We're in.
And get the deal done. Very, very good for the Giants. We'll keep talking trades. We'll get back to the NBA. If you have any thoughts on the Giants deal, Mitch in New Jersey, I know you do. We'll get to you on the Elk Grove Kid Talk on 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Yeah.
I did start something. Oh, Bobby. Bane has 4 years left on his deal. Fox is now an expiring contract. We're not getting 4 first-round picks for him. No, that's not the case, Bobby. Because I guarantee you, with the haul that teams are going to get for Kevin Durant coming up, it's with the understanding that he will sign an extension. And if you can get him to a team that he will sign an extension, then the fact that he's now expiring wouldn't matter at all. At all.
Oh, 2 games back. That's right. They lost the last 2. That's right. But this is just it. David Lopez, a Dodgers fan, he says we're better and we don't even have any of our pitchers yet. Yeah, for sure. But this gives the Giants a better chance to compete.
Oh, yeah. And it gives you a 3 or a 4 hole hitter that you can build around. Yeah. I mean, using guys like Matt Chapman as a 3 or 4 hitter, it's like I love Chappie, but like
if this deal was on the table and the Giants went, well, the Dodgers are still going to be better, that's a loser ass mentality.
Mm-hmm.
It's also just not simply the case because the Giants have been slumping a little bit offensively, and then you add someone like this. We're not doing anything. I mean, sure, okay. The Dodgers technically playing a little bit better than us.
The Dodgers are awesome.
Not by very much.
I'll say
though.
it since you can't.
Go ahead. That's fine. They're not very much better than us, and especially because we're not doing anything unsustainable right now. We don't got dudes batting over 300 all over the place and whatnot, and no one's really having an insane breakout year other than like Robbie Ray, but that was expected. I think they might be a lot closer than some Dodgers fans might think.
I want to bring this up. Oh, sorry. Am I mildly surprised that Bane deal went down before KD's? No, because this is a stealth deal. Like the KD deal is out there for everybody, and like he wasn't going to Memphis, so he wasn't going to Orlando. So the KD deal, like, it's just like if there's 30 teams in the league, not everybody in the league is waiting to see what happens with KD. There are ripple effects for some teams, but I think the bigger question, the bigger deal is that it sure does seem like Giannis is not on the block at all. He's not available.
Or at least not for anything a team is going to actually trade for.
Well, I mean, you just saw if Bane costs 4 first-round picks, Giannis costs 8, 10 and pick swaps. I mean,
according to Fangraphs, if you're into the wins above replacement statistic, Rafael Devers is now has accumulated the second highest WAR on the Giants this year. Oof, behind Matt Chapman. And he does that without playing defense.
Chappie's had a good season, right?
Yeah, he has.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
They're talking more about the Rafael Devers trade at the break. Anytime you can get yourself closer to contention, I think you should do it. That's my team building philosophy. Maybe it's crazy, but I'm all in on the idea of getting a player who now, according to Fangraphs, if you're into the analytics of baseball, is the second best player on the Giants. Second best position player on the Giants.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to have no problems being the best. And not only that, but like we talk about this whole thing, this horrific streak of them never having a 30 home run guy since Barry Bonds, which is crazy. We just like, wow. The A's,
not one guy.
The A's could have 4 of them this year, 3 of them this year.
You haven't run into one guy who can give you 30 taters.
Yeah, just absolutely ridiculous. But I will say that adding him to the lineup, Chapman's at 12 homers, Ramos is at 11, and Flores is at 11 home runs. All of those guys could see a bump in production with him in the lineup.
Yep.
They all could get to 30 home runs.
Yep.
I mean, that's not that many. Like they're not pacing, but they're not that far off pace. And when you add in a bat into the middle of your lineup like this, it has an impact on everybody.
Yeah, man. Love the move. Love the move for the Giants. And again, just getting us back to the Kings, you hit the nail on the head. It's the exact type of move we talk about with the Kings all the time. Players already been paid. They're available because some conflict with the team or some discomfort or it's just not a fit the way the team and the player thought it was going to be a fit. Now that guy's just available. And it wasn't like, oh, wow, hey, it was out of nowhere. Rafael Devers got traded.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, this wasn't a weeks long, oh, well, he's on the block and there's teams talking. Nope. Just happened like that.
Yeah, absolutely wild.
Yeah, gotta go find that deal if you're the Kings. Our guy Mitch in New Jersey wants to talk about the Rafael Devers trade. Mitch, what's going on, man? You're on the Elk Grove Kia talk line.
What's popping? Happy belated Father's Day to you guys and everybody out there.
Yeah, same to you.
Thanks, Mitch.
Knock on my dad since '84. It was a good trade. I don't know what Boston was thinking when they signed Bergman. Shouldn't they have checked with their star? You call him a superstar. Let's see if he's as good as Matt Williams. But this just raises the ante. My Dodgers either have to go for Bo Bichetti or Gunnar Henderson from the Orioles, because those teams are, half these teams cry poverty. You might as well just take advantage of this loophole. And like George Costanza says to Jerry, ooh, I'm shaking. I guess the Dodgers are going to be shaking if they don't make a deal here. And what do we have? Conforto? We'll give Conforto back to you guys because he's terrible.
Thanks for the call, Mitch. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, reference George Costanza.
Of course,
I'm here for it.
Of course, he did. You got it. Yeah, when there's a lineup altering deal to be made, baseball or basketball, I'm all on board. Push your chips in. Don't hang on to Kyle Harrison because there might be a better. You weren't going to go get a better player than Rafael Devers.
Yeah,
and he fits a need, which is the other.
So what you're saying is you're just giving up Keegan Murray if the right deal pops up.
Yeah, dude, I'm giving up anyone if the right deal pops up. I'm not including Keegan Murray in a Trae Young trade because I think that's hustling backwards.
Yeah.
But dude, this is not like a thing that's happening, but if the Boston Celtics go, man, you know what? We need to we really need to get rid of Jaylen Brown. And we'd love to have Keegan Murray on our team. Then yeah, you got, sure.
Yep.
So that's where, again, it has to be the right deal. And I do think that the right deal for the Kings doesn't necessarily include the same players all the time. A deal that I would give up DeMar DeRozan for is not the same as a deal that I would give up Keegan Murray for. Is not the same as a deal that I would give up Domantas Sabonis for, et cetera, et cetera.
All trades are not created
equal. Yeah. So
yeah.
When we say the right deal, it's the right deal, not the right player.
Mm-hmm.
I think Trae Young is the right player for the Kings. I would not trade Keegan Murray in that move. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's got to be the right fit. There's NBA Finals going on, and there was all this consternation beforehand about the ratings and, this is so bad for the NBA. I don't think you could ask for a better finals if you were the NBA. You have a bunch of young stars. You've had role players stepping up. You've had big moments. You've had close games. And going into Game 5, which is tonight, which coverage begins at 4:30 right here on ESPN 1320, you're home of the NBA Finals. I think I can say that.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea who's going to win game 5. Typically, I would look at, in a vacuum, just remove the names and faces from this series. I would look at what happened in game 4 and I'd go, man, you know what? Indiana might have just figured it out. Or no, I'm sorry. Oklahoma City might have just figured it out.
Yeah.
They might have just kind of put this thing in a stranglehold where Indiana was up 10 and then the Thunder just kind of methodically just beat them down, played great defense, got away with some physicality defensively and turned a loss into a win. And instead of Indiana being up 3-1, it's 2-2. They're going back. Oklahoma City now has home court again. Just brutal for Indiana. I think Oklahoma City is going to win this series. I can't rule out anything with Indiana though. I'm done going, the Pacers are going to feel this way, so they're going to attack this game this way. And I don't think, because it just hasn't mattered to this point.
Nope.
If you told me Oklahoma City won by 20 tonight, I would go, sure. If you told me Indiana won by 20 tonight, sure. I think it's going to be close.
Mm-hmm.
But I will believe anything in this series, and that to me is what makes this a great series. And that to me is why this has been so good for the NBA.
Oh, I think it's great for the NBA because they got paid. The NBA got their money.
Well, sure, yeah.
They don't really care.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they can talk about all they want, but even like Adam Silver talked about how, hey, like the ratings might be lower than some of the other like series we've seen in the past,
mm-hmm.
but it's still the #1 rated show on TV. And let's not forget that streaming services and all this stuff are taking away from what
mm-hmm.
the overall number used to be,
mm-hmm.
and now we're seeing something different. So, like, I think it's comparing apples to oranges as far as like television ratings this year versus 5 years ago,
no doubt,
or even 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's just totally different. But at the same time, the one thing I don't like about this, what's happening in the series, is like the physicality looks like it's just gone like ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Like I get physicality,
yeah,
but shoving Tyrese Halliburton around, flopping, elbowing him in the chest, like all these things, like like I get it. The dude's tough to defend, but at some point, like I don't know why. I guess this is my second part of it. I don't know why the NBA puts himself in this situation where Scott Foster is in it. And again, I don't know. Scott Foster is like they call him the extender.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's there to
crazy.
extend the series or not.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that it looks like he is such a red flag. Like, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he doesn't need to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you could have had him in game 1 or game 2, but to have it feel like everyone is all eyes are on Scott Foster,
mm-hmm.
that's a bad look for the league. And like, I don't know. I want to see how this thing plays out in game 5. I'm super excited. This is a great series, man.
It's so good.
Yeah.
The issue I had the other night with the officiating is the issue I always have. If you're going to let it be overly physical, okay, cool. But on one end, you've got Aaron Nesmith with the left arm out and just kind of on Shea's shoulder, and Shea elevates, whistle.
Yeah.
And then Lou Dort is literally 2-hand shoving Tyrese Halliburton to cause a turnover and nothing. I don't care who wins the series, but when it's juxtaposed like that on either end, it's really, really tough to defend Scott Foster, for example.
Yeah.
If one wanted to do that, which would be wild. But
well, I mean, Rick Carlisle got up on stage and did that exact thing. He defended Scott Foster. But watching Shea give a forearm shimmy and then take 4 steps.
That was nuts, dude.
And Doris Burke's like, I don't know how he was able to regain his balance. Well, I do. He took 4 steps because he took the extra 2 steps. What do you like?
That was insane.
Like, what is happening?
That was insane.
You don't know how he regained his balance? I do.
After full blown forearm extended, shoving the guy, shoved him so hard he tripped. And they're just like, good basketball play. I
would hit the replay.
I don't want to.
I want that replayed right now.
I don't want to. Because it was fun basketball down the stretch of that game.
I don't want to cheapen the win. I don't.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't, because they beat them. But still.
But at the same time, when Indiana's getting outscored, was it 12-1? It was 103-99? I think they outscored them 12-1 down the stretch. And OKC's turning it into a boxing match and then getting free throws on the other end for touch fouls.
Yeah.
It's just it kind of sticks in my craw. But I agree with Bobby Hill here, who said that he thinks that this game tonight decides the series. That's where I will go. And I know it's game 5, the all important game 5. You got to win game 5. I just don't think that either team is capable of winning the next 2 if they go down 3-2.
Okay.
Like I think whatever team is going to figure it out tonight or whatever team is going to figure it out is going to do so tonight. And that's the thing is Oklahoma City was really good defensively, thanks in part to the physicality they were allowed to play with. But I was not blown away by anything they did on offense. They had 10 assists, dude. They went 3 of 17 from beyond the arc.
Yeah.
That's not going to get it done, man. That's not sustainable.
No, but you only need 2 more wins.
2 more.
Yeah.
But that's why, no, and you're right. And maybe they win the next 2 like that. But it's why I'm not writing off Indiana. Because I think Indiana is still playing really well.
Mm-hmm.
And if you take this series for what it is, Zebra PT in the chatty house, that every game's got a life of its own. If you take this series for what it is, take away the Pacers and the 68-win Thunder. And just these are 2 basketball teams playing. There's not a clear, that team's definitely better. It's 2 really, really good basketball teams.
No, I totally agree.
But I do think if there's a switch to flip, if there's something to figure out, I think it gets figured out tonight.
Okay.
From either side. Because I don't think either side has really, quote unquote, figured the other side out yet.
No.
I want 7 games, and it feels like we're going to get it.
I think we are too.
I think Oklahoma City, if they win tonight and we get to a game 7, I think they win it.
You know, I'm still in the running though. I did say OKC in 6.
You did. OKC in 6 still alive.
It is.
Still very much alive. We're still waiting to see if Thunder in 4 is gonna come through or not. We're still waiting on that.
No.
But beyond that, it's just been a hell of a series, man.
Yep.
Been a really, really good series. Just like anybody who's watched the NBA this year has been like, I'm kind of into this.
Yeah, I don't want to cheapen the series at all, and I think that's what Rick Carlisle is trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying, hey, like, don't put this on Scott Foster. We got beat.
Yeah,
like, don't put this on Scott Foster. Like, it's a great series. Let's not take away from what OKC just did.
Yeah,
they won the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Shea scored 15 points in the final 5 minutes.
Yep, he was like really good.
He's the MVP, and he's going to get calls, and you have to understand that.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to go out there and don't leave anything in question. And they did, and they lost.
They went down 103-99, and Shea hit that triple from above the break.
Mm-hmm.
And that was just such a MVP moment for me. They haven't been able to make a 3 all night. He hasn't made a 3 all night. They go down 4. He gets the ball. No hesitation. They miss there. That game might be over.
Yeah.
And he cashes it, makes it a 1-point game. And eventually OKC pulled away. I just, awesome basketball game. And I think this finals is why you've got to just get rid of the small market, big market stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If you like basketball, tap in.
Yeah.
Like there's always going to be at least a in retrospect, it's like, man, of course this is a good series. Like, what a dummy thinking OKC was going to win all 4. We're just going to win in 4.
Yeah, I don't want to take away right now because we're about to go into the crazy offseason. I don't want to take away from what a team like Orlando's doing. Orlando's trying to make themselves into a contender. They're a small market team.
Yep.
Like, go for it. Like Sacramento Kings, like, go ahead, do whatever it is you can do to get better.
Mm-hmm.
If it costs you 4 first-round picks, it costs you like the whole, you're a small market team, you have to build this way. Mm-hmm. Like, no, you don't have to.
Yeah.
Like, there are a lot of different ways to build a team.
Yeah.
And just go for it.
Maybe it's not through free agency, but as we saw with Desmond Bane, as we saw with Rafael Devers.
Yeah.
If you can't sign a guy, there's another way to acquire them.
Yep.
So I'm hopeful the Kings are aggressive and are watching what Indiana's doing and watching what the Thunder have done and what Orlando's doing and building to be competitive.
Mm-hmm.
That's the hope anyway. Real quick before we step aside on the radio side and we'll get to the handoff. One of D'Lo or KC will be in here as we lead up to D'Lo and KC at noon. right here on ESPN 1320. This is, of course, the Insiders. He's James Ham, Kyle Madsen, Joe Brazil is with us. I asked our engineer this morning, I talked to him about the call screener software. There's a software where Joe can type in the caller's name, and then it shows up on my computer over here.
Okay.
And it just makes it easier. I can look up and I can see who's on the line because I don't really have access to that. Joe texts me, he does a great job with that, and then I do a bad job of making sure that I keep that open and I keep the phone lines on my brain. So I asked our engineer for this. I was hopeful that we could get this done by the end of the week.
Okay.
We have it done right now.
Boom.
I'm done before the end of the show. So now when you call in on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, you'll still talk to Joe. Joe is going to type in your name, and then it's going to go on this computer here to my left instead of going to my telephone where I forget it.
Well, he's just going to ignore you from that computer now as opposed to his phone, but that's okay.
That's no, because this I can just look over. I don't always I usually look down on my phone to make sure I didn't miss some crazy news or anything.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of crazy news, Shohei Ohtani pitching tonight.
Oh,
Yeah, that is happening.
That's the tough part of this, dude, because he can't go do rehab starts. You're not.
Yeah.
If you're the Dodgers, you're not sending Shohei Ohtani to Rancho Cucamonga or whatever to get some.
I didn't even think about that. Taking him out of your lineup.
Yeah.
Nope.
To go get him some rehab outings in Rancho. No. I'm not gonna do that.
That's
so
crazy.
He's gonna, I guess, toss an inning or two tonight against the Padres, and he's gonna do his rehab starts in Major League Baseball. Sure, man.
That's crazy.
Insane. Such a fascinating player. Coming off his second Tommy John. See how it goes for him.
Man,
See how
he's
it
so
goes for the
good.
Dodgers. Really, really good player. God, the Dodgers are sick.
Yep.
The Giants only 2 games back though. Like the Padres too.
Yeah, Devers. Who knows? Who knows?
The collective reaction of Red Sox fans, by the way, has just been, it's a meltdown. Because it sounds like this is a first domino to fall.
Well, they had Mookie Betts happen.
Yes.
That deal happened where they lost like their superstar.
Yes.
So,
but
yeah,
it doesn't.
Nothing feels safe.
So, for example, this is where we're at. Is Jesse here? Not here yet.
He has been here.
Oh,
and
he's just
been
not in there right
reacting to all of this. He walked in. I was like, hey man. He's like, you can be happy. I was like, thank you. It's like, thank you, because
Jesse,
I'm really happy.
So Jesse's a Red Sox fan. And so I was texting him from Fenway the other night and, saying this is one of the coolest environments I've ever been in. Like I was so locked into that game, in part because of the environment and the fans.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just texted Jesse. I was like, I think this is rekindling my love of baseball. Like this is getting me back. Like I am all the way back. He replied to that text yesterday and said, mine just died. Because, dude, can you imagine you sign this guy, all-star caliber player, 10-year deal? He's gone in the middle of year 2. Oof.
Brutal.
Right. We'll talk finals. We'll talk trades with one of Dealer or Casey. They'll be in here next for the handoff. This is The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Center. Hey, one of the things... Oh, we didn't do Ham's trade.
No, we haven't done my trade
Oh,
yet.
son of a gun. We'll do it tomorrow. Or do you want to do it for the handoff? Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do it
Tune in
tomorrow.
for Ham's trade. We got a bunch of stuff on the Kings front that we didn't get to today. That's my fault. I'm going to have a separate document where this is super inside baseball, so sorry for everybody this is going to bore. I'm going to do a second document.
Yeah.
I was going to turn the mics off, but this time of year when I turn the mics off, it's like a whole thing. So you guys are just going to hear this. Where I just have the like bold things we're going to talk about. Because I think I just get lost because we put notes and questions and stuff in the rundown. Because like we should have gotten to your trade today. And that's just the thing I just lost because we've got a bunch of stuff on here. That'll be fine. Insider's trade of the day tomorrow. I wore A's shirts. I wore my Ricky Henderson shirt to Fenway, and I wore another shirt I have. It's got the Coliseum on it. And it says Coliseum Legends, and it's like Dennis Eckersley and I think Tim Hudson, Mark McGuire, maybe Miguel Tejada. It's got some different players on it. But then I wore a Cubs hat to the Cubs game and a Red Sox hat to the Red Sox game. I wanted everybody to know what side I was rooting for.
So yeah, I when I saw the Judge home run replay, I hit a quick pause, did a little scan, see if I could find you out there. Didn't happen. I did not find you in the replay of the. I didn't know
of the walk off.
Just no, I didn't know exactly where you were sitting.
Straight away center field.
So I hit it with a quick pause. You know, why not? No dice.
No chance.
No dice.
Yeah, no chance. Yeah, I did have a good vacation. I had a good Father's Day, even though I'm not a dad. Shout out to my dad. Shout out to all the dads. Ooh. It's a good question for tomorrow.
I missed it.
Over under 2.5 Kings trades this offseason.
Oh.
I might throw that out in the handoff. We might do that in the handoff.
How many players or trades?
Total trades. Leaning over.
I think I'm also leaning over. So I have this weird, like everybody, you save your cans, right? So you can recycle them.
Mm-hmm.
They've taken away all the recycle stations. So there's all
of them?
I'm now up to 10 bags of cans, including 2 gigantic like lawn bags filled with cans, which is probably 5 bags of cans in each. So I'm probably more like 18 bags of cans.
Golly, dude. That is so many bags of cans.
Well, I went through my garage and I was cleaning my garage and I'm like, this is ridiculous. How do we have so many cans? And it's because there's nowhere to recycle them now. So I'm going to have to find a recycle spot after.
Spot next to Thunder Valley?
Yeah, but I'm not driving all the way down there.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Kenny Caraway.
Kenny Caraway, everybody.
There he is.
Oh, I didn't fire up that computer. My bad.
Man, if you haven't been to 3 Dots and a Dash in Chicago, it's a tiki bar. It's like underground. You got to get a reservation for that. We didn't really do Coogan's in Boston had, I think, the best restaurant wings I've ever had.
Were they fried or baked?
Baked.
Yep, there it is.
So they do them. Yeah. They do a baked and then they do a twice fried version.
Okay. Yeah.
Where they fry them, sauce them, and then fry them again. I did not do that. I did the baked version. They were unbelievable. They were really, really good. Yeah, shout out to Coogan's. There was also this place in Brookline, which is where we stayed, which is a town like neighboring to Boston. It's this place called Hamilton's. The Hamilton? I think it's just Hamilton. And it's a really good like bar and grill type of place. Really good TV setup. That's where we watched the end of Game 4 of the finals. And then in Chicago, we mostly ate at Wrigleyville.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, not just Kyle Madsen and James Ham. Kenny Caraway is also here for the handoff, which you do every single day at 11:45 right here on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Joe Brazil, of course, also with us. Kenny Caraway, big golf guy.
You know, it's about time, man.
I think it's
about time. Like I'm not gonna give up everything else. I'm still be hooping. I'm gonna still play
of
softball
course.
and all that other stuff. But I think it's about time for me to get out on the links, man. You know, I gotta get some golf clubs though. It's gonna be a chore.
Can I give you a tip as a person who I've been just starting golf since July of 2020?
Okay.
I've got an injured. I got an injury I'm dealing with, so I don't get to play a lot. I'm a little better now than I was 5 years ago. Yeah. Barely. Go when you first start. Go on like Facebook Marketplace.
Yes.
I got an entire set of clubs, usable clubs, for like $30.
Well, that's where I'll be today.
Just do and if you pick it up and you start learning and you really, really like it, then yeah, go buy yourself some better stuff. Right. But I didn't want to go spend $800-900 on clubs or even $400 or $500 on a new set of clubs. If I was going to be like,
Right.
Instead, I dropped $30 on some clubs. Matt Steinmetz, shout out to him, give me another one of his old sets. I got a gang of golf clubs.
It's a good look.
There you go.
You want? Are you're right-handed?
Yes.
I got a set of clubs for you if you want them.
I mean, sure. What?
Bet
$30?
free.
What's up?
Free. It's free 99.
Man, Kyle Madsen, man. Come on,
Let's
man.
go. All right.
Kyle Madsen.
Got you
I'm gonna
tomorrow.
be out there. You know, one of the things though, I gotta figure out. I'm sure I will, just because like I'm a little stubborn that way. Like ain't nobody gonna just beat me or nothing.
Mhm.
But 18 hole course, man. I remember when I was doing a little golf tournament
Mhm.
about a year ago, 2 years ago, something like that. We were doing 18. And by the time I got to 12, I was like, I'm tired of this. I'm tired.
Just bored?
I'm just
Or just
tired. Just
exhausted?
tired. I want to do something else. Like we had been out there for like 2 hours. I was like, man, I'm tired of this. So I think I'm gonna be I'm gonna start on the 9-hole courses.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Probably
That's
do
smart.
that for a little while and only go to 18 for the big boys.
Yeah. No, that's smart.
All
Spend a
right.
lot of time at the range.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to get a swing down. Tom Witt says bad clubs make golf harder. I totally get that.
Mhm.
But when you're just getting your swing mechanics down, I don't
Yeah.
think it matters that much.
No,
Like I said,
I'll
once you've got that down and you want to start investing.
I'll be average regardless. If I want to be good, then
Sure.
see how I snuck that in there. I'm gonna be average, not bad.
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna be bad. Be average.
Kenny's just gonna go.
He's
break
gonna
90
be
his
bad
first
for
time
like
out.
5 years. He doesn't realize
It's
it
a
yet.
really hard sport.
Yeah.
Dude, the honeymoon phase of golf right now. It's the most fun part for now.
Here's
So
the dumbest part about golf is, again, because I don't work on my game enough but I go probably a couple times a year. I don't even keep score. I'm going to hang out with my buddies.
Yeah.
And drink some whatever alcohol wants to sponsor the program. That's what I'm
There we
drinking.
go.
Some Candlestick Chronicles beer, if I may. And I'll hit 2 shots where I'm like, I am back. Like you might be out there for 5 hours and it's ass for most of the time.
Yeah.
But man, you get those couple 2, 3 that you just really connect right.
Yeah.
You got
And
your swing
feel-
down. You're
feeling
like, oh, okay, I found something.
Yeah. You know what the killer is? Like I said, I've golfed less than 3 times in my life,
Mhm.
but I couldn't see the ball, so I don't even know where it goes half the time.
Oh
When
yeah,
I
you got to
hit it.
work on that.
Oh,
Now that was before I started wearing glasses, so maybe that'll help out too.
you also like when you play softball, do you swing out of your shoes?
I mean, I'm just the GOAT. It don't matter, but whatever needs if I need to go right field, if I need to go oppo, if I need to pull,
Do you
whatever I
play
need to do,
slow
I'm just
pitch?
the GOAT. Yeah. I'm just the GOAT.
What night?
I ain't played in about
Oh,
last time I
you
played.
have played. You're not playing.
No, we used to play on Friday nights all the time. Me and our guy. Shout out to my guy Jay. We was on the same
Oh
team.
yeah.
And we used to play.
Oh, he's a good player. Jay
he
can
is good.
play.
Yeah. MJ, my man Bud. We was all playing on Friday night out in Oak Grove, and then
Nice.
they had done it for forever. And he's like, man, I want my Friday nights back. So they stopped and they play like in these tournaments.
Mhm.
And I was supposed to get out there with them, but my son's baseball schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough.
Getting out there on a Saturday.
Happy Father's Day, by the way.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, James.
absolutely.
Happy
Yeah,
Father's Day,
thanks.
my guy.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thoughts on the Desmond Bane trade? We've been talking about it a lot today.
You know, my homie, he had texted me not too long ago. He's like, man, what you think about the trade? Was it an overpay? Was it too much for Desmond Bane? And the way I look at it is, if what we think, what everybody else thinks, doesn't really matter. If Orlando believes getting Desmond Bane can elevate them to potential championship status, there's no such thing as an overpay.
Mhm.
So it was shocking, 4 first rounders and a pick. Like I was like, damn. I told them in the notes. I almost reread that tweet as much as I did the Luka tweet. I was like,
Sure.
am I reading something wrong? I was looking for League hoops. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
like, am I what's
Getting
going on?
settled?
Yeah. But that's my take on it, man. Is if they really believe, and I don't think that's a crazy thought, that getting Desmond Bane could put you in the upper echelon in the East, could put you like where the Cavs are or something like that. If they believe that, it's perfectly fine.
What if I think we get really wrapped up in the first round pick? Like it's in the first round. But what if I told you every single one of those picks is going to be 25 and later?
then
You feel
they
better
can-
about it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at it this way. What if you were, instead of 4 first-round picks, you traded them for like 4 different versions of Jake LaRavia? Because that's what you're talking about, like the 25th pick in the draft, or the 20th pick in the draft, or the 18th pick. Like, yeah, you would do that deal all day long. But the problem is that it doesn't matter how they feel. If it doesn't work out, then they
Sure.
have hurt themselves.
Sure.
If they don't take the next step, and all of a sudden
But that
they
was
drop
gonna be the
back to
case
where
no
they're
matter
like
what.
the 11th pick, or the 10th pick, and like that, and your salary cap is just trash, and you're just like nothing's going right. I mean, it's always a gamble. So I get what Kenny's saying, but at the same time, like they can lose that trade. There's no question
doubt,
they can
no
lose
doubt.
that trade.
But at some point, you have to make a leap.
Oh yeah.
There's
Gotta
no
try.
guaranteed route unless you're drafting all these dudes and you're like, wow, look, we have a great team. But when you're in Orlando's spot, they weren't gonna get any better by sitting on those picks.
And the way I look at this one, and it's a little different. It's not apples to apples, but because I think this person I'm about to mention is a little better than Desmond Bane. Although Desmond Bane, he's a really good 2-guard in this league right now. He's a borderline all-star 2-guard, depending on what season it is and what's going on. That's a really good addition. But you talk about the Trae Young trade potentially for the Kings. Now John Morant might be on the table. LaMelo Ball, all these other stuff. When you trade those picks, I understand there's a certain level of team building that you do. But one of the things that I ask myself in those situations, what are the odds that whoever in those 3 picks that I traded, whoever I pick is going to be a better player than Trae Young? The odds are they probably won't, right? Like that's the odd. Not saying it's inconceivable, but if I keep those picks, I'm going to be looking for a guy like that with those picks when I can just have them right now.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I rationalize sometimes making those deals. You can't always do it that way, but
yeah. Is there a player that you would, an available player that you would do this deal for the Kings? That's salary matching for first and a pick swap. Here, let me do this. Let's do it this way. Would you do that for Trae Young?
4 is a lot. 3 is. I would do 3.
This is the offer. 4 first and a pick swap.
It might be a little too rich for my blood.
For Trae Young?
Rich, yeah.
What about Darius Garland?
Way too rich for my blood.
Okay. Who was the other one we had? Will Z threw out Trey Murphy.
Way too rich for my blood.
Okay.
Thought he was joking.
LaMelo
and Trey are the ones that give me to think about it.
Jordan Poole.
No, and I really like Jordan. You missed that. I was talking about the other day. I like Jordan.
Oh, I
Poole.
did not miss it, sir.
I like Jordan Poole. 4. That's a lot, man.
Oh.
4 is a lot.
It has to be. Yeah, Tyrese Maxey for sure. But it has to be, like you said with Orlando, and maybe there's not this player for the Kings. Because Orlando is like, oh, you could convince me they were a Desmond Bane away from being a problem in the East. With the Kings, that has to be a trade, and this is, I think, kind of the point you're making, James. It has to be something that's going to elevate your franchise to championship contention. Or damn close to it.
Well,
And I don't know that there's a player out there, anybody we just named, for the Kings where they're putting you in that.
The difference to me real quick is with Orlando, they have their franchise player and you're adding somebody there to your franchise player. With the Kings, to give all that up, you're still looking for your franchise player.
Yeah.
And that's why it's so risky for me to give that many picks. I'd rather do maybe 2 outright first, 2-3 pick swaps. But I can't just be without a first round pick for that long.
Yeah, the problem is you have the Kings don't have their Batman. They have a Robin, but they don't have their Batman. And you can see that Orlando has Batman and Robin, and then they just went out and got another guy.
Who was the third guy? Was it Alfred? I mean, was there anybody else?
Did they get
Didn't they which is the one they had?
Catwoman.
I was about to say,
Which is the
Catwoman
one they
on
had?
their side?
Alicia
Jonathan
Silverstone.
Poison Ivy would
What
go
was
back
she?
and forth sometimes, wouldn't she? Or was she just outright bad?
I feel like she was outright bad.
She's Batgirl.
I know.
Is that what she was?
Poison
That's
Ivy
a
was
long time
dangerous,
ago.
boy. Dangerous.
Yeah, but she's a
Joe's
villain.
yelling at us. We got to go. D'Lo and KC coming up next for the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. Plenty more Kings offseason talk coming up right here on this radio station. Not only with D'Lo and KC, but with the Insiders tomorrow at 10 a.m. The finals tonight, 4:30, Game 5 Indiana, OKC, in OKC. That coverage begins at 4:30. Okay, until tomorrow, 10 a.m. Drink water, be nice people. See? All right, boys. Appreciate you, Chatty House. Really good show today. A lot of good questions. We'll get to a bunch of that stuff tomorrow.
See y'all tomorrow, guys.
See y'all tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, turn the mics on. Yeah. Welcome in here to the Monday. I don't know why we so damn excited. We're coming into Monday with some energy.
Well,
I'm with it.
Okay, hold on, man. Do I do that? Oh, dang. Oh, man.
All right, Drake.
Dang, man. Oh, hey. Oh, nah. It's over. It's over. Hey, good job, though. Good job. Good job. Round of applause. Is that how I gotta? Is that what I should do today? Because that's my man's over there, and dang, man, I hate to see him upset. Dang, my.
No, look, I'm not
just
even
saying, I don't know how to react.
I was talking to Joe Brazil had the same reaction when I walked in. He's like, I could tell Joe wanted to be happy as hell, but he was just kind of and I'm like, Joe, you could be happy. It's cool, bro. Like, I'm not mad at the Giants. Like, I'm excited for the Giants, to be honest. Like, you guys are World Series contenders. Like, this is dope. Like, I love Rafael Devers.
That's
like
crazy.
I'll be watching them all the time over here. Like,
Jesse broke the
how
news
did
to
this
me. I didn't even
happen?
know.
You really?
Yeah, Jesse texted me, and I thought because we got to get that video. I'll get the video together. But I thought that's what he was texting me about. I'm about to hit him back. And he's like, bleepity bleep. Y'all just got Devers. I said, wait, what?
no, I wasn't shocked. Like, I was with my dad and brother at the time. We just got done eating and all that stuff, and it's kind of like, all right, Father's Day's over.
The Kings hate Mother's Day, and
bro, that would hurt. Like Craig Breslow. Like,
Red
I hate
Sox-
you. I hate you, Craig Breslow.
Red
I
Sox
hate
hates
you.
Father's Day.
Yeah, that was
That's
crazy.
hilarious.
That was crazy.
That's hilarious. I can't believe Jesse's the one who's. Well, I mean, I guess I can. I thought it was even my phone, like Twitter notification. People who should be tweeting about something else are tweeting about this, and I'm like, yo, okay, the Red Sox straight big deal. And then Sean's tweet, Sean Cunningham, and I'm like, to the Giants.
Yeah.
So I texted the group thread and figured y'all just left me out of it because I really don't care. But I was like, the Giants? And it was one of them things where you get into Twitter like, oh, no one saw this coming.
Nah, man.
Okay.
Nah.
Everyone all season,
Okay.
like, so far is like, oh yeah, like Devers this, Devers that. Like, yeah, you don't trade a player like that. It just doesn't happen. It's like, oh well, I guess this time egos got in the way, and it happened.
This really was. I had a conversation with my wife who she wasn't having it for some reason, but she wasn't having it.
Oh, sorry
But-
about the sweep, by the way.
Well, that didn't even come up. That didn't even come up, and we weren't even talking about that.
Wait, was it a sweep?
Hell yeah, the
We
Red
talking
Sox.
about the
The Red
Giants.
Sox.
Oh.
We talking about the Giant. Why we?
Oh,
bringing
just
that up?
right.
Just
I
saying,
got
just saying,
you.
at least
Right,
I
I
got
got
that.
you.
I got
you.
something at
I got
least.
you. I forgot talking about I got you. Okay.
But I told her
The house divided over there.
Well, I mean, I got love for the Yankees. I do. I got love for them. I'm a Yankee supporter. I'm not a Yankees fan. I'm a Yankee supporter. But I was explaining to her, I was like, yeah, this kind of is like this really is a poor man's version of Luka. Like, he's not as good as Luka Doncic is in the NBA. But he's like, Jesse, would you say
paid
the
better
level
than
below?
Luka.
Why isn't he? Like, he's not like the superstar was like, oh yeah, Rafael Devers, blah blah blah. But he's a
Well, Luka.
Who are those?
He's a top 5 hitter.
I was gonna say
Okay?
Luka probably doesn't exist in baseball. There's probably, I mean, there's like it's
so-
Aaron Judge. It's
Luka. Well, okay.
Shohei. There's probably
So,
two
I
or
would
three
say-
guys.
I
As
would
far
say
as,
the
like,
Lukas in baseball. Shohei, like on this level.
Yeah.
Shohei, Aaron Judge, Tatis.
See, I think
There you go.
I'd say those guys are better than Luka.
Better,
Ooh, wait a minute,
better at
like-
baseball than Luka.
Shohei and Judge, at least, yeah.
Well, yeah, but like if we're talking about the top
Just the
tier in their
level.
sport,
Yeah, it's-
Like
it's the
Jokic
same-
is better than Luka, but he's
We're
on the
splitting
same-
hairs, I think, at this point. But yeah, it's the
Probably.
same thing.
And I think Devers is like a.
I don't think I realized it was that big. I saw the reaction to it and was like, "Oh, you guys have feelings about this." I didn't realize he was. I knew he was good.
Mhm.
Didn't realize it was. I started
No,
seeing
yeah,
the
he's
Luka comp
Helped the
thrown
Red
around.
Sox
Like,
win a World Series
Yeah,
and all that stuff.
maybe
Like,
I
he's-
just
he's
don't-
been around. Bro.
maybe I just don't see. Baseball does weird things like this though sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, this one is particularly weird given that he's under contract for 7 more seasons.
Man, that's the aspect on the Giants end that I'm like, I'm with it. This isn't a rental. This isn't you got a year to try and sell him. Like he's here.
Yeah.
You got this young dude, 28 years old, and you got him locked up. And I just gotta give a big shout out to my man Buster Posey. My man Buster Posey. Come on, man. I get emotional when I talk about Buster Posey. I get emotional. He brought championships as a player that I never thought I'd see. And now
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
I do. And now He saw what that bum Farhan was doing for years. He said, "You're not going. I'm not from San Francisco. I'm from Georgia.
I'm sorry.
from Georgia."
Are you emotional or is Buster Posey emotional?
Well, he got emotional too, but he said,
he
"I'm not
did.
from San Francisco. I'm from Georgia. Okay,
Okay.
I went to Florida State, but you're not going to do this to this organization, Farhan.
Uh-huh.
Get the hell out of here."
Uh-huh. So Buster just went from emotional to Stone Cold
Got
Steve
pissed
Austin.
off.
I got it.
He got pissed off.
I
He
got
said,
it.
"You're not going to do this to this organization," and
Mhm.
he came back home. He
Mhm.
came back home.
Mhm.
And look what he's doing. He
Mhm.
only been on the job for like 6-7 months.
Mhm.
He got my man Willie Adames, who's struggling, but
Mhm.
that's my boy. It was talking to him during that Sunday night baseball
Mhm.
game.
Mhm.
And I said, "That's my
Mhm.
dog right there. That's my dog. I might have to get an Adames jersey. That's my dog right
add
there.
it to the list, Jesse. Another
That's my
Thinks
dog."
this is our first baseball jersey that's here, so let's get that on the list.
And now he went out and he said, "I ain't worried about no contract. I ain't worried about none of this other stuff.
Mhm.
I'm going to get one of them ones.
Yeah.
I'm going to get one of them ones." And now they set up. Now they just got a couple of things they got to add here and there.
Mhm.
But, oh, yeah, we ready to run with the Dodgers and the Padres. We ready. We ready.
Okay. Okay.
My bad. Didn't mean to start the show. I just didn't know how to
That's
talk to
fine.
Jesse. I didn't know.
This team. I'm gonna try this question two different ways.
Mhm.
You can expand on the answer. I'm gonna try it two different ways. Prior to what was it? Sunday.
Mhm.
So we'll say when we left here Friday, and that first Dodgers Giants game was about to get underway. Were the Giants legitimate World Series contenders?
I wouldn't put them in World Series contenders. I would have said they're a playoff team. They'd probably be a wild card.
Despite what it meant going into that series this weekend.
Yeah, well, here's where things may have changed, right? The offense was starting to leak oil a little bit. We were starting to see some of the holes in the lineup. They needed for be a championship contender, they needed another starter. They still do probably need another starter. But I didn't see them as a championship contender. Right now, they're a fringe championship contender. I still think they got to go get another arm. The bullpen is solid. That's the best bullpen in baseball. I still think they need to go get another starting arm. And like Devers, he just changes everything, right? He just changes everything about that lineup. Now I'm a little bit more like before I would have been like, man, we got to find something to do with that spot in the lineup. But now you might be able to get away with it. Devers changes that offense. I still want one more big bat, but he changes that offense crazy.
Okay, so are they a World Series contender today? Because you just said okay, all right,
fringe.
All right.
So
I'm a little surprised.
To be a World Series contender, in my opinion, you got to be able to win the division. Before, I didn't think they could win the division. I thought they could hang around. Yeah, they can win the division now. So now you've got that box checked, and it's like, all right, can you win 3 rounds in the playoffs?
Yeah.
I want one more starter. I love what Robbie Ray's doing. Obviously, Logan Webb is doing his thing. I want one more starter. They talking about Verlander coming back. Man, all right, man. Look, I need one more starter. That's all I'm gonna say. One more starter.
How do you feel about the farm system they gave up?
Hey, no, I don't mean to laugh. I ain't trying to laugh. I'm not trying to laugh. I'm not, bro. I'm not trying. I ain't trying to laugh.
You're actually laughing.
I'm not trying.
What happened? What?
I don't know.
No, ask Jesse the question you asked me.
I asked how he felt about the farm system that went back.
Oh yeah, Casey tried to be nice. I said, "Oh yeah, you're getting cut." I don't care, Casey.
So y'all are done. Is this thrown in the towel?
No. Like
no, because their farm system crazy.
Yeah, we got 3 of the top 10 prospects.
I mean for the year. I'm sorry. I meant for the year.
No, I wouldn't even say that. Like you still got good players. You just got back. Like no, it's just it's our GM got his feelings hurt.
And there was stuff over there.
Yeah.
Between.
Oh yeah. They
this is literally Luka and Nico Harrison as far as Craig Breslow's bad because
but
Devers didn't want to play all these positions.
But it's way more public.
Yeah.
Like this was known. This was
I had my ear to
regular
the
knowledge.
street. They was like, yeah, I've been wanting him out of here.
Yeah.
In the streets, they was like, get him out, man. He a little prima donna and all this other stuff. To answer your question, it would be. This is gonna sound disrespectful on all accounts, but I'm not trying to be. This would be let's just say he's in the Luka class, just for argument's sake. This will be trading Devin Carter, Mason Jones.
Chill out, dude.
Hold on,
Isaac
really?
Mason Jones is crazy. Mason Jones is crazy. Which one
Really?
is Mason?
Wait, who was the third name?
Isaac Jones.
Really?
I don't think any of those guys they gave
Kyle
up are
Harrison is
doing-
Devin Carter?
I was
jeez.
I mean
Craig Breslow, watch your back.
all right.
I
Jordan Hicks is probably
That's it.
Jordan Hicks is probably I'm putting him as a current player. So Jordan Hicks is probably Laravia. He's probably Laravia.
Oh, everything I read about them brothers was wrong then.
Harrison.
crap.
Harrison is Devin Carter.
Harrison's
They're
talking
Devin
about
Carter.
Harrison like he could be something.
I'll put it.
I'm
to
not
you like
talking
that.
ace or anything.
I'll put it
but
to you like that. I'm not.
Not a number
I'm
two
not
starter.
crying over none of that.
Yeah, you
Harrison's
got Ruffy.
cool.
You
Well,
got
it
Devers,
wouldn't.
though.
It wouldn't
He's
even
cool.
matter for this year, though, right? Like we're talking 2 years, 3 years that you're wondering if this turns out to be.
For those
Like, I don't know-
for those other guys, Tibbs. I did see some good things about Tibbs. He's like, so Tibbs is like, if you right now, he's like trading this year's second rounder. We don't even know who that guy is. But
Yeah.
say if it was like Proctor from Duke, like,
Mhm.
oh, that's a good little pickup right there.
Mhm.
That's what Tibbs is.
Okay.
So like it's cool, but they didn't give up. The Giants didn't give up like
It's an easy
none
deal
of the
to
top
make.
5 prospects. None of them.
Yeah, I think I saw they were talking about it 2 weeks ago, and I was supposed I would have did that deal like just immediately.
Yeah.
I don't know why it took this long for them.
They still got Eldridge. That's the guy. That's their number 1 prospect. They still got him. They didn't give up none of their top 5 prospects for this. So, yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Harrison's cool. He's cool. He's cool. He's the Devin Carter. He's cool.
Great.
We'll come back.
Great. Being a sports fan sucks.
Different spectrums of the trade over the weekend, and that wasn't the only trade over the weekend.
Wow.
Ain't no waiting until the end of the NBA Finals.
They said the hell with that.
And I'm not the only one who read this tweet over and over and over again, thinking I was missing something. We'll talk about it. It's happening. There's trades all over the place. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, where we will be this Friday. We got updates on that coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
See, it's varying. Nate said he was number 4. He said he was number 3. I already wasn't top 5. I could be wrong though. I'm listening to people that I trust. They use that line. They didn't give up any top 5 prospects. But I heard Tibbs I heard he's cool. He's in low A though, ain't he? Is he double A? I know he's not triple A. He might be in single A.
We're just willing to get something back and dump your money. Is it possible that a player, or have you ever seen a player do something that egregious that it's just like, oh, in your terms, dump this player on another team?
Never a superstar player.
Why is that so funny?
I don't know.
This is egregious.
Huh?
And,
Who's that?
The ego affects the progress of the game. It always has.
This
The ego
is
got in the way here.
Jim
And whether it's
Bowden,
Craig Breslow's ego,
former Major League
Henry
Baseball
Devers'
general
one,
manager.
or John Henry
I don't know for who.
him, or whether it's
And some
John
podcast.
Henry's ego, upset that he's paying a guy $300 million
Kyle
that
sent it to
didn't
me.
want to run over and play first base. I mean, look, I don't know the reasons behind it. They have their own reasons. But no, this is unacceptable. The late Sparky Anderson, who was the manager. of the Big Red-
Unacceptable. That's crazy. I think one of the issues too that kind of make it like Luka as well is apparently they didn't like put this out. They didn't put him out on the trading block.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
they didn't
yeah.
negotiate with no one.
Yeah, and if you would have put him out on the even like how they're talking about trading him is like egregious. Even if you decided we're gonna trade him, like at least let's see the best deals that you could get. They could have got a better deal than this.
Bro, you do not need to be like a smart person to do these jobs or to get them.
They could have got it. They could have got a better deal than this. This wasn't like the worst deal, but
This is embarrassing.
they could have got a better deal.
Bill, what's your problem, man? Why you gonna bring up Mookie today?
Damn.
That's the thing too. Like, just Red Sox fans in general, like you finally getting over that future to look forward to, and it's like boom, they trade Devers now.
I still think Mookie's even worse.
No, Mookie's way worse. Mookie's way worse.
That was
but like,
crazy. What did they get from Mookie? They needed prospects.
sorry ass Verdugo, I think. Jeter Downs.
The only saving grace for the Red Sox, though, is their farm system is kind of crazy, though. They've got the number one prospect in baseball. Right?
Yeah, shout out Roman Anthony and Marcelo Meyer, Christian Campbell too.
Looking like a 2025 version of Bryce Harper. That's the only saving grace.
Garrett Crochet's sick too. We got an ace at least. They got a future. It's just trading Devers just made no sense.
Twitter is very happy over these starting lineup introductions.
What, they're going to broadcast them now?
Mm-hmm.
It's about time, bro. Too little, too late, Adam.
Nah, he'll be around. But probably just all in unison there, I think.
You just got off the phone with Nico, like, hey, it's all good, bro. You get through this.
Part of me yesterday
You're
was
gonna
like,
win the lottery.
part of me yesterday was like, if Nico Harrison doesn't make that Luka trade, is Craig Breslow just inspired enough to do this? Maybe not.
That's crazy, too.
Wait till Patrick Mahomes gets traded next year.
Yeah.
That's a good question. What is the NFL equivalent of these two trades?
It's got to be a quarterback. Patrick Mahomes would be insane.
Lamar?
I was about to say it's Lamar.
I was gonna say Lamar, Josh Allen.
Joe Burrow?
Yeah, it's one of those top quarterbacks, those top 2-tier quarterbacks.
I think it'd be Lamar because he hasn't won yet, but like Devers has a World Series. I don't know. We're back.
Okay.
Today's one of those talk through the pain type of days. I'm not gonna lie.
But
Hold on. You had your say. You want to talk through this? I'm here.
I'm just saying. Like, I'm talking
impartial.
through it. Like, hey, this trade hurts.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I got you.
But
But
just because it's like being a sport. Like I was telling Kyle, like right now, the Red Sox they just got back to 500. It's not necessarily like, oh yeah, like they're gonna go to the World Series or anything like that. But you just swept the Yankees. You got 3 top 10 prospects, aces there, and all that stuff. It's like, all right, now they're finally cooking since trading Mookie and all that. And then you end the night, you traded Devers. It's just like, oh, our sorry ass front office just let their egos get in the way of everything.
So does this
kind of like you let your ego get in the way of like winning and just I guess it's slap in the face of the fans a bit too. I feel
egos and sex get in the way of everything. Like one of those two things interferes with everything. But you said something there, and you have brought this name up so many times. Does this hurt more because of the stuff with Mookie? Like does it like if Mookie had never happened, if he had never been a Red Sox, or if he still was, one or the other?
I think a little bit.
Would this
like
hurt
we're just
the
getting
same?
over that? Like we're just getting over Mookie.
What
Like, now you guys, yeah.
This makes it worse.
Mookie's worse than Mookie was worse. Mookie was always worse because it was like a no-brainer to bring him back. But like this is also like Mookie part 2, I guess.
And that's what I mean. So
Yeah.
Mookie already happening makes this trade worse.
Yeah.
Like more painful.
Yeah.
Especially in baseball where there's no cap. You're the Red Sox.
There's no reason to make moves like this.
You
You
got more money than anybody could want in baseball. Like that's not an issue. You got a fan base that's gonna show up and sell out every night. There's no reason to do either one of these.
It's like bro doesn't want to play first, third base, or whatever. It's great. He's also second in RBIs behind Aaron Judge. Like, come on.
But you just said you just got back to 500. You weren't winning the World Series.
there was a
this
future
year.
though. Like you build around a guy like Devers.
How old is he?
28.
Oh, okay.
Build around or build with.
Yeah, build
You got
with.
these
Like
young
he's one of the best hitters in baseball. Like you don't move that for Kyle Harrison and Jordan Hicks.
No.
And the Florida
But you
State
are the
hitters.
Red Sox. Like
Yeah,
you could.
They haven't been the Red Sox in a while.
Oh.
As far as the money spent, like just
Yeah.
that, yeah, it hasn't been the case.
Did you hear your boy's theory? which is
Bill Simmons?
Now, to be clear,
I don't know.
his
I've
boy
seen it, yeah.
means your boy,
Yeah,
Well, no,
right?
he listens
we
to the
don't like
podcast.
the same teams.
Who's
Jesse and him like the
I've
same
got
teams.
Bill
We
Simmons.
don't like the
when
same-
was
Hold
the
on, hold on.
last time you listened to Bill Simmons?
Years. I've got him muted on Twitter. I haven't
Okay.
seen a Bill Simmons
Terrific.
tweet in ages. Actually,
Terrific.
I didn't even listen to the podcast. So I don't know, but I think it was a tweet that he had where he's just talking. He's potting.
Mhm.
Like he's just potting. But the Red Sox owners own Liverpool, I think.
Yeah, they just bought like a $157 million player, but like that's not like they were gonna give Juan Soto $500+ million. Like that's not the case here. It's literally just GM's feelings, front office feelings got hurt, and they let that get in the way.
Well,
happy for you guys though. I'll be there. What is it, June 21st? Oracle Park, watching the Red Sox face off against Rafael Devers. Yeah,
this weekend. That's crazy. They play each other this weekend.
Me and my brother, we don't even want to go to the damn game anymore. Stupid.
The Red Sox have they come here yet?
Not yet.
What's funny? Didn't he beat the Yankees the other night?
He hit a home
Bro,
run
he had a home run
yesterday.
yesterday. It was 1-0 and he had a home run in the 6th to make it 2.
Hours before the
GM's
trade.
like, he won't play first base though.
That's hilarious.
That's crazy.
That's hilarious.
And
And,
then
they swept the Yankees.
Yes.
And then Kyle
Yes, I
Harrison was
got
supposed
that.
to start yesterday. He was like doing his final warm up.
He got hit with one of those. Whoa! Let me holler at you, player.
Yeah.
That's
It
tough.
was. I don't want to make it too dramatic, but I feel like it was like maybe about 30 minutes before game time.
Mhm.
He's the starting pitcher. Like 30 minutes before game time.
That's
And
crazy.
he's like, nah, man, come over.
That
here real
is
quick.
crazy. And he's what? He's a kid. I mean, he's 20.
He's just a kid.
Like,
Yeah.
no,
Young
he's
dude.
he's young.
Young dude from
hey,
from Northern California.
You're
So-
going from San Francisco to Boston.
Well, now he's going to Pawtucket. They put him in.
I don't think it's
AAA.
Pawtucket. I think it's Worcester.
Yeah, I think. you're
Yeah.
right.
Shout out to Woo Sox.
Okay, great. You're going to something way worse than Boston.
You
And
how
yes,
Boston,
that's a
You
thing.
know how Boston fans are too. They're already kind of not happy with him. It's not even his fault.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
I
tough,
listened
man.
for 30 minutes today,
That's
and they were
tough.
talking about how fat Devers was. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, he's not Pablo Sandoval.
Oh, they really are trying to make this like Luca.
No, yeah, it's not. Yeah, Robert Devers is perfect, bro. Like they're stupid.
I love that the fat boy is like the go-to line now. Did you see Irvin on with your boy last week?
No.
So I saw the clip circulating. I guess Magic did his yearly appearance over on First Take.
Yeah, I saw he was on there. I didn't see what he said.
And he was, of course, he's talking about Luca. And he's like, yeah, Luca, we shouldn't have to tell you, we shouldn't have to tell you to not be fat. Like, you should come into shape. This is the Los Angeles Lakers. And it's like, okay. But then he made the mistake of start naming names. Look at LeBron, Kobe, Shaq. And I sat here like, wait a goddamn minute. We're not going to rewrite history here. Come on, Irvin. Don't do that.
Now, to be fair to Irvin, Magic Johnson, Shaq didn't start doing that till he had won a few championships. Well, a couple.
No, that's true.
Luka, you ain't won nothing, bro. You need to be in shape.
So you have to be in shape because you're a Laker. Or you have to be in shape because you haven't won a championship. Which is it?
You have to be in shape for, I guess, for both.
Okay, because that's
Like,
not how he
first
framed
and
it. He said,
foremost-
"This is the Lakers. You got to come in here in shape."
Yeah, first and foremost, because you haven't won a championship. You need to get these people off your back.
They said the new Luka offseason picks are like the Ben Simmons shooting a 3 during the offseason.
Every year.
videos. Yeah.
They last 3 years. Oh, they let this demon get in shape. And
Luka
then
took the stairs to lunch.
and then by December, he's too fat.
Well, the funny thing is, this couldn't have happened last year. There was no way they were looking, because didn't it? What was the story that they put out there that they gave Luka? What was it, October or November
Around this time, I saw skinny Luka post.
last year?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're telling me there were skinny Luka posts last year, but they still said he came in out of shape.
I don't know.
That's the
what
thing. It's
happened.
like Ben Simmons shooting a 3.
Right.
Like he hit this 3 in this video, but I'm clearly seeing it's not the case in real life.
Right. I think the skinny Luka people are lying. maybe he's slimmer than you even thought. Maybe that's the case. Maybe when they saw him, they're like, oh, looks like he's been in shape. No, this is how he normally is. You just thought he was bigger than that. This is the shape. Because clearly when he gets back to training camp, he's not skinny Luka, according to the Mavericks.
Okay. Maybe he was trying to get traded. Maybe he went to James Harden trade me route.
Maybe he had a fat suit on in Dallas in the games.
Maybe he just wore it in LA to keep up the appearances, and now he's just walking around, without the suit on.
Luka.
But I just love that being fat all of a sudden is the line we're using in sports. David was fat, had to trade him.
I don't even think that's they weren't even like using that, it's Boston. So they weren't even using that as like they were making fun of him. They're like, oh yeah, what's the not CGI, but how you count fat to muscle ratio?
BMI.
Yeah, his
body mass index.
His BMI, his BMI was the same as his batting average or something crazy. They just being mean.
It's pretty damn good.
That's funny. That's funny.
Just being mean.
His BMI is the same as his that doesn't even make sense. That's why it's funny.
No, it's like, all right, they'll be fine over here. They'll be fine. Buster said he's already talked to him. He said he's going to do whatever he can to help the team. His boys really
body mass index is 272. That's hilarious.
Yeah, Willie Adames, they're boys. You know what I mean? They play on the Dominican national team together. So, oh yeah, it's gonna be a good time out here. It's gonna be a good time. Rafael Devers has been waiting for. Giants have been waiting to get a player like this for 30 plus years.
So not to be like a smart ass, what's his position?
He'll DH probably, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, he'll DH a little bit, play first a little bit, maybe if Chapman, because he's not playing third base over Chapman.
Right.
Like that's not happening. But Chapman's hurt for a while. So he's gonna be hurt. They thought it might be 10 days. He's on a 10-day IL, but they're like, hold on, player. Might be a little longer than that. And then they were like, hold on, player. Might be about a month.
Oh.
So
shout out Teddy Long.
Shout out to him. So that'll be the case while he's out. But when he comes back, first base DH. I think the issue in Boston was more so the principality of the situation. Do you think that's accurate, Jesse?
Well, yeah, because like the whole Bregman stuff started in the offseason. Like, oh yeah, they're interested in Alex Bregman. We all knew it, but they're lying to Rafael Devers. Like, no, you're our third. They're telling him you're our third baseman. We're not going after everyone. Like, you're going to play third base this season. Worst kept secret was like, no, they're going after Alex Bregman or Nolan Arenado. You land Bregman. It's like, okay, like we lied to you or whatever. We told you this, but can you DH for us? And he was unhappy about it because you told him one thing. You also gave him this massive contract, 10-year contract, where like he's the face of your franchise, yada yada, all this stuff that comes with it. And like he's like, no, I don't want to DH. And eventually, I don't know if it's Alex Cora or whoever, but they work it out. He's DHing now. And then so Tristan Costas tears his leg up. He's out for the season. Like, Rafi, can you play first base for us? He's like, no, you told me that you weren't looking for a third baseman. You got one. You told me whatever, that I was just going to DH and I wasn't going to play the field. And it's like, now you're asking me to do this as well. Like, you're telling me to do all these things. And it's like, you got to treat your stars like stars as well. That's kind of where it went wrong.
Yeah.
It was just miscommunication since the offseason.
Who broke it down perfectly? Yeah, I think it's just really, it felt disrespected. It wasn't even about the position.
You probably could have avoided all this if you just communicated way better with him from the beginning and told him, like, yeah, we're looking at Alex Bregman.
So you think the Red Sox handled this poorly?
Yeah, extremely poorly. And Craig Breslow, they got their feelings hurt because they think he should do it a certain way because he's getting paid all this money. So play what we tell you. And he thought otherwise, but I'm with Devers. I think the Red Sox handled this just insanely poorly.
Okay.
So to answer your question, and I think this was, I don't know where this came from. I don't know if Buster said it on the radio this morning or what, but I know he's talked to Rafael Devers, and the wording is, Rafael's like, I'll do whatever to help win. Like, you don't have to play me a certain place or what I'll do whatever the team needs to help be a part of it.
So it sounds like this relationship had just gone completely sour.
Right.
Yeah.
It was more than the position
situation.
he felt disrespected, right or wrong. He felt disrespected by them.
Okay.
Some people would say getting paid $250 million, like, yeah, disrespect me in that way. Others would be like, nah, bro, like they
or you're paying me $250 million. Show me more respect.
Yeah. And they were like, when they did all this other stuff and he ended up being a DH and then things went wrong and we need you to play first, or he's like, that's not my problem.
And Craig Breslow also isn't. We're out inside baseball first 30 minutes, but like this Red Sox GM job was
literally
sought
a first.
after. Yeah, like this Red Sox GM job wasn't sought after. Like he wasn't like the first choice or anything. So it's like, how much of this job does this guy actually know how to do?
Why is the Red Sox job all of a sudden bad?
Because they don't spend money anymore. They're cheap. They're not
they
the Oakland.
broke?
They're not the Sacramento Ways or anything. But it's like they just you didn't pay Mookie, you didn't pay Xander Bogaerts.
Just
like
take a shot at the A's for no reason. Are you lashing out?
I called him Sacramento.
Well,
you
you
did call
did.
him Sacramento.
You
You
did.
did.
Yeah, you
I mean,
did.
Oakland,
Fair
fine,
enough.
Oakland, because they
Fair-
paid Silver Severino on those guys this
fair
year, so that's
enough.
not fair. But yeah, they're different now. You brought in Bregman, you paid Crochet and stuff, but it's just, I don't know. Like back then, you wouldn't have traded Devers like this.
They were at one point they were going toe to toe with the quote unquote evil empire, dollar for dollar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
eventually, like they won that battle. You don't have to go toe to toe with them dollar for dollar because the Yankees just don't win anymore.
Well,
but
I
yeah,
mean, what the hell's wrong with you? They're winning right
Why
now.
are you taking
They're
that?
winning right
Why
now.
are you taking that personally?
what do you mean right
I
now? They
thought-
just lost 3 in a row right now.
They still in first place.
Cares? See, that's the thing too. You Yankee supporters, Yankees fans. Oh, we're in first place. We're in first place. We used to talk about World Series. Just be honest with you people. You used to talk about World Series rings, and now it's like, oh, first place. Oh, in June we're in first place. I don't care about no first place.
Well, if it's about World Series, then it's about World Series, right? How many we talking?
I don't know.
How many
Graham.
we talking?
I
We
don't
can't
know.
put no caveats
Tell me
on
more.
when we make
Tell
the
me-
cutoff.
Tell
How
me
many
more.
we talking?
Tell me more about Mickey Mantle. Tell me.
No, wait a minute. I'm confused. Are you repping the Giants or the
Yeah, what's
Yankees
going
right
on?
now?
Always
What is
rep-
happening?
I'm Giants. I'm always gonna be Giants. But he sideswipes these Yankees, and I'm like, yo,
Tell
don't
me more
sideswipe
about
the
Yogi
Yankees.
Berra. Wow.
I don't know.
Don't
You-
sideswipe them. Look at Adam.
They,
yo,
they,
come
they
on with
calling
that.
you NYKC
Come on
out
with
here.
That Abbey too. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, like they see it. NYKC is kind of funny.
Hey, that's a good one.
That's
right
your
there.
new. That's NYKC.
Look, man.
Look, we haven't done D'Lo and KC merch in a minute. We might be on to something.
Look, man. Yankees, Knicks, I support them. I'm Giants. I'm always gonna be Giants. I'm Kings. I'm always gonna be Kings.
And
Don't
everything,
get it twisted.
everything cool about New York happened 30 years ago.
Yeah, I guess so. They haven't won nothing in a while. I mean, they did win a championship, what, 10, 15 years ago? 2009. What is that? 15?
Wasn't even in high school yet.
Mm.
I'll never forget that championship because I was watching them celebrate and I was just sitting there. I remember I was in a gym and I was like, damn.
Beat the Phillies, right?
Yes. I was like, damn, man, I'm never going to experience that. And then 12 months later,
In
my
rapid
boys-
succession.
my boys did it. Shout out to my boy, Buster Posey. He did it. And he's doing it again. He's doing it again. 28 for life.
Boy, Buster Posey or Aaron Boone? Which one's more your
No,
your boy?
There's only 128 and only one player I acknowledge here, and it's Gerald Buster Posey.
His first name's Gerald.
Yep.
Oh,
Buster
look
is
at
his nickname.
hey, how about Monty McNair? He's joining the Clippers in an advisor role.
on what not to do.
Hey, what did Monty say?
No,
He said do this. All right, hey, no, hey, do this.
I've got some advice for the Los Angeles Clippers. Oh, that's cute.
Now that
Good
look,
for him.
now here we can intersect things a little bit. Look, I'm not saying stats don't matter and all this other stuff, but I'm more of a Posey guy. Use those numbers, but at the end of the day, let's talk about baseball. Let's talk about basketball. Monty McNair, yeah, them numbers is cool. But let's talk about basketball, man.
Well, yeah, sports is not a math equation.
Yeah. Monty McNair was damn near like Farhan.
I don't know that assessment is off, man. Let me ask you one more Giants question. I don't know if you, huh?
So we're cooking now, the Giants,
right?
Danny, call in.
You might.
He'd be so proud of us.
Oh,
tear of joy coming down his cheek right now.
What do we have to do with the?
Guys, Joey Bart's getting called up. Joey Bart's getting called up. What are we gonna do? Joey Bart, we're gonna lead with it. We're gonna talk Joey Bart.
No, hold on. I wonder if I could find that original text, because I don't imagine I've ever texted about it. Was Joey Bart, right?
Pre-show meeting in the morning, 9 o'clock, guys. All right, so Joey Bart called up. What's the plan for today? How we doing this?
The Kings said like we're in trade discussions with somebody talking about Joey Bart. Oh no.
I did. I couldn't find Joey Bart for some reason in my text thread, but I did find, I don't know why. I see why it popped up. I forgot about this one where we asked one of our elusive guests who's just really difficult to pin down. It's Mark Spears. I forgot about this one. Apparently we asked Mark Spears to join us. He said he was busy, and then he went on the Murph and Max show.
Yeah, he told me he was on vacation once. Like, bro, I see you. You're on TV. Yeah. Mark, you've been on the show like 5 times.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh man. But
I'm trying to find that original Joey Bart tweet, and I can't find it. That'd be so great.
Here's another aspect of the Giants situation, though. The Giants signed Barry Bonds. What you say?
I didn't even get to ask you the question I wanted to.
Oh,
but
go.
No, keep going, because I don't know if you might be answering it without knowing what it is.
Okay. The Giants signed Barry Bonds in 1990, in the winter of 1992.
Uh-huh.
They haven't signed or traded for a player. Obviously, nobody's Bonds caliber, but this type of player. We're talking about the San Francisco Giants. They haven't signed outright in free agency or traded for a player of Devers caliber in 30
Exactly what I was about to
years.
ask you. Is this the biggest acquisition the Giants have had in recent memory?
100%. 100%. This is a MVP caliber player, one of the best hitters in the last 5 years. They haven't been able to get a player like this in the building in 3+ decades. And Buster Posey comes in here in one offseason and one half of a season and is able to get some would say, and it's debatable. I mean, the numbers were there before, but some would say Willie Adames, they hadn't been able to get somebody like him in decades. And they were able to sign him in the offseason. Now you add Devers. This is Buster Posey out of nowhere. It's a new day and time. And I'm not going to apologize to ownership. I'm not going to do that just because. No, I'm not going to do that. But the thought was always that Giants ownership currently didn't care about baseball, was being real cheap with everything. I think they announced at the beginning of the season they were about to lower payroll and all this other stuff. And to me, clearly the problem was Farhan Zaidi. Clearly. Because Buster comes in here in 5-6 months. They signed a 200 or whatever the contract was for Willie Adames, and they commit to paying Devers $250 million. Just like that. So clearly, Farhan was the type of player, type of general manager who would look at these players and say, "No, I don't like home runs, and I don't like RBIs, and I actually don't like wins.
What do you like?
I do like Vazorp, and the Vazorp of a guy like Haniger is exactly what we need. We don't need Carlos Correa and Aaron Judge. We don't need him either.
What? I'm sorry. Were you going to Morton's? What was that?
We don't need any of these guys.
Okay.
What we need is a guy with a good Vazorp and a guy that can only play when we pitch against left-handers. That's what we need.
You know, it would be great if that program you use to cut reels just captured Kenny talking like that. and that just pops up on someone's screen. Like, man, what is wrong with this guy?
30 plus years. Somebody in the chat.
That's crazy.
Bobby Hill, Chris Bryant. That was close. Chris Bryant was really, really good. At the time
but
of
wasn't
the trade, but he
at
wasn't
the
Devers.
end of his deal?
Yes.
Like he
was an expiring contract. Contract.
Okay.
And he signed as a free agent the following. Was he only here for that stretch run?
I feel like he was only here. Season? I feel like he was only here a year. Yeah.
Chris Bryant was really good.
Here. What am I doing?
Down the road. Chris Bryant was really good, but he wasn't Rafael Devers. He was closer to Adamas than he was Devers. But I mean, even if you want to include him, since Barry Bonds, they've been looking for somebody like this, and they got him.
Well, salute. I think the number was probably 12.5. If you hit the double demon and got to 24.5, you got paid if you took the more.
This was the
on D'Lo and KC baseball coverage. Man, you got paid.
This is like the perfect storm of all worlds colliding, I guess.
We haven't even figured out a way to work the Kings into this conversation yet.
Well, Monty McNair and Farhan.
We did it.
Yes.
God damn it, we did it.
Yes, we did it. And speaking of baseball, I mean, this isn't a long conversation, but your boy's coming back tonight.
We're back. Hey,
Stop,
I'm not gonna lie. I was
stop.
a little happy after that.
Stop, bro. Stop.
At least I got Shohei.
Stop.
We're back.
Wait, I thought your boy. Wait, who
That's
are you
his
talking
boy.
about?
No, that's his boy.
Shohei Ohtani.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you're talking about Shohei pitching. Okay, when you
Yeah,
said
that's
my
his
boy
boy.
Shohei, I
That's
didn't
his boy.
Superstar's back.
No, you're not. You come on. You're. I mean,
what are you doing?
I'm
Hold on,
curious
hold
to
on,
see that.
hold on.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
why he's
No,
back?
but
Because
he
he can't do this. Oh, Aaron Judge is better nonsense like he's done for the last year.
He is better.
Nah.
He's the best player in baseball
We're
right
back.
now.
We're
Aaron
back.
Judge.
We're back.
Stop it. Stop it.
We're back, and I'll tell you about Sky River Casino on Friday. Oh, okay.
Ohtani was 2 for 2 yesterday.
No, you good. You good.
Ohtani was like 2 for 2 with 3 runs scored yesterday. Oh, man. You know, I'm not exactly sure about this, but I'll just do it anyway. I think the Run Your League game is over. The season is over. And we have a champion. It's Zabo.
Yeah.
Zabo with 12 Run Your Game wins. Congratulations.
Don't worry, disappointed fans. We didn't know it was ending either.
Congratulations, Zay. Congratulations. You're a true champion.
I wouldn't call myself a Dodgers supporter, but I do watch them a lot.
Oh, it's very supporter-ish. It's very supporter-ish.
They're just on. Like I take the
No,
dog
hold
out
on.
like late at 7:00, and the Dodgers game's always on.
Yo, you and everybody else needs to stop congratulating Zabo for winning this fake league
What?
that y'all created.
It's
for
a
the
real
work
league,
for
bro.
the work that he was already doing.
It's a real league. Well, he showed perseverance when things got tough. When Johnny started to creep up a little bit, Johnny was in second place with 6. And then when Soren got 1 and 50 McNasty got 2, it got a little dicey. But Zabo, he put his head down and he continued to work hard. And that's why he's a true champion. Salute to my man, Zabo.
This was essentially like a Daniel Bryan thing where everything was worked against him, but somehow he won.
Zabo, true champion. Hey, real quick before we come back, I want to give a shout out to my people over at the Two Rivers Foundation. I was able to MC their charity golf event on Saturday morning. Great guys, big fans of the show. And they're just doing a lot of really good stuff out there. They're doing a lot of really good stuff in the community, in the world, damn near, man. Partnering with the Make-A-Wish, man. So great dudes, great supporters of the show. I want to give a big shout out to my people over the Two Rivers Foundation, man. Big ups. We getting on. I told them we getting on the links next year.
Okay.
Have you golf, right?
I have golfed. I do not golf. I have golfed.
We getting out there next year, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm down. I'm down.
Golfing seems pretty cool. You have a lot.
If
of
you
patience with
just
that,
like, well, one, you got to learn a proper swing or you'll hurt yourself.
Oh,
But if you just, did you see the video from Will? That's funny. If you just enjoy the weather, have a nice course, man, it could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I said over the week, man. I think I'm about to get into golf a little bit. One of the biggest issues I have though is time. That's about 2-3 hours that I just find 2-3 hours on a weekend to go golf.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough.
What's up, Securing the Bagley? They've been asking us to do something like this for a few years. We didn't know if y'all would dig it or not. We were thinking about doing something at Top Golf.
What are you guys hearing in the halls?
Oh man,
Jesse's funny, man. Jesse
COVID,
really
bro.
is.
What are you talking about?
Jesse really is the funniest person on the show.
I just talk. That's it.
The
Bro,
most
it's COVID. What are you talking
the
about,
most repeated line in my house is "Beat it, kid," and it's 100% attributed every time to Jesse Tapia.
He'll take a lap.
Yeah, just giving fudgesicles out yesterday. Here, beat it, kid. All right, man. All right.
Yeah, I see y'all. I see y'all cooking up. We're gonna cook something up. I'm gonna say it right now. We're gonna cook something up.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We're working on a few things. We're always working on a few things. We're working on a live broadcast for this Friday. We will be there, and here's what I need y'all to know. Sky River Casino, 32 Brew Street, this Friday. An evening with D-Lo and Casey. First one we've ever done. It is a live show of sorts. It's not a live radio show. It's not a live streaming show. We're not airing it anywhere. We're not doing it. I mean, Leezy will be around taking videos and the photographs and all of that stuff. But the show in its entirety will not air anywhere. The idea is really to just hang out. We'll tell some stories. We all working on a few guests. It's cold. so some of the responses started white. In fact, all of the big names that we reached out to started white hot.
Yeah,
it's a little colder right now. It's gone a little colder, but we're gonna follow up with them all week. But either way, man, we're gonna have some fun. It'll be a little bit different. We won't be constrained to commercials, cameras. There'll be no music. There'll be no breaks. It'll just be 2 hours straight drinking wine, having food, or drinking whatever, having food and talking. It's our first live show of any sorts since we did the mega broadcast way back in November.
Man.
And I was out at Sky River for Pride Bingo on Friday with the wake up call. And y'all need to know they was outside. So we need y'all help. Don't make us look bad in our own house. We're going to need y'all to come out, fill up that patio, because we'll be outside. It was gorgeous. I was like, man, it's going to be a little hot out there. Perfect. They have it set up absolutely perfect out there. So come through Sky River Casino. As soon as we get confirmation on the guest, man, we'll announce them. We won't keep it a secret. Or we'll just tell you everyone who said no. So far, Mike Bibby's out of town. That was our first shot. We were like, oh, this would be perfect. But Mike just happens to be out of town this week. We couldn't make it work. Also, we've got tickets to see the Weekend in Playboy Cardi. We're going to be giving those away on Friday.
Come on now.
Come through, hang out. The Weekend in Playboy Cardi. They're going to be at Levi Stadium at the beginning of July. And we'll be able to send you. So come through, hang out. I've already taken notes on some stories that we'll tell that maybe we can't tell on the air or haven't told on the air. So that's coming up this Friday, 7 p.m., 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino.
That's going to be a good time, man. It's going to be a good time on a Friday night in Elk Grove.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. So the baseball trade got everybody buzzing yesterday. But, man, that was after the Desmond Bane to Orlando trade got people talking on Saturday. Particularly the amount of picks that were involved in this trade. and I was certain I read this wrong or didn't understand it, and I'm still confident, like I just don't understand what happened. It was exactly what was reported on too. They said KCP.
Mm-hmm.
They said Cole Anthony. They said they're willing to move picks to acquire someone. That someone apparently is Desmond Bane, as it's Contavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, in 4 unprotected first-round picks in a pick swap. They really like Desmond Bane. I guess that's all this boils down to, is they really like Desmond Bane, and they think that's their guy moving forward.
And
at a position they needed in their,
yeah.
I guess, defense. I don't know, but
Shooting,
that was a position
everything.
they needed. Yeah.
And I was talking to the homie Brandon about this earlier in the day, and he was just like, "Yo, was that an overpay for Desmond Bane?" I told this to the insiders as well. It's like, I mean, that's all relative, right? Like, if you're the Magic and you believe that you're a Desmond Bane away from being a Eastern Conference championship contender, a borderline NBA Finals championship contender, there's almost no such thing as an overpay
in that conference.
Yeah.
In that conference.
There's almost now, whether you're right or not, that's to be determined. But if they believe, yo, if we get Desmond Bane, he fits with what we're doing. It's off the top of my head, he's a great fit with Jamal Mosley. You know, his toughness and the way he plays. Put it with Jalen Suggs, that's a tough backcourt to deal with. If they feel like they're him away, yeah, man, give up them 4 picks.
You know, I couldn't help once I rummaged through this. You know what I couldn't help but think might have been their motivation? The Pacers. Thinking the Pacers went all in. Picks, money, everything on Pascal Siakam and the pairing of Siakam and Tyrese Halliburton. You're watching what they're doing in the finals. I mean, this was an Eastern, no matter what we think of it, they were an Eastern Conference Finals team last year. So this is a team now that has put together 2 highly successful NBA seasons, regardless of what happens over the next week or so, or a couple days. But Orlando might be looking at this like Milwaukee's fading. The end is near for them. We don't know where Boston's going. New York might murder each other at some point over the next 6 weeks to 6 months. Yeah. And we have pillars here. We need another one. And they clearly see Desmond Bane as a significantly higher acquisition than someone, with all due respect, the likes of Malik Monk. Right? They see Desmond Bane as someone who fits what they're doing and could be that pillar to put along with Paolo Banchero, along with some really good pieces like Franz and Jalen, all that, to where it's like, no, now we've got a top-to-bottom basketball team. What have we been talking about Indiana all series long? That can compete with OKC? Their depth. Their depth. Now, if Orlando's looking at it like, yo, we built out a team where we could go truly 9 to 10 deep any night, yeah, we're gonna, all right, give up the picks. Let's do it now. Yeah. And they did it. And I ain't even mad at them for it.
I'm not mad at them either, man. I think they definitely got better with getting Desmond Bane. They had done a good job of collecting assets over the last few seasons, even dating back to before they were able to draft Paolo Banchero. So you have been building really for a moment like this, where you feel like you're close and you want to make a big time move to go get somebody that you think can put you over the top. So to a certain degree, this is what you build up all those assets for. This is what you tank or get in a position where you're drafting Jalen Suggs and drafting Cole Anthony and drafting Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. So you get to the point where you can move off the picks and maybe 1 or 2 of those players to get somebody that you really, really want. This was, I'm definitely okay with it. This was the cash in point, in my opinion.
I feel like this is exactly what they needed to. Like against Boston, they played great defense and had Boston out of sorts, but they couldn't hit a 3 to save their life. Anyone on that team. So you definitely need someone like Desmond Bane.
That series was definitely a kind of they're not quite there yet.
Yeah, and like it was clear though what they needed because it's like you needed 3-point shooting. It's not even I don't even know if you necessarily needed Desmond Bane. You just need someone who can knock down a 3. So I feel like Bane is just kind of you elevated yourself a little bit more. You're expecting steps from Paolo and Franz too.
Well, it's a good move, man. It's a good move. Now, what I don't believe, and maybe this isn't how it works, but what I don't believe is this trade has now set the market for what trades are going to look like.
Okay. Another big talking point.
Yeah. Maybe this isn't realistic, but I'm a believer, just like we did with Rudy Gobert.
I was going to say,
because they wanted to trade that doesn't mean that this is the market for player X. Let's have a real dialogue and like really try to fill a fair deal here.
Minnesota, right or wrong, that was a team that saw Rudy Gobert as the difference between them becoming a championship contender and not. You can feel however you want to. Now, you can feel however you want to then. Minnesota believed that. That's why they made the deal that they did. I don't know if Orlando believes it to that extent, but I absolutely think this takes them to a completely different level in the Eastern Conference. And I got to believe those feelings are along the lines of what Minnesota felt when it came time to acquiring Rudy Gobert. He was a difference maker for that particular basketball team, just like Desmond Bane is that particular difference maker for the Orlando Magic. And that was the price they were willing to pay. Right. For a player, I don't think we knew was going to be moved.
No.
He wasn't a name we had talked about.
I talked about it for weeks after talking to our guy Anthony saying, like, I don't think Memphis is going to move any of these 3 guys. All of a sudden,
well, it sounds like you're right about 2 of them.
Yeah.
Because that's the number one thing that came out of this was like, are they making money for Jaren Jackson Jr.? It was almost immediately a report. Yeah, the Grizzlies, as you said, as you had weeks ago, they are not moving John Moran or Jaren Jackson Jr.
No, man. But I thought Desmond Bane would be a part of that. But from their perspective, you can get 4 first-round picks and a pick swap for a guy like Desmond Bane where, he's a heck of a ball player and he does a lot of really good things for them. But, you can go find another 2 guard in that situation with already having Ja and Jaren Jackson. Maybe you think G.G. Jackson can come back and do a lot of the offensive things that Desmond Bane was able to do, or Jalen Wells or something like that. Like you have guys that you might think are ready to replace at least some of that production combined with a full season of John Morant. Like, yeah, we can do that and bolster our asset cupboard by getting 4 first-round picks. Absolutely. Almost a no-brainer. And from the Memphis point of view.
Yeah. Really, I feel like from both point of views, like I feel like this works for everybody. Like it accomplished what Orlando was helping on accomplishing. They didn't want to get younger. They already have a team of guys that are starting to kind of hit that moment of development. Obviously, Paolo's there, but you have guys who it's like, all right, now, okay, we've got some solid ball players. I don't know that. I think they have the 16 pick that they moved off of this year. I don't know that acquiring another young guy is what they needed. They chose to package that, go get an established guy who could play both sides of the ball really well. And they believe in this move. Yeah. Clearly, they believe that the number of picks show they clearly believe in this move. So I like this for Orlando. I'm anxious to see what it means for Memphis and what the rest of their offseason looks like. Even if, the other 2 remain untouchable, I'm anxious to see what the rest of this season looks like. That was a that was a Memphis team that kind of left you. I mean, that was a pretty steep fall at the end of the season. Like, this was a 2 seed. It was a fluctuating 2 seed, but facts are facts. Like this was a 2 seed that fell off at the end of the year.
Right. So I'm with you. I'm all for it. And in Orlando, like you brought up a good point. not that you can always use youth or draft picks or do whatever, but I mean, you look at that roster. You got Jalen Suggs, you got Anthony Black, you've got Jet Howard. Paolo is the age he is. Franz Wagner is the way he like you. To your point, what do I really need to go get another 21-year-old young player and try and develop them? Hell, even for the next 2 years, that's probably how they're feeling. You know what I mean? Like I got guys that have been young. They've worked through the growing pains of being young. Now they're on the precipice of being young vets going into their prime. Let's go get one of these guys who match up with, people talk about timeline, but match up with the timeline here with what we're trying to do.
That's what I was about to ask you. Timeline's not the same thing as what I was going to ask, but do they have a window now? Have they opened up a window? I mean,
my
again,
first thought is no, the window's not open. When I think of window, I think of like they have a chance to win a championship. I don't think next year they have a chance to win a championship.
Okay, quick follow-up. Did you think Indiana did?
Not. No, I mean, I didn't think they were
Do
good
you
enough,
think they
number
do
one.
now?
No, I didn't think they were good enough yet, but for sure, like even looking back, hindsight, last year wasn't the year. Like their window hadn't opened to win a championship.
Yeah, I got you.
This year
Yeah.
would be the year. So follow me here. This year for Orlando would be Indiana's last year.
I got you. No, I got you. That makes complete sense.
Yeah, I think I'm with KC because it's like I think it puts them in the mix, but I don't know if they're coming out the East. But if you give them some time or whatever, I could see it happening next year too. Where it's like, all right, this team's in the finals because the East is going to be really weak next year. That's why I wouldn't even be shocked if they did make it out, but I don't think you can put them ahead of the Cavs yet or those other teams.
We're just like there's so much that has to be done. So this will be obsolete probably in 3 weeks. But right now, this puts them in the top 4 in the East. Indiana, Cleveland, New York, Orlando.
So we got Boston's not a top 4 team.
Not next year.
They got too many moves where it's like I don't even know what kind of team they're going to be at.
I'm calling cap on that. Boston's not a top 4 team next year?
I don't know. My bold prediction for this offseason is that Jaylen Brown's will rock it.
Well, that's
that's
bold.
That could happen. But let's say Jalen's still here. That's no Tatum. You probably moved off of Drew Holiday and Porzingis.
Oh, I forgot about that. Well,
Horford's
Porzingis doesn't matter.
Horford's another year older.
The 4th seed in the conference this year was the Pacers at 50-32. So Boston's worse than that.
Well, okay. Look at it this way, though.
Okay.
Is Boston, just from what we see today, is Boston next year better than Orlando? I don't think so.
Like
no Tatum.
I'd say no, honestly. Right now, it's a team led by Jaylen Brown.
You kind of said it a second ago. There's so much to happen over the course of the next month or next few weeks. Like if I took this Celtics team, like I think this Celtics team is better than Orlando. This one, but it's not. You're right. It's not going to be this basketball team. Who else did we rule out? Did you rule out Cleveland?
They're in there. I got Cleveland, Indiana,
Cleveland. This is
New York, and I got Orlando as the 4 team, not 4C, but the top 4 teams.
I'll go along with that.
Milwaukee, if I were just saying Giannis stays, but no Dame, all that other stuff. I don't think they're better than Orlando.
Yeah, I'm with you. I have no idea what Milwaukee's season's going to look like. Detroit's right there at 44-38 last year.
I still think
is
Orlando's
there
better.
something? Yeah, I think they are too. But they weren't this year. Orlando had a really weird season, a absolutely bizarre season. I wonder what acquisition Detroit might feel like they need to make to take that step. Because I'm sure if I'm Detroit, I'm not looking at Boston and New York and all of that right now. I'm probably looking at Indiana and Orlando. And I'm looking at how they put this team together. And the team that we can't stop hearing about, though, is Toronto. What is Toronto up to? Like, their name is, for whatever reason, linked to Kevin Durant, to Giannis Antetokounmpo, to probably names we haven't discussed, like Desmond Bane.
Yeah.
I don't think they're as bad as they were last year for a variety of different reasons. I don't know how good they are, but maybe that's Jalen's destination. It feels like they're poised to do something, unless this is just one of those classic Danny Ainge pump fakes where it's talk, rumors, and then the day after the trade deadline, Danny tells us all of the things that he was going to do.
They got
like DeMarcus Cousins. I didn't know. I would have given up everything.
They got
all right, Danny.
They got a lot to work with. You can give up Barrett, quickly, Abaji, maybe one other player or some picks, and you can still come away with that. Say if you got KD, you come away with that with KD, or guy Grady, Scotty Barnes, and maybe you still have future picks and Brandon Ingram.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's right.
They got some assets to work with for sure.
Yeah. You said our guy Grady. Are you talking about Grady Sizemore?
No.
Which one?
Who?
No.
Grady Little.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about Grady Dick, the basketball player.
See, it's not that hard.
Man.
Why didn't you just say it?
He wasn't sure who you were talking about.
I thought you were talking about Grady Sizemore.
Wow.
Shout out to the Cleveland Guardians.
You like
Grady Little's crazy, bro. Grady Little's crazy.
Yeah, should have sat Pedro.
Boy, you're having a tough day over there, aren't you? Thoughts and prayers to Jesse.
Oh man,
bro's having a tough time.
But Toronto got some things that they can work with.
How many more Desmond Banes are there? Like KD, Drew Holiday, Kristaps Porzingis, names that feel like foregone conclusions at this point, right?
DeMar DeRozan.
DeMar DeRozan. There's a bunch of Kevin Durant stuff over the weekend. All right, like cool. And I'm down for it. It's all fun. But how many more Desmond Banes are there?
What? Elaborate on that a little bit.
How many more players are getting traded of that ilk that we're not talking about, that we didn't know, that there aren't murmurs about or rumblings about? How many more players like that have the Kings inquired about, have the Warriors inquired about, have other teams like, hey, what would it take for you to move off of name we're not discussing in the media, we're not discussing on social media?
That's a good point, man, because of people that we've heard names of, I feel like we can get to 20. Right?
Yeah, I'm sure.
But we never heard anything about Desmond Bane. Not at least I didn't, about Desmond Bane. So, yeah, I'm not sure who that would be. I'm trying to think of a scenario, because obviously we hadn't heard anything. Trying to think of a scenario where Portland and Shaedon Sharp.
Oh, boy, you're begging for that one.
Come on down to
I just don't know.
Come to Sacramento.
Sacramento. I don't know. I don't know.
But the funny thing is, I'm trying to think of feels like we've heard about everybody. Like, I'm looking at the list of teams. Feels like we've heard about everybody. Utah, we've heard about Colin Sexton and John Collins. New Orleans, Trey Murphy, Herb Jones, Zion, all these guys. Like,
I got a question. Oh, come on, man. Player option, I think. What do you think happens with James Harden this offseason? Do you think he has multiple suitors? Or is he just back in?
It feels like a Clipper for life type of guy.
Yeah, like I'm just
for the rest of his career, man.
Yeah. And they already know it. Like, we've already talked about it.
I'd be kind of shocked if someone's like, "Hey, James, come play for our team for $35 to $40 million." I don't know. He's got a good thing with the Clippers.
Well, now for sure he's going to stay with the Clippers because his boy's there.
Monty McNair.
Yeah, it's his boy.
Nice. It took a say, boy from Houston.
Boy.
Monty, what do you think we should do with James Harden's contract? I don't know. Just draft a point guard.
That's the motto I live by when all else. That way, when I leave, the next general manager, when is asked what the first thing he needs to address is, it's getting a goddamn point guard.
What you have for lunch today? I like Devin Carter.
How do you draft all those point guards and then the new GM says we need a point guard? How does that happen? Boy,
Well,
I try to
follow the
give Monty
playbook
some,
of Sacramento.
I try to give Monty some grace, man, but
Trade Tyrese,
I tried to
trade
tell you.
Davion, trade
You did.
De'Aaron,
You did.
draft a point guard with one shoulder, and
One shoulder's crazy.
I'm sorry, one functional shoulder. Yeah, that's how you do it.
Mm. Mm, mm, mm.
That's how you do it. And you fall into a player like Keon Ellis in your second round in your two-way program. And I got a question. Hollinger was throwing numbers around with different free agents, and I saw some numbers for Keon that intrigued me a bit. We need to go back to Friday's show too, because we talked to Eddie quite a bit about Kevin Durant's next destination. It seemed like a foregone conclusion. Turns out Kevin Durant has said no thank you. We'll explain. More NBA rumors ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. This is one of the best 30 for 30s.
It
The
is.
OJ
Is
one?
today the day?
Yeah.
Is that why? It was it June 16th?
Oh, was it? Yeah. 6/16 in Los Angeles. If I remember right, there's no narration this whole documentary. It's just clip after clip after clip, all intertwined with no narrator.
Now is this the 30 for 30 or the Made in America?
This is 30 for 30.
But I'm saying there's two different things, right?
Yeah.
They did just like a little
Yeah.
hour and a half.
Yeah.
Was the OJ news massive because he was a professional athlete or because he was like a superstar?
He was a superstar. Like, he was a massive celebrity.
I'm just trying to just understand. Like, what would be the equivalent of that today? Is it just like if any athlete on ESPN?
What would be
now?
the equivalent of OJ today? Is it? This might be crazy. Would it be Magic? Is that too big?
See, like you say, Magic.
I think
to
it
me,
might
like
be
that'd
Magic
insane.
Johnson.
So
Yeah.
you mean like somebody like OJ going?
Yeah,
through
like he. I don't like Jesse. I don't think quite has the grasp of how big of a superstar OJ was.
Map one, that's not bad. Tom Brady.
No, it's not a bad one.
Magic is a good one too.
Real quick.
Oh yeah, let's.
No, that's a good one.
That's
That's a good
wild.
one.
Yeah. That story's never gonna die. Like, never gonna go away.
It's one of the. it's
That's
one
why
of
I
the-
asked too, because it's like I don't know. There's always gonna be intrigue with it. I've never seen it go down.
And I think it's one of those things too, where like Jesse wasn't like really around for it, but if you watch the 30 for 30, it's hella intriguing. It's like,
Well, there's this thing like there's like emotion. Like it's not just something that happened back then. Like you're just like into it or whatever.
they did this style with that Heisman Trophy race I told you about when it was Charles Woodson, Peyton Manning, and Randy Moss. They just showed like ESPN clips the whole time. It was a great job.
2,000 yards in 14 games is crazy though.
Oh, that's right. So it was the 17th. It was this day. This day was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had the parade for the Rangers.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Wait a second. So this is the Bronco chase. right? So it's the parade, it's the finals, and that
World
is that
Cup.
Arnie's last
round.
Yeah.
I think the World Cup in America.
The World
started.
Cup. That was the other one.
And I think King Griffey Jr. hit like his 30th home run of the season or something like that.
Okay.
Think about it. It's June 17th. He hit like his 30th home run.
This is a great 30 for 30. This is definitely one
and
of my
the Knicks
favorites.
and the Rockets were playing in the finals.
Zabo says my great grandmother made dinner for OJ once at her house.
Okay.
All right.
Well, you know who's a family friend of OJ, or was?
Family
this
friend of
conversation
OJ.
over the weekend.
Who? A family friend of OJ.
Girl Kim.
Wait.
Who? Our girl? Kimberly? Wait, what?
She said her uncle and OJ were real good friends.
Hold up. She was just texting me a few minutes ago. I'm just gonna
Said if you go to the well, RIP, her uncle passed away, but if you went to his house, there's pictures of OJ and Nicole in like the living room.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's tough.
We had this conversation on Saturday.
Well,
What the hell?
Wasn't anything else to do. I guess because we're getting close to that day. It's why I was reading something about OJ the other day, but it was who is this person, man? What it was it was a TV executive at NBC. So it was I was reading this Saturday Night Live oral history. It was really, really enjoyable book. But it talks about how OJ became such a punchline, but one of the NBC executives, remember OJ used to work at NBC, was really, really close with OJ. And there were an oral history is it's it's a book, but it's written in a way where, like, I interviewed Kenny Caraway. I note this is Kenny Caraway, and I'm transcribing the interview, right? Mm-hmm. So they talked to different cast members about this executive and how awkward it was that he was friends with OJ. And I can't remember Colin. I can't remember who it was, but one of them was like, it was even harder because like they stayed friends. And the executive was like, yeah, I did. I knew him for 30 years. I couldn't believe that he would do something like this. So yeah, I stayed friends with him. And I just started thinking like, God, what would you do in that position? Like if someone you're friends with for 30 years, like close friends with, not acquaintances, but close friends, is accused of what he was accused of. And very publicly, all the evidence came out about it, but you still can't wrap your brain around that individual doing something like that. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
I would like to think I know how I would, behave, but I honestly don't. Like you talk about 30 years, like if there are people in my life that I talk to daily that I've known for 30 years at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And heaven forbid anything like that happens. Like I don't know how close this exec was, but these are like the closest people in my life. Like I'm just not going to talk to them no more. Like that doesn't even mean I condone like what happened or maybe I can't even wrap my head around that they would do something like this. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what I would do in that situation.
Yeah, I was kind of like, yeah, this is weird. And then I read his perspective and was like, yeah, I guess that is kind of weird. I text Kimberly. I said, hold up, you're friends with OJ? She said, LMAO. My uncle and him were really good friends. They played at City College and USC together. Then Nicole and my aunt Brenda were like besties. In some of the documentaries, you can see my uncle and aunt. And then for some reason, she sent me what appears to be a USC team picture and make sure to point out OJ is 32. Thank you, Kimberly, so much for that. And then there's her uncle, number 74. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing.
OJ was babysitting Kim.
Oh, God. That's crazy. That is crazy. Jesse asked.
I was just, you talking about that dude being friends with OJ after and stuff like that. It wasn't even over. Like OJ was going to Buffalo Bills games before he died. Like OJ was outside and stuff like that, which is, I don't know, it's weird when you think about it.
OJ went back outside. Like he was like I don't know what would have happened if OJ had just gotten acquitted and like kind of tucked away. But he didn't. He was doing interviews. He did like the Fox special. I think it was Fox, where he walked around the house. He did a few where it was like, oh, this isn't. He did the one in the yellow. I think this is the Fox one where he had the yellow like cable knit on, and he's like, I'm gonna find the real killer. Oh man,
goodness gracious.
Oh man,
jeez.
Okay. But so like it made like a situation that was really, really bad, really, really worse. Then he lost his mind and started doing all of that. Those videos and jokes and all of that stuff.
You know what it would be like? It would be like if Sean gets acquitted. Like, bro, I don't want to see you no more. Like, what do you mean you're quote unquote a free man or whatever. I don't want to see you at no red carpet. I don't want to see you. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
What?
The stuff with Sean is tough because the testimony is brutal. But when you really like we've had this discussion before privately, I don't know if they're making their case though. They've established he's a horrible human being. That's not what he's on trial for. Mm-hmm. He's on trial for very specific charges. And I think they're one of the there's racketeering and sex trafficking and all. I think they're really struggling with a couple of these. They're just firmly established he's awful. And yeah, I don't know.
And once again, the defense is like, yeah, he's awful. That's not what he's on
right.
trial for.
Yeah, he's not on trial for domestic violence. He's not on trial for being an awful human being. He's not on trial for being a freak. He's on trial
for trafficking. I think that seems relatively easy, but that's also, I think, one of
but
the
I don't know that it is, because you'd have to prove that they're not willing, and this is obviously what they're attempting. You have to prove that they're not willing participants in it, or it's not trafficking. And I don't, and to be clear, I don't know how the escort part works.
Well, that's what I thought. I thought if the escort, if you're paying them and they go through, cross state lines, I thought that was trafficking.
I just thought that was a business transaction.
Well,
I don't know.
I thought, yeah.
I don't know, man.
I know, but I thought that was trafficking. So I thought they would get him on that easily. But the racketeering and all that other stuff, I don't know. It's tough. But the point being, if he does, if he gets off or spends some time and then gets back, bro.
Yeah, stay away. No one ever wants to see your face.
Yeah,
again.
Are you crazy?
And he won't be able to do that. There's no way Sean will be able to do that. Like there's no chance he's not planning his comeback right now for whenever this ends for him. Like reading the court reporters talking about how he is like I think he's been warned about this too. He's like what's the word I'm looking for? He's like a demonstrative defendant. He's like feverishly writing stuff and sliding it over to his attorneys. He's been warned about like looking at jurors and nodding at them and doing all of this stuff. And he's
Puff
like,
is doing that.
Yeah. So he's not just sitting there, going through it. Like he's putting on a show in the court where none of this stuff is televised. There isn't a single camera in sight. It's just being relayed that he's being demonstrative and he's been warned about it. So Jesse asked who would be OJ now? Like who would and we tried to come up with a couple of answers. The first one I came up with was Magic. Like that's the level. Like I forget, like Jesse, like that, like OJ was a massive, massive star. Not just a sports star. He was commercials. He was NBC. He was all of that.
Right. And part of why this whole thing was so polarizing for some people is kind of like the NBC exec. Not only was he a massive star, but for people in 94, we didn't know these people or have insight to them maybe the way we do now. But it's like, nah, there's no way OJ's doing this. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
Like OJ, like that Randy Lilly might have the one. I didn't even think about it. That was a good one.
What do you say?
Curry.
Well, Soren says Shaq, which I feel like I'm trying to find. Like Shaq is the promotional star, he's the TV star, he's the athlete. He checks all of the boxes. Curry's the best athlete. Like he's the biggest athlete of I think all three. Maybe he's as big of an athlete as the other three. Shaq checks all of the other boxes though.
Yeah, I mean OJ was doing movies. You know what I mean? He was
Shaq
doing.
I'm sorry, Blue Chips.
Shout out Blue Chips. Somebody said.
Shout out Shazam.
I saw somebody over the weekend said, "You know what? I'm done with all this. I'm just gonna go home, pop some popcorn, and go watch Blue Chips."
No, wait. What were they done with? What were they done with where Blue Chips made them feel better?
I said, I don't know. And then they put out a gif of Nick Nolte kicking the ball into the stands.
Was Blue Chips the one?
Was a woman too.
Where the white dude was shooting like by a tractor? Was that Blue Chips?
I think so. That might have been Ricky's dad, who was like, "Look, I think." Oh, you mean shooting basketball?
Yeah, he was shooting baskets, and it was on like it I feel like it was mimicked after like Larry Bird or something.
I think Ricky
was that Blue Chips.
Yeah, I think that was Ricky. That was Ricky. They had to buy him a new tractor. Buy his dad a new tractor.
Right. Okay,
so that might have been the case. And then they found Shaq in like Algiers, Louisiana was the place. Just like somewhere like in a shack playing basketball. No pun intended.
It's like when they found Zeus for No Holds Barred. He was just in a bar beating people up.
Shaq was literally not playing high school, nothing. Was just, they said Algiers, Louisiana. Just, they had a foam around the rim. It was foam.
Mm-hmm.
And it would fold like a Nerf hoop.
Mm.
And that's just playing like literally in some shack. That's like, amazing. Oh, nobody's ever heard of this guy. All right, bro. What?
Now
I think I'm gonna watch Blue Chips.
See, I've had it. Go home and watch Blue Chips. 916-909-1320. Bo got an idea for a King's trade. Bo, what's happening, man?
Yo, what's going on, guys? Just real quick comment, D-Lo. The shirt you're wearing today, the baggy T-shirt, fire. I don't know where it's from, but I've been trying to get my baggy game up at the T-shirt. Looks great.
I appreciate you. It's not my favorite, but I think the baggy looks look good on camera. That's why I like these for the camera. But I appreciate you, man. This is an essentials joint, so I appreciate it.
Okay, got it. We got to bring the baggy back a little bit.
I'm with it.
Anyways, just my thought. I was listening to Ham in the morning, and they brought up a little Nets idea with Keegan Murray, whatnot, and just it kind of sparked my interest. I was like, love Keegs, but what do you guys think about getting 2 or 3 of those first round picks that they got this year for Keegs, and kind of like what would you call it, like a medium rebuild, right? You still got Sabonis, and maybe we can kind of get some players and some guards back in the draft. Anyway, you guys have a good one. I'll listen off there.
Yeah, appreciate you, Bo.
I'll let us, man. More often.
I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest with you, because it's like Bo said like a medium rebuild.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like what are you building towards though? Like, because Sabonis is still here. But like, so what? Like in 2 years, you get a let's hypothetically say that trade happens before the draft. And okay, you get a pick this year. Let's say you get a lottery seems like a reach, but we'll say 15, right? And like, okay, then what? Because you're going so a couple of years you're gonna hope your number 15 pick turns out to be better than the number 4 pick you had in a couple of years. Right. Yeah. I hear Bo, and I hear the people who might be not out on Keegan but are flirting with the idea of being out on Keegan. I'm not out on him.
I'm listening. I think
didn't say I wasn't listening. Definitely listening to everything.
A specific Nets trade. I want to hear what it sounds like. All
right.
Because one of the things that may also do is and this is something that a team like the Kings have to think about from time to time, is it's a little bit of a salary cap reset. Whereas you're about to have to pay Keegan $30 million, well, $25 to $30 million a year.
Sorry, no, I'm just kidding.
You're getting ready to have to do that. You just restart that rookie clock with, maybe some mid first rounder somewhere. So I'd probably want a player in return. Like I want a player. It probably wouldn't be Cam Johnson, but I'd want a player and a first round pick.
Yeah.
But I'm absolutely I'm listening.
Like, yeah, I mean, if I want a player that can play.
Yeah.
I want a player who can give us some run here.
Let me see if I can find that.
Well, maybe Leezy's got it. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Leezy, what's up, man?
Yo, what's good, D-Lo? KC, what's popping with y'all, man?
What's up, Kim Folk?
What's up, Kim Folk? Hey, it was good seeing y'all this weekend. Hey, shout out to Oak Park, shout out to Sky River Casino, and shout out to E-Biz, who's wilding. But E-Biz a wild boy. Guys, I just wanted to call in. I'm not trying to backtrack too much, but you were talking about players that could be moved that nobody's talking about. I kind of put it in the chat earlier, but what do you think the Clippers might do with Kawhi Leonard? Like, are they at a point now where they might be ready to blow it up? What's the value you could get for Kawhi? Could you even see him maybe going back to the Raptors? Just curious about a player like him and what he could do on the market right now.
I don't think Kawhi is going anywhere.
I don't think so either. He just signed the contract
down
last summer.
Yeah, I don't mean to shoot that down with like no convo, Lizzie. I really can't make an argument for Kawhi because I don't think he's going anywhere.
I don't think so either.
I don't know what the Clippers are doing. Well, how's Monty McNair feel about Kawhi Leonard? That's the real question.
Yeah, no. Just trying to maintain flexibility. Oh, I'm sorry. They told me I have no pool here, so I don't know why you guys are talking to me.
Do you think we ever see Monty McNair again? Like, and I mean, no, I mean that in the very literal sense. I think Monty McNair will have a job in the NBA for as long as he wants one. 10 more years, 20 more years, whatever he wants. Do you think we ever see his face again?
Not on purpose.
You don't think he's hanging out like at Haagen-Dazs when the Clippers are in town, maybe, or something?
Maybe that.
No, does he get to travel?
Maybe
does he get to travel?
Well, he's an advisor.
He might not even get to travel. And we don't see Monty on purpose. Nobody's like, and the ex and whoever the Memphis Grizzlies general manager Monty McNair here in attendance as he put this team to. No, we don't ever see that.
Well, the only time we wanted to see Monty McNair, we didn't.
Well, that's true too, because he said no.
Enough is enough, and it's time for a change.
He said no.
That man said no.
Yeah, if we see Monty, it's like in the background, like, oh, look at Monty McNair.
I really need to know how these contracts work. I need to know. I need to know how that whole press conference went. That whole not happening press conference went. Was he told to do one and he said no? Because I would have combed through that contract to say, okay, great, you're fired with cause. I owe you nothing. Get out of my face. You're doing nothing anyways. We've got to trade it. I'm going to go acquire Zach LaVine. Get away from me.
Yeah.
Or did no one think about it? Did the media people go to Monty and go, hey, do you want to do a press conference? And Monty just went, no. Walked away.
That's just, all of it is all bad. He should have been fired right then and there. He should have been fired right then and there. I'm telling you to do a press conference. I don't care what you.
But we don't know if he was told that.
Right.
We don't know if he was told that. But if he was.
Well, at some point,
if
though,
he was.
And this is Vivek, like, at some point after a couple of days or something like that, like, hey, did you guys ask about, like, check in, Vivek? Press conference happening, right? Hey, media person, talk to Monty, like, press conference going on, and it should have came up at that point. No, he said he's not doing one. All right, now we got a decision to make.
Or I could have fired him once he stopped making decisions.
We just don't know when that was. Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320. TC. What's good, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
You good, man? How you doing, TC?
Hey, man, I'm vibing, man. Just, tapping in with the homies, seeing all these little trades, and, I believe it's going to be fireworks. But, I got a juicy one right now. Pause.
No, that's crazy.
TC, that's tough, bro. That's tough. But go ahead, man.
Don't flag me, Jesse, bro.
No, it's too late, dog.
I just threw it, bro.
Yeah, you got
say you're trying.
Nah, you got to own that one, bro. You got to own that one.
Y'all got me, chatty ass. Y'all got me for sure. Hey, New Orleans Pelicans, here we come. So I got, Kings fans, get ready. Y'all might not like this one, though, or you might. Domont, Sabonis, Keegan Murray, a 2027 first, a 2030 first, going to New Orleans for C.J. McCollum, Herb Jones, and their number 7 pick this year in the draft.
Okay. Give me the king size
Keegan,
again.
And what was the other thing?
What'd you say?
Give me the king side of the trade again.
Domas, Keegan, a 27 first and a 23rd and a 2030 going to New Orleans, and we get their first round pick this year, number 7, Herb Jones and CJ.
All right. Thanks, TC.
Feels like the Kings are giving up a lot there.
But I always go like, so the Pelicans are pairing Domas with Zion? I don't think so. I'm sorry, TC. Logically, just no. I don't feel like I have to work past anything except Domas and Zion to say that makes no sense.
There's a lot going on. Shout out to TC.
He working.
Yeah, I see him working.
I don't think he stole that one. He working.
There's a lot going on there and a lot of names for a lot of nothing on both sides. Like, yeah, I mean, we get Trey Murphy. That's cool. CJ, I like him too. Get the number 7 pick. I see you working. What does that mean for the Kings though? Like, why do we want? Yeah, I don't know. And then you talk about New Orleans. You get Sabonis, Keegan. I just don't see the direction for either team.
Yeah,
I just don't see it. I like it.
I'm with you.
I like TC working. TC be working.
No,
I like that.
Look. I mean, that's the beauty of a trade proposal. Yeah. Present it, shoot it down, and we keep moving.
That's it. Shout out to this guy for Arkansas. He just threw a no-hitter in the College World Series.
Okay.
Shout out.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Arkansas.
What's his last name, Jesse? I know
favorite.
You're watching.
Last name's Wood.
Shout out to him, man. Big ups.
Oh, so we've gotten to the point where we can't say Wood on this show.
Whoa!
No, hold on a second. With full context that was the man's name.
You know what he's.
That's
you
where
know what
we
he's
are?
trying to do though. Like he's like, I could have said like, yeah, the pitcher's last name is Wood, whatever.
No. What's your favorite actor's name?
Wood Harris. He's one of my favorite.
What's the problem?
It's different. Like if he's just asking, it's fine. But he asked me with like a smile and a smirk, like we're in biology class or something.
I can't believe.
Shout out, Mr. Warren.
Miss Fabry, where I met my fiance.
I can't believe this is where you met Crystal in biology class.
No, we had like 3 classes together. So it was like history, biology, and all
What
that.
year was it?
2012.
No, like my bad. What junior year, sophomore year?
Sophomore.
Man,
Teenage
terrific.
love.
That's terrific.
Like LeBron.
Jesse's the model for relationships.
He is.
That's terrific. When did you and Jazz get together? What year was that?
2005.
It was in college.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I think Murray State got eliminated too.
Yeah, it was elimination game.
Damn, elimination.
Oh, that's tough.
And you get no hit.
That's tough. Didn't even put up a fight. Oh, their Twitter fan base is mad. Hella mad. Y'all couldn't get one hit. We'll come back. We'll stay in the NBA. We've got the finals tonight, and we've got finals coverage tonight. We'll tell you where you can catch Tito and KC, and we'll talk about that brutal Game 4 for the Oklahoma City Thunder on Friday night. Tito and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Okay, Alfonso went too far.
Well,
bro, what the hell? Were they trying to do the post-game interview in front of their dugout? Hey, come on, man. Get
Yeah, I
together.
guess so.
Come on. Come on. Damn, 19 strikeouts.
All right, I didn't even see that. That's crazy.
Wow. Wait, is this a perfect game?
Well, why they're not calling it a there was no they didn't commit any errors. I saw that. He didn't have any walks.
Because something happened because one of the when they had to do up, it was 8, 9, and 1. So I don't know what happened, but wow.
Maybe a advance on a strikeout?
Maybe. Yeah, that is crazy.
All right, we got a bunch of jokers in the chatty house. I guess all of you are taking laps. All of you. Stephen Brown, Tyler, Soren, Fonzo, all of you will run laps.
My man
Who's
Charlie.
over there? Medulla oblongata on a Monday to everybody there.
You heard him. Shout out Charlie. Oh man, these All-Star games look terrible.
The MLB ones?
Yeah.
At least it's just for like the extracurricular stuff. Like they get to wear their own uniforms,
Batting
right?
practice or something.
Okay, I'll figure it out.
Giants need to draft him. I'm sold.
You said that kid had 19 strikeouts?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Did anybody watch? Was I the only one that watched the Giants game yesterday?
What
and
was
even
that?
if I did, you guys probably didn't stick around this long. They were interviewing Kershaw during the game. Almost told him to shut the hell up.
Wow, he was being nice.
No, he was a little jackass. Because when they were talking about the trade, they were like, yeah, they traded this young man Tibbs, Florida State. I don't know where Kershaw went, but something against Florida State. And he goes, I don't care. That doesn't register to me. It's like, oh, well, we thought that you might know him because of the Florida State connect. I don't care about college. I'm not worried about that. All right, bro.
Settle down.
He went to Texas A&M, by the way.
He went where?
Texas A&M. I heard that school's a cult.
I'm like, shut the hell up, Kershaw. He said something else that pissed me off too.
Oh, he had committed to Texas
you
A&M,
looking
but
at
he
old
didn't
boy?
go there.
Oh,
That's
the
crazy.
Tibbs guy had committed.
Well, no, Kershaw did, but he never went to school.
Oh,
Actually, he just went to
okay.
the Dodgers.
Yeah, he was being a jackass. I was like, all right, man. Oh, and then that's the other thing that pissed me off. The guy threw a pitch and he thought it was a strike. He called it a ball. He's like, they're asking him a question. He's like, "Hey,
That man. I'm sorry. This is the last thing, and I promise I won't bring it up again. These videos from this OJ thing
man,
are
it's
crazy.
crazy, bro."
That brother had a baby in his hand, turned around, handed the baby off to somebody, and then started pushing with the police officer, security guard, whoever it was.
This is one of those nights for me. I'll never forget.
Oh
that,
yeah,
that evening.
absolutely.
I was what was this 94? So I was
Mm-hmm.
10 years old still, about to turn 11, and I was just at my grandmother's house watching everything.
Yeah.
We had a sports moment since where the world kind of stopped.
A sports moment? I mean,
well, not sports moment, but just something. It doesn't have to be
Kobe.
where something. Yeah, I guess that'd be it, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it
Yeah.
felt well.
It doesn't have to be something as like extreme as OJ, but just more so where just everyone stopped.
Yeah, I guess OJ combines with sports. I was about to say there's clearly one where everything stopped, but 9/11. But
Yeah, nah, like Kobe stopped, and then I think the NBA game being canceled on, was it March 11th in 2020? That shifted everything. Like, because that was a Wednesday.
Tuesday or Wednesday.
Was it? Yeah, Tuesday or Wednesday.
It was a Wednesday because NBA, the ESPN was going to be
Okay.
doing the game.
And then it's still funny. Like, they finished the Mavericks game.
Mhm.
Like Mark Cuban running around like, look, the season's over. Meanwhile, we're just playing the last 24 out here, just getting it in. Oh, but don't worry. Coming up next, it's the Kings and the Pelicans. What? I think like mentality shifted after that. And like, I think California shut down 2 days later. I don't know if like, I can't remember if the entire country shut down 2 days later, but I know California
They
did.
tried to play the ACC tournament the next day.
They tried to play the Big East tournament after everything had shut down. They were, I think they stopped the Big East tournament like in the middle of a game.
Yeah, it was like halftime.
One game had already been played or something like that at Madison Square Garden, and then they were just like, you know what? This is a bad idea.
Yeah, it was halftime. It was the one you talking about, the ACC tournament. It
Oh,
in
it was the
Greensboro.
ACC? Oh.
Yeah, they stopped it at halftime.
Man. Come on, man.
Stopped it at halftime.
Crazy.
Not necessarily trying to compare any of this stuff. I never witnessed anything like that.
The Bronco chase.
Yeah. That was
pretty
was
bizarre.
crazy.
That was
That
pretty
day, that night was insane. Yeah, I ain't never seen nothing like that.
Yeah,
This was something that
that's not comparable.
started around I know
Started
they
that
had the
morning.
times, the times on it. But I remember maybe catching wind of it around 1 o'clock, noon, 1 o'clock.
Mhm.
And it didn't end
OJ Simpson is a
till like-
fugitive of justice.
Yeah, to like 11 p.m. that night.
Bill Simmons' greatest creation, by the way.
Did a great job with that.
He's 30 for 30s.
Yeah.
I don't know that I think he created the concept?
The concept.
Because I remember it was 30 years of ESPN. They were going to tell us 30 stories over like 30 years of ESPN. And I know Bill Simmons was a huge part of it.
The 30, it was the brainchild of him.
The
He went out
idea-
and got all the directors and all that other stuff. Like he orchestrated all of it. He did a great job.
Yeah, he was. It says the idea for the series began in 2007 from Bill Simmons and Connor Shell. Now I feel like we just use 30 for 30s to like replace sports documentaries.
Yes, sir. It's just a doc.
It's just 30 for 30. Yeah, they did a 30 for 30 on it. No, it's a documentary on It has nothing to do with 30 for 30, ESPN, sports, or Bill Simmons.
Bill Simmons has been gone for like 10 years.
Bill Simmons' greatest moment was, oh, well, you don't like it, fire me. And they did.
No. He said
they literally said, okay.
He was like, I don't care. I'll say what I need to say. And if they want to suspend me, they can.
Oh, I thought he said fire me.
No, he said suspend it there, and then they fired him later. But he's like, they can suspend me. I don't care. Then it came out. Bill Simmons has been suspended for 2 weeks.
No.
And Bill Simmons is out here talking tough. Bro, you're on a podcast. Settle down. They're not talking to Roger Goodell face to face.
Yeah, that was the whole thing is he went at Roger Goodell. All right.
Bill Simmons gets upset about the stupidest stuff. Did you follow? Because I think you might have been gone when he got mad at Pablo Torre.
No, I saw that.
Yeah, got mad at him for the Bill Belichick.
Can you believe this? He's 3 days of podcasting on this. Like, bro, why don't you do your job? TC did not TC. Leezy sent me a video this morning. I don't know when he did this podcast, but it was him and what's my man's name? Ryan, right? Big dude. It's
who?
It was Bill Simmons and one of his guys. Why is his name ducking me? But whatever.
Ryan Russillo,
the basketball guy.
Oh,
Ryan Russillo, yeah.
Well, you said big guy. I was confused. I didn't know.
No, Ryan Russillo's a big dude. No,
I don't know.
Oh,
looks 5'10".
Well, no, I mean he's a big dude.
He works out.
Yeah,
I wouldn't think of him being buff.
Whatever. The whole gist of it was Kevin Durant's trade destinations, and he started talking about San Antonio and how he's like, I don't think De'Aaron Fox is going to be a San Antonio Spur much longer. And like he kind of laid out the idea of San Antonio the same way you did last week, in that San Antonio can make that move without giving up De'Aaron Fox, probably relatively easily. They can make that move without giving up De'Aaron Fox. But if they went for something else, either in addition to Kevin Durant or instead of Kevin Durant, you're probably moving De'Aaron Fox just for the dollars and cents purposes of it. And you know where you stand at number 2. Obviously, you got Steph Castle already there. You're very comfortable, and we have all of these ideas about what the San Antonio Spurs can do from a winning perspective, and when they can do it. I'm curious what they think, and that's kind of something Bill said at the end of that clip Leezy sent me is, you could open up a championship window now with Fox, Wemby, and KD. But they could look at it like, we got the number 2 pick. We got Castle. We got Wemby. I mean, Fox is here. We don't have to win the NBA championship this year. Like we could build, if we build something out the right way, we could win in 3 years, and we could win like 6 and 8 or something like that. Now I'm talking myself, not Bill Simmons. Bill Simmons' thoughts ended at the timeline part. But I thought that made a lot of sense. I thought it was interesting, because we talk about timelines and windows and all of these different things. And OKC, when they were 41-41, everyone knew they're probably on the way. I don't think anyone thought they'd be here. That was 2 years ago. They were 41-41 2 years ago. They were a 68-win basketball team this year, 2 wins away from an NBA championship right now. 2 years ago, no one said that. Again, everybody knew it was all, the writing was on the wall, the talent was there, everything was there to say Oklahoma City is on their way. No one said when they were 41-41 in 2 years, this is going to be not only an NBA champion, but a team that's going to have one of the most dominant seasons we have ever seen in this league. Well, if we look at San Antonio now, we're all looking ahead to what San Antonio could be, what they could be. The question is when, and we're we're almost trying to force it to happen right now with Kevin Durant because they have all of these assets. We're almost trying to force, and the insanity of the lottery and them landing the 2 and then having that later first round pick. And we're trying to force this idea like, no, they could win a championship next year. And maybe they can, but it's also, how could they build this out sustainably and start winning championships in 2 years or 3 years? I mean, does anyone think OKC is looking back? I'm guessing not. I don't think anyone believes once the Spurs get to that point that they'll look back. If it's now and it really is like Kevin Durant and De'Aaron Fox, in 2 years, you're in a different spot because Kev's probably gone. De'Aaron, I don't know what De'Aaron will be in 2 years. Maybe he'll be great. But I think to go back to that word that kind of started this, to go back to the window, I don't know where San Antonio is with some of those older guys.
Yeah, and one of the things as well with De'Aaron, and it's not just De'Aaron. There's some other, like the Vassell contract, the Keldon Johnson. Maybe that helps with the money as well. But I thought I heard this correctly. If they were to trade for Kevin Durant, him specifically, I mean, Giannis would probably do it as well.
Mm-hmm.
But if they were to trade for Kevin Durant and keep De'Aaron Fox,
mm-hmm.
I think I heard they immediately become a second apron team.
Okay.
Which is crazy to think. Like, you got the players, so you got a championship caliber
How
team.
could that be possible? Who would be who would be the other player making all that money? Because right now it's Fox.
Fox is what, 30, 40
Yeah.
million?
Yeah.
Durant is 50.
Durant's 54 for 1 year.
But we're also thinking about him signing an extension too.
Okay.
Wherever he goes. That doesn't affect next year though. Vassell's 28. Harrison might be 20.
Okay. Is Keldon Johnson still there?
Yeah.
Because he's
unless he's traded, but
sure.
he's on the roster. And that's the other thing. I guess maybe it's not exactly that way because you'd have to make the money work. So maybe you use Vassell, Keldon Johnson, or Vassell, Harrison in a KD trade. So their money isn't there.
I'm trying to find. So
one of them
San Antonio's pretty low right now. Vassell, Vassell's at 20. What year are we in? This 2024. So Vassell is 27 next year, 27, 24, 27. Harrison, who I forgot is there, is 19. Keldon 17 and a half for 2 more years. De'Aaron's 37, by far the Spurs' highest paid employee. Yeah, I guess you throw in KD's 54, starts to get a little dicey.
KD, and then KD, what do you think? You're going to sign another? Yeah, probably $50 million a year, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's taking a discount deal.
So the extension will be $50 million a year. Fox, he'll be extension eligible. He's probably going to be at 45 to 50. And then Wemby becomes extension eligible after next year, right?
Wemby is, yep.
So out of nowhere, you
become expensive.
Yeah.
Well, yes. However, traded or not, by the time that extension comes into play, De'Aaron's contract is over.
Which contract?
De'Aaron Fox.
But what?
I'm sorry, but Wemby's extension.
Okay.
By the time Wemby's extension goes into effect.
Well, I'm thinking you got to sign De'Aaron to a new contract, right? Isn't that what they've been trying to get?
Yeah, they still doing that.
If you're not, then trade him.
That's
you know what I mean? Like, because that's what I'm thinking.
What I'm saying.
And the new contract is probably going to be 45. What?
You'd have
45 to 50 million a year.
Yeah, you'd have 2 years, assuming this pans out the way you hope it would if you're a Spurs fan or a basketball fan. You got 2 years before Castle's money changes. or at least 2 years before it won't change. You'll negotiate it. You've got years before that happens. I guess with De'Aaron, I guess you could still do it before Castle's money hit. It just wouldn't be the contract he wants. It wouldn't be a 4-year deal.
Yeah, I'd have a conversation with
2
Fox's.
plus 1. What you think about this one, Rich? How about a 2 plus 1 here?
I'd have a conversation with Rich Paul, see if maybe there's something they can work out. But I think the move for San Antonio,
I wouldn't. I'd be like, hey, no, you had a destination, no effing list, but this deal came about, and
sorry, we got Dylan Harper.
Sorry. Man, look. When we called Sacramento, we didn't know we were going to have the number 2 pick in the draft. So
I think, I would look to move Fox. You can move Fox. I would think about it at least. I don't know if I'm for sure that's what I would do, but I definitely would think about it because you've got Castle and Vassell right there. Brookie and a second-year guy is your backcourt of the future. I'm not saying it like in a disrespect, but why do I need De'Aaron Fox? Yeah, I think Dylan Harper might end up being better than De'Aaron Fox, and he's going to be cheaper for at least
so that
4 or 5 years.
That goes back to the timeline thing. How quickly do you have to execute all of this? Dylan Harper, I don't think is going to be better than De'Aaron Fox in October.
No.
But will he be next October or in 2 Octobers? How good will he be? How good will Steph Castle be in October, in the October following? Like, this is where San Antonio is so much better than I think everybody else. It's something that the New England Patriots really excelled at, is the idea of something the Sacramento Kings have never in the history of their franchise done. They look ahead. And like the San Antonio Spurs are the one organization that I believe actually has conversations similar to the one that we're having right now. Well, when Fox's money goes off, where will Dylan Harper be? Where will Steph Castle be? Do we even need to invest in that? How, like, the end of Court of Gold and Wemby's, who's in trouble? Everybody. Like, I mean, if I'm talking to people, we talk about, talk to Rich Paul, De'Aaron Fox. Who's Victor Wembanyama's agent? I want to talk to him. I want to talk to Wemby's team. And I want to lay out this plan of what the San Antonio Spurs might look like for the next 3 to 5 years. When is the expectation that we can win a championship kick in that 3 to 5 year window? Because if it's this year, yeah, you got to go for it. You have to. But if it's not, you have potentially uncomfortable decisions to make regarding players like De'Aaron Fox. But here, to me, this is going to sound like hate. It's not. But here's why the decision with De'Aaron Fox shouldn't even be uncomfortable. You didn't give up anything. It's not like, hey, man, we lost Steph Castle. We lost Keldon Johnson. We have to re-sign De'Aaron Fox. No, you don't. You gave up nothing. You gave up a pick. You gave up nothing to land him. Hey, you know what? It didn't work. We found we got a better idea. We stumbled into this lottery pick at number 2. Hey, it's cool. Hope you enjoyed your 2 months here on the Riverwalk. And then you go about it like there's no net loss if you move on from De'Aaron Fox because of what you traded to get to De'Aaron Fox, which was essentially nothing.
Yeah, 100%. The other thing is, a couple Spurs people, even our guy, I think Townsend, was like,
yeah,
hey, all right, Wemby, it's time to come home now, buddy.
Oh, because he's outside.
Oh yeah, he out there doing karate kicks. They're like, all right, man.
Well, wait a minute. You know who else was known for that?
Wasn't Kareem?
Yeah,
I know. I don't see what the big problem is. I don't understand.
I think
what
Kareem trained under Bruce Lee, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I don't understand what the issue is, but people are all right, man. All right, come on.
Also, it's June. What do you want him to do? Look, you want him to sit around until
this might be the last June he has free for a while.
Man, Let Wemby enjoy his last June, his last free. Like it's June 16th. The finals ain't gonna end tonight.
No,
that man's gonna be playing in the mid-June for the rest of his career.
Yeah,
ish.
Let him enjoy it. Let him enjoy it.
Sacramento Kings front office decisions helping teams since 1985. That's tough. That's tough.
You mentioned the finals ain't ending tonight. That's because OKC saved the season and maybe won their season on Friday night. That was a great game. That was a fantastic game.
Yeah, that was a fight that I wasn't sure was going to happen that way. I don't know that it reached. I was watching that game at Sky River. I was watching that game at 32 Brew Street. And we do this all of the time where you're maybe you're in a tough game, like from a King standpoint. We'll say like the Bucks or the Thunder. There's a point where you're in a game, a tough game, and maybe you're the underdog in it, and it's like you've played really, really well. There's a point in the fourth quarter where it's like, all right, start of the fourth quarter, you're up 6. You got 12 minutes left. Like whatever happens. Oh, you're up 9 with 7 minutes left. It's too much time. It's whatever. But there's a point where you get to like the 3-minute mark, the 2-minute mark. And if you're up 1, tied at that starts to become man, it's really going to hurt if you lose this game. This is really, really going to be tough. And that's what happened with Oklahoma City. They were flirting with that, man, I don't think you can lose this game. Don't let this opportunity slip because this could very well be the turning point of the season. And then you get to like the final 90 seconds, 120, and these dudes are just jacking up 3 after 3 after 3. And it's like, this is not going their way.
For me, that moment was, I think there was about 2 minutes to go in the third quarter, and Pascal Siakam finds a cutting Obi Toppin for thunderous dunk. Pacers go up, I think 86-76, and I was like, yes, this is it. Like you can't lose this now. You're in control. You're, I don't want to say dominating this game, but you're in clear control. You've got OKC shook. At this point, maybe I think they had hit 2 threes. OKC had at that point. Like, this is it. This is it. Like, this is your opportunity to win the NBA Finals. And it was must win at that point for me, for Indiana. And they weren't able to hold on. I thought they were going, at that point, I thought they were going to win too. I was like, yo, these boys are really about to do it. They're a team of destiny, and they're really good. I don't want to take away the fact that they're really good, but just everything that we've seen, the buzzer beaters, the come back wins, all this other stuff, like destiny really going to push them over the top. And SGA, I think he had 15 in the fourth quarter. MVP things, man.
He wasn't going to let his team lose.
No, he hit every big shot he needed to.
I believe he was 15 from 15 at the foul line, if I'm not mistaken.
That sounds about right.
Maybe not, but that's absolutely what it felt like.
That sounds about right. And then they
sitting there watching the TV like, why is the game stopped again?
Shout out to Mark Dagnall and what he did, because this is something that I don't understand why teams don't do more of. SGA, Nembhard was, all over him and making life miserable on him. And he got SGA off the ball and started to get the ball to SGA at around the 15 to 17 foot mark, where he could get the ball with his triple threat and do what he needs to do. Draw fouls, get to the bucket, work on his mid-range, whatever. But it just opened up so much for his offense when he got him the ball in that position, as opposed to, let's go pick and roll and let's like, man, sometimes you got to get the ball. Somebody as skilled as SGA is, get the ball to him, middle of the court, 17 feet away, with his dribble still intact, and let him go to work. And they went to that heavy in the fourth quarter, and he made damn near all the plays, even if some people thought some of the plays were illegal.
I think SGA scored his first basket in the fourth quarter at the 4:38 mark. That means those 15 points you're referencing.
Wow. And Dagno was kind of, I wouldn't say I'm like rooting for OKC, but I just want to see, the best of the best. He was pissing me off and it worked. And I guess it worked, but he subbed out SGA and Chet halfway through the fourth. I'm like, hey, the season's on the line.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing? They need to go 12 straight.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to his credit, like he subbed him out. I think something went wrong, like maybe a bad offensive possession or something. And it was like immediately like, all right, get back in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was maybe he was trying to steal a couple minutes or something like that. And once he saw he couldn't steal a couple minutes, he's like, yeah, no, get back in there. But yeah, I was a very impressive, a championship performance in that fourth quarter by OKC because they looked DOA in that third quarter.
Yeah, third quarter was brutal for them. Fourth quarter was brutal for the Pacers. 31-17. They were outscored in that fourth quarter. And it's, that points in the paint number changed again. 34 in games 1 and 2. 50-36 in favor of the Thunder in game 4. It's not, and again, it's not beating the Thunder in paint points that matters. It's the 36 that matters. It's the 34 that matters. I think in game 3, it was 50-48 or something.
Mm-hmm.
They won. Or maybe it wasn't quite that, but there were a ton of paint points scored. It was a close margin between the two, but more importantly, the number for Indiana was significantly higher. They were relying on threes last night that weren't there. They were relying on mid-range. They weren't challenging the inside. And they got, by the time that fourth quarter came around where you needed a bucket, they had been scared out of the paint for the first 44 minutes of the game and then just got married to the three-point line.
Caruso and Dort were fantastic on the perimeter. There was a couple plays where I think it was Lou Dort, maybe it was J-Dub, but one of them just kept fighting over screens. Like they're guarding the ball, like on-ball screens. And I was sitting there with Reese, and I guess it's one of those nerd out moments. I was just like, bro, I love it. I love the way they're not allowing the screen to happen. They put on a defensive masterpiece in that fourth quarter. I thought OKC did.
Another tough part for the Pacers, we'll talk about when we get back. James Ham going to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. We'll stay with basketball. Speaking of, did you see Caitlin's performance?
I heard. I missed it, but I heard about it.
Man, and handed the Liberty their first loss of the season. We'll talk about it. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, where we will be this Friday and evening with D'Lo and KC from 7 to 9 at 32 Brew Street. We'll talk about that when we get back here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Wow, that was only the third no-hitter in College World Series history.
What was bro's first name? Gage?
Gage Wood.
Gage Wood is crazy. That's crazy.
No show today, guys.
A's are in town this week. Do we know?
Yes. They are playing. Who are they playing? I don't know, but I got they're here.
Stay safe.
At least I did see that. did see that. Some of these people, they be dumb. They really be stupid. These decision makers, they just be dumb as rocks. Because nobody was even thinking about that game like that. I mean, obviously somebody was because they saw that they went to go watch it and couldn't find it. But it wasn't even that big of a deal. It became a bigger deal when they removed it. Now they're bringing all this attention back to it. Who's in those offices that don't think like, hey, we'll probably bring more attention to it if we remove it than if we just leave it alone? So these people are not as sharp as you would think.
Is this real? Do we know?
I don't know.
I'm out. I'm out. Damn word on the street. Your boy Goldberg's back tonight.
That's tough, man. That is tough. They're going to have him murder Gunther, huh?
So I literally just saw something just now, and I want to give a shout out to all our people over at Sac State.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to my man Brendan Marion,
Mm-hmm.
Coach Brendan Marion.
Mm-hmm.
Go Sacramento,
Mm-hmm.
because our boys have made it.
Okay.
Our boys have made it.
Okay.
We up there now. I just saw a story where a high schooler posted a fake offer from Sac State.
We did it, boys.
He posted a fake offer from Sac State. That's
crazy.
crazy. And
That's
the head
ridiculous.
recruiting guy over there, CJ Pollard, like tweeted him like, hey, did not offer you anything. Please delete this. No. I don't know what came of it or whatever, but mama, we made it. It used to be
Giving out fake
Texas.
offers. Yep.
Used to be Michigan.
Yep.
Used to be Ohio University. No.
Which one was that?
Ohio, the Bobcats. Ohio University.
Oh.
That's the school in Ohio.
Yeah, right.
Used to be those schools.
Mhm.
Now we're there, baby. Now we're there.
Wouldn't even be the national champions from Ohio State, huh? Be the Bobcats.
Isn't there Miami of Ohio?
There is a Miami.
Yeah, shout out to that school.
Can you name one person who went to the Miami of Ohio?
Ben Roethlisberger.
Yep. Yikes.
Oh,
Is that fact? Right?
someone else.
Who else?
Oh, you might not even know who he is. Brian Pillman went to Miami. of
I did
Ohio.
not.
Oh,
know
the
that.
wrestler.
Yeah. There you go.
Roethlisberger did go to Miami of Ohio, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yep. Did you have a good Father's Day?
I
know
did,
what you
man.
did on Saturday. that was your
Survived.
Sunday.
I survived on Saturday. I actually had a
Yeah.
good time on Saturday too.
Good.
Everything I did was really cool.
We did the Juneteenth festival on Saturday out in Oak Park, wrapped up at 9. Casey went back to work and worked till 3.
Oh, shout out to my people at Skate 2 Raw, man. The adult skate nights. Have them once a month, man. It was actually a really
Fire.
good time. It was cool. But yeah, I was there too. I told my girl Jen, I said at about 2:40, I was like Jen, I'm gonna go home now. Right? It's starting to wind down. She's like, you can go, everything's winding down. I was like, I gotta get out of here. But yeah, Father's Day was great. Shout out to Laguna Youth Baseball.
Okay.
12U Gray team starting off 2-0 in the state tournament, the Cal Ripken State Tournament. Big ups to them. First time, I think we don't have this by fact, but I think the first time a Gray team They started off 2-0 in the state tournament. They got the day off today. That's how good they were. Got the day off.
Wow,
today.
kids don't get days off.
And they're going to play tomorrow. 1 or 2 more wins, they get to go to the regionals tournament, man. So I got that. That's how my Father's Day started off. Got that. Went to Chevy's on the River. I think Chevy's on the River is not a place that Damien would like, but that's Chevy's on the River is actually pretty nice.
I've been to Chevy's on the River before.
It's a nice. Well, I don't know if you really like, because I don't know if you like Chevy's.
It's fine. Like I don't. It's
cool.
It's fine.
Jesse, you approve of Chevy's?
Yeah. It's fine. I like you. If you sign me up for like the river vibes, I'm always in for it.
Vibes are always up. That's actually a slept on scene here in Sacramento.
What is
Chevy's on the River?
I don't think that's true.
Not that it's not a hidden, like people know about it, but I don't think it gets the respect it deserves. That's a really nice view.
Yeah, it does.
Like it's really nice. Nice little ambiance out there.
Sure. I think you're putting a little too much on it, but it's fine.
It's a nice ambiance out there.
Okay.
People on the river, you know what I'm saying? You see the boats, the jet skis. It was hella hot yesterday. So it was a little warmer.
It was hot yesterday.
A little warmer than I wanted to be if I was going to be sitting out there, but it was a good look.
Yeah,
It
was
but
definitely
then
hot.
The family, they did a fantastic job, because you know what they did after that? They left me alone.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to take a nap. I had a long Saturday. I wanted to take a nap.
Did.
I took a nap.
Oh, there you go.
And I think about all those dads that walking around Doco and other places going to dinner, and they're like, I don't even want to be here.
That's fun though.
Want to
But
go to
like,
dinner.
men can't make up their mind on what they want. They post, on Instagram, like, oh, mom gets the lobster and the shrimp, and she gets gifts from me and the kids, and I bought the kids gifts for her and the necklaces and all of this stuff. And what do we get? We get a tie. But then when the family tries to take you out and do something nice for you, it's like, I just want to go home.
That's all we want to do, though. Never really get what we want.
Oh.
I want more than a tie, and I don't want to go to dinner.
That's right. That is a good point.
and I get both. I
Yep,
get the
you get-
tie
you
I
get a
don't
tie
want,
and
and I
dinner.
get drugged to dinner.
Yeah.
But no, in a lot of cases, dinner was fine. Like yesterday, I had, I guess, brunch, lunch, whatever. That was great. That was great stuff. So enjoyed myself. Man.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Enjoyed myself.
Love to hear that. Caitlin Clark put on a show this weekend. She hit 3 threes in like 38 seconds.
Yeah, I did see that.
That were all like 28 to 30 feet from the rim. Like she was finished with 32, handed the Liberty their first loss of the season, had that crowd buzzing, and all social media was saying, and I don't think I disagree with them, is that Steph is the only other player who can elicit that type of reaction. Like there is a time it might still be in effect where when Steph gets the ball in his hands and it looks like he's going to do something with it, there's a certain level of you grab the side of your chair. There's a certain you're anticipating what happens next. That absolutely happened with Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, I missed that game, but I saw the highlights, saw the threes that she was hitting, and it's electric, man. It's electric when she gets going. Like you said, it is Steph-like. It absolutely is Steph-like with what she's able to do out there on the court, and that's a big time win for the Fever. Getting her back and beating the Liberty, who were looking unbeatable.
Well, they were unbeatable,
literally, right?
I mean, you got 34 from Sabrina in that one. That's a WNBA wet dream right there. Sabrina Ionescu goes for 34. Caitlin Clark goes for 32.
Oh, they just like Trista said, though, they just waiting for Paige.
Oh yeah. Do
they play this week?
She gave us the date. I can't remember the date. I'm talking to Trista tonight on the Heat Check podcast.
Nice.
Yeah, I got game 5 duties after our work over at ABC 10 with Matt George. They were kind enough to invite us back for a second game. So Casey and I will be on with Matt and the belated birthday boy, Kevin John, tonight following Game 5 of the NBA Finals. So once the buzzer goes off, stick around a few more minutes, man. Kenny and I will be there along with Matt and Kevin talking about the game. And, man, we were gifted a gem in Game 1. Hopefully the basketball gods above give us something similar. Take into game number 5.
I got vibes, man. You rooting for the Pacers in this series?
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. No, but it's also like I'm not rooting against the Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like I really like Tyrese, and it's another one of those kind of like Ty will be. I'm trying to. I was actually workshopping this on Friday. Does Ty become a footnote in OKC's season with what he did? Like the Thunder, Shea. I mean, Shea is very clearly staring at an MVP. Like Shea is staring that, third guy in history thing that everyone was talking about when he's going to join Jordan. He's going to join Shaq. Right? Yeah, Shaq. That he's staring at that.
Yeah.
Does Ty become a footnote in that season with what he did against the Knicks, with what he did even in this series, what he did throughout the regular season, the way the Pacers finished the year, finished the season in the new year from January on? Does that kind of get forgotten because they ultimately lost to the Thunder, and the Thunder's season was really in many ways, it's going to wind up historic?
Mm-hmm.
Or does that story get told? Or does Ty's story get told because the Thunder just maybe aren't really appreciated that much? Like I can't really figure out what it is, but I do know what the Pacers have done, the way that they built their team, the season that Tyrese Halliburton has had, the way this group has come together since January. That story does get told if you win.
Yeah.
And that's a really, really good story. Yeah. And that's what I'm here for. I won't be sad if the Pacers lose, but I did find myself I didn't sit next to Leezy quiet for 10 minutes at Sky River on Friday, but there was a moment the game ended. I was like, damn, they had it. And that's all I was really thinking. Like, they had it.
Yeah.
Also, in the same respect, they're up 3-1. Well, selfishly, I would have loved for the series to end tonight because we would have been on TV immediately afterwards.
How would that have worked? I guess we would eventually. But it wouldn't have
been
the
celebration.
Yeah, we probably would have been
a later night.
An hour after.
Yeah, it would have been a later night. But I wouldn't have wanted the series to end tonight. Like, don't end yet.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm happy the series isn't ending tonight. Whatever happens later in the week, so be it. But you give me 6 or 7, I'm walking away happy with this. But that was a long-winded answer to your question. Yeah, I think I'm kind of rooting for the Pacers.
I asked that because I found myself kind of rooting for OKC on Friday. I was just kind of watching before then, but in SGA, he wasn't having a bad game, but he just wasn't doing what I want an MVP to do going into that after 3 quarters.
Yeah.
I was like, come on, man. Like, I think you're great, bro. Like, I want to see you go out this way. This is not looking the way I wanted to. So I want to see you at the very least put your fingerprints back on this game and see if you can, make this close or something like that. But as the fourth quarter went on and he was hitting shots and they were closing the lead, I guess I found myself rooting for OKC to win. I guess I want them to win the series, but most of it really comes from SGA. I've become a big fan of SGA, even more than I already was during these playoffs, man. He's been so good. He's been so good.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of similar. Like, I'm a big fan of Tyrese. I've grown to like some of their players a lot more, like Nembhard. I already like Chet. Chet's and Shea. I already like those guys, but I've grown to. I like Siakam, but like the guys that I really like is like I like Tyrese a lot.
Obi Toppin. I just can't believe what I keep seeing. Like,
really?
These guys turned into Steve Kerr. Like, he's just hitting threes left and right. I'm still, what the hell? But I mean, he's worked on his game. He's done a great job.
And that's the other tough part about Game 4 for them. Like it's not like you look around and you go, there were holes in the contribution, department. Like Obi Toppin played well. Like you got 20 from Siakam. You literally you needed a little bit more. I think you got 20, maybe 20-ish. What was Ty? Ty was 18. Mm-hmm. So you got 20 from Siakam, 18 from Ty. You obviously needed a little bit more than that. But the depth was there. Your bench was there.
Well, you got a rough night from old Matherin. All across the board.
You were never going to get that night again.
Well, can he not foul before the ball's in bounds? Or how about make his free throws?
Well, I think how many did? Yeah, that's tough.
He was 5 of 8, but he missed like his last 3 of his last 4.
Yeah, 75% from the line. Well, that was a killer. That's what happened to OKC the game before. They were missing all those free throws late, and people say, "Oh, it should have been a flagrant foul." Doesn't even matter. They was missing free throws late. I don't know what to expect tonight. I have no clue what to expect.
The Matherin fouls before the ball was in bounds.
That's rough.
Egregious.
Can't do that.
Do you not know the rules, sir?
Can't do that.
What's going on? I don't expect a close game tonight.
That's how I felt the other night. So I can't. I'm not gonna lean on that again.
I think OKC should handle business. You don't have to be 30 points, but just a comfortable win tonight. And then I think Game 6 is going to be crazy. Obviously, I think the Thunder are going to win in 6, but I could easily see the Pacers, down 3-2, winning a Game 6. We'll see you on Sunday for a Game 7. I could easily see that. They've played really well in Indiana in this series. The Pacers have.
I guess Odyssey's internet doesn't really want to work for me right now. Oh, that was a page error. Sorry, Odyssey. Your internet appears to be working.
Throwing Odyssey under the bus.
Oh, like anyone would be surprised. I was looking. So Game 6 is Thursday. It's not Wednesday. Game 6 is Thursday, which is perfect because we're off Thursday. So
bad job.
Would have been
Adam,
terrible.
too.
How so?
No game yesterday. I know they had the trophy.
Oh,
You got to
yeah.
map that out. It's Father's Day.
Yeah.
NBA. What? Adam, do better, brother.
Well, if I were to guess, but to be fair, I don't think this is Adam Silver's call.
What?
The schedule. He'd probably have to overrule it and say, we can't do that. We have to do something else. But I don't think Adam is sitting down making the schedule.
When did I start turning on
You hate Adam Silver.
I don't. I like Adam Silver.
You're a big
I just don't know
Donald
why.
Sterling guy. You've never gotten over this.
What's that? I'm thinking off the top of my head. Wasn't Adam Silver in Clipped? Did they have it?
Yeah, he had to have been.
Yeah, no, but
he had to have been. Yeah, he had to have
Let me
been.
see what
Oh,
he was
I remember.
looking
It
like.
was bad. No, I remember. I absolutely remember what Adam Silver looked like in Clipped. Yeah, that was rough. Did you turn on him in Clipped?
No, I didn't.
Clipped was pretty crazy.
Clipped was wild.
I haven't turned on Adam Silver. I just don't know. I don't know. He needs to make better decisions.
I'm kind of out on the whole. Yeah, we're gonna do the introductions today. It's like,
Who cares? Like,
well,
No,
not even
no,
that. Not even
that matters. That
well,
matters.
like it's just they act like they don't know what they're doing. It's so wishy-washy. It's like it's not that difficult. Like yes, do the introductions and all that, but why are we doing this all of a sudden? Like not all of a sudden, but just like barely in Game 5.
Well, why is it a big deal to everybody? Why
People-
can someone fill me in?
The finals, you do need to like present it up a little bit, make it feel like, important. It is kind of blah.
We should not be getting the same presentation that we get.
So,
in February.
This is your. It's not as big. This is your version of the Super Bowl. You need to do this up a little
So
bit.
correct me if I'm wrong. Then you could have done the player introductions in Game 1 and never done them again, right?
No, you do them every game.
Every game,
them every
make
game.
make
What-
make every game
Okay,
feel
let's try
important.
that. Okay, I'm gonna try again. You do them in Game 1, then you do them in Game 3, then you never have to do it again.
No,
right?
you do them every game.
Why?
Because this is different than, once again, February. Do we always televise? Jesse has a great point. Do we always televise the teams running out of the tunnel for the intros at a football game? No, but we do it during the Super Bowl because this is bigger than a regular season game. The guys line up.
I'm sorry.
The guys line up on the third base line and the first base line in baseball, and they tip their hat and do all that because this is different than a June 17th game.
Is the Super Bowl best of 7?
No, but it's the game. It is the championship.
There's
every
4 to 7 of these,
but they're all important though. They're all important. You all gotta make them big or whatever.
They're all important. Now, and then there's a nostalgia thing to it too. We in our era, we remember at guard 6'6" from North Carolina. What if,
that's nostalgia.
We'd be fine, right?
Nostalgia.
But what if we never got that? What if we never got the Bulls turning the lights off and all this other
Then
stuff?
we wouldn't even know what we're talking about right now.
We'd just be bland. Just yawn, tip off.
Yeah, yawn. See,
I even like the.
You know why they got rid of that?
Why?
This has to be the reason they got rid of it, especially for stuff like this, because your boy needs more time to talk. The television partners need more time to talk.
Well, he wasn't even around.
No, I'm not talking. I don't mean specific. I joke about your boy. I'm saying the television partners take all of that time up doing their shows.
Well, I think I'll go a step further. I don't even think it's that. I think it's more commercials, more money. Because they don't even let these people talk now.
Well, yeah, but if you can get
don't let them talk.
2 segments into one player intro, there's your commercials.
Yeah, more commercials, more.
Well, that doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense because the it's already been paid.
But that you have the slot, right? Like at the beginning of.
But I don't think the slot is sold by the NBA. I think it's sold by the commercial inventory. I think it's sold by ESPN or the network.
Well, ESPN doing it then. ESPN.
Well, now that might be accurate. Yeah. That might be 100% accurate.
Shout out to the chat house for bringing this up. Do we have any thoughts on Stephen A. playing solitaire?
That was funny
during the game.
That's pretty funny.
Stephen A. and he messed himself up too because he responded by saying, "Yeah, I can multitask, and I was doing this during a timeout." And then I don't know. I'm telling you, I don't know how this always happens. I don't know how it always happens, but somebody has video of Stephen A. playing solitaire during the game. The game was going on. This wasn't a timeout.
Is anybody surprised?
No, but also
if Stephen A. wasn't paying attention to a basketball game, are you surprised?
No, but you can't be playing solitaire during the NBA Finals.
That man makes $20 million a year. He can do whatever he wants to, clearly, because he's been doing this he's been doing this since he stopped covering the Philadelphia 76ers.
You can it's funny. It's really, really funny.
It's hilarious.
And I know it's going to come off as I'm defending Stephen A.
Because you are.
You don't have to watch every second of every game.
He's not even paying attention at that point, though. He's not scrolling through Twitter, seeing what's going on. He's playing solitaire.
Solitaire is actually how do I put it? You can pay attention more playing solitaire than you can scrolling Twitter. Because there's no time. There's just you move the card when you move the card.
I don't know, man. Man is at the NBA Finals, just playing solitaire.
Just tell me you don't care. It's cool.
It's all good.
It was hilarious to see that, though. I was like, did somebody Photoshop solitaire on it? Nope. Sure enough, he was playing.
Even Trista covered him. Oh, I bet this was during the timeout, but it's still funny. No. It was in the middle of SGA's 15 points in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I just thought it was funny. It's not an indictment. To me, it's not an indictment on him. I was like, that's hilarious that he's playing solitaire during the game.
John Bull taking a shot at Jason Jones. Should have watched wrestling instead. Let's remember this, John. Jason was covering was that Warriors?
Cavs, right?
Was it Cavs?
Yeah.
But it was the Kevin Durant. Yeah.
Yeah, that was done.
That series was over before it
that
started.
Was finished.
That series was done. That series was super over.
Oh, brother. Well, look. He need to be focused tonight. and the rest of the
I don't care if Stephen A is focused or not. I need Benedict Mathurin to be focused. I need the rest of those Indiana Pacers to be focused.
I think Benedict Mathurin will play good in Game 6.
I don't think it will be either. I think I don't know. Again, I'm not going to lean on the blowout. I thought OKC might get that one, so I'm just going to lay back because I don't think anyone is taking this series game to game. Every game is some sweeping proclamation. Like even when the Pacers won the first one, it was like, oh, it'll just be 5 instead of 4 or 6 instead of 5. Like no one bought it. Game 2 happens. Well, it's over. Gentlemen sweep. It's all right. They got the first one. It happened in 91 too. It's fine. Well, I got Philadelphia 76ers vibes. Like no one buys the Pacers. First of all,
not true.
Yes, it is.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
So let me ask you a question.
No one buys the Pacers.
Two different things. There's two different things. Do they buy the Pacers? Do they not buy the Pacers, or do they not think they can win the series?
What's the difference?
Like, do you think they're a really good team? Like me personally, I think their Pacers are a really good team. Really good team. Can they win the series? Sure. If I'm making a pick, I'm not picking them to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. And that doesn't mean I think they're bad or I don't believe in them or nothing. I just don't think they can beat them in a series.
But you're the only person who was like, yeah, this thing could go 7. Like this could come down to it. You said that after game 1. This thing could go 7, come down to a winner take all in Oklahoma City. Most of the people who play solitaire while the game is going on and cover this are talking about, oh, what'd your boy Charles say? This is the show everyone was begging to stay around. Oh, this series is a wrap. Because they won game 4 and it's 2-2.
Well, I think the series is over too. That's just opinion.
I just don't understand that.
Well,
it's because no one is taking this series game to game. Every game ends, it's a sweeping proclamation about the Thunder.
Well, maybe Charles Barkley is, but I told you I thought game 4.
Charles Barkley was probably playing solitaire against Stephen A. Smith. I don't think you can do that. That's why it's called solitaire. But he was probably doing something.
I thought game 4 was the series, one way or another.
You said that before. If
Indiana would have won, I would have came on here and been like, I don't think they'll win tonight, but I think they'll win the NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was that.
Wouldn't have been the hottest take either.
No.
At a 3-1.
Indiana's really good, man. I'd be shocked if they won the NBA Finals now. I really would.
Shocked?
I'd be
really
shocked. Yeah, I'd be shocked.
Wow.
I
mean, not to say like I'd be surprised they got that, but shocked.
I'd be shocked if they won another one in OKC. And maybe it's not as much a knock on the Pacers as I think that highly of OKC in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
So that's more so where it is.
Well, that's where the game is tonight. Oklahoma City. Someone is going to take a 3-2 lead. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Plus, James Ham joins us at the top of the 3:00 hour. What is the asking price? What would if Keon Ellis hit the open market today? What would the asking price be?
Oh, that's a great question. And then I want to talk to you and ask James too. Why are they so sure they're getting a first round pick?
Great question. We'll get to the bottom of all of this, or at least attempt to. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, this is even worse. Oh no, I'll wait when we come back. Yeah.
This man's talking about.
I saw something. Yeah.
You just pointed at me.
He just looked up at a commercial with a dog on it and freaked out. There's Abe, the champion of the world, pocket watching. I don't even know what that man was talking about.
I have no clue as well.
Mustard. Man, but somebody got to do it. But somebody got to do it. Oh, when is this, Leezy? Has this already happened yet? This hasn't happened, right? When are we doing this? Not asking to trade him, asking what that value is when he's not on the value contract. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Oh, right on, man. That's good stuff. Good stuff, Leezy. Leezy got a busy week. Oh, TK was on with our boy Marshall. Love that. Love that, love that, love that. Man, Q opening up for brunch this Saturday. First time, man. Can't wait for that. Got our reservation. This is hilarious. I get served all of these videos with lions because I love lions. There's this lion in South Africa that just walked into a grocery store and started eating. That's terrifying, but also hilarious. Man, that's such a beautiful animal. Goodness gracious. Well, yeah, that happened. That happened. Wasn't my favorite day, that's for sure. I want to get to Cole here in just a second, our resident Thunder fan. What can you enlighten not just the people listening, but maybe the people on your show about what the little temper tantrum you threw?
Well, no. So first of all,
you looked at the TV. There was a dog playing in the water, and you got mad and stormed out.
Well,
Pointed at me as well.
First of all, the radio audience didn't hear this, so I'm gonna let them know.
Okay.
I saw something right before I walked out of the door. I was like, "Oh no, this is whack." It's your boy, man. You know what I'm saying? It's your boy. They out here talking about, he's back and the GOAT is back. The GOAT is back. Bro, Shohei gonna be an opener, bro. They talking 1 to 2 innings. Come on, man. He an opener. Man, come on, man. Please.
Is Aaron Judge pitching tonight?
Please.
Is Aaron Judge pitching this weekend?
Opener?
Is Aaron Judge pitching this weekend? Thought so.
This is a weird stand. One, this is very weird because Aaron Judge went 1 of 12 in that series.
Hey, you're damn right he did. Struck out 10 times.
That one was fire, though.
Yeah, it was, and then he lost.
Well, he didn't lose. The Yankees lost.
Looked like it was in October in Fenway.
That was bad, though. 1 of 12 is awful. Jeez, come on, Aaron.
And Shohei Ohtani is returning to the mound tonight, and you appeared to be offended by that.
Well, yeah, I'm like, okay, I'm tapped in. I'm like, Shohei's back. I want to see what the pitching is looking. Okay, let's see what does he do, man? Six innings, 2 hits. Yeah. Like how many? What's it looking like? They say he's gonna be an opener. 1 to 2 innings.
Back.
Hasn't pitched in like 2 years.
Yeah.
Is that what anybody else did when John Smoltz messed his arm up? Did he come back and
was John Smoltz leading the NL in home runs as well? You're not answering my questions, by the way.
You can lead the NL in home runs. You don't play in no position. All you do is hit all day. That's it.
I think it's that simple, sir.
That's all you do is hit.
It's a lot of disrespect.
I can't wait. I can't wait till my boy Rafael Devers.
Don't do that.
You know
No,
what
you
I'm
don't
saying?
get to
I
do
can't
that
wait till he
today. You
goes
don't get to
off.
do that today. Wait till tomorrow. You don't get to do that today.
Yeah, hold on a second. Also, I'm gonna get my boys back here. You can't keep bouncing back and forth between the Giants and the Yankees.
What do you mean bouncing back and forth? No. I'm Giants all the time. I'm been Giants. I'm always gonna be Giants.
They have a nickname for you in the chatty house now. It's gonna get turned into a T-shirt.
It's not. It's unfounded.
They said NYKC.
That's so ridiculous.
No, if we could turn the NYKC into that Knicks logo or whatever, and the
The
blue
Yankees
and the,
logo.
Yeah. No, hey.
Why?
Hell, we might.
I got
we could-
support for these.
We could
things,
do
but
a
I'm-
Rangers logo. We could do a Mets logo.
Big
Giants,
Mark
Jets.
Now that's where we draw the line. Don't piss
Oh,
me off with the
oh.
football teams. You know I hate the New
I
York
don't know.
Giants.
don't
I got
know.
no love for the New York Giants.
What about the Jets?
I ain't got no love for them either. Ace
Mm.
likes the Jets,
You're
so
big.
you know it's whatever.
We're gonna
I don't like
picture
New York
you
You're a
and
name
Fireman
guy.
Ed next to each other.
Yeah.
I don't like New York football. Not at all.
Gosh, the Jets stink.
Jets were minding their own business on this June 16th.
No, can you imagine like me playing for the Jets?
They were watching 30 for 30, just like we were.
Oh man. Side note, they have Caitlin on the screen. I think she plays in the Bay Area on Thursday. I think I
Oh,
saw
is that
from-
Thursday?
Yeah, I think I saw that from Bonte.
Probably $1 million ticket.
That is a good question. I wonder how much it costs to get there. Or go see that one.
Let's see, no game for them tonight.
Are they doing this NBA today at the airport or something?
That's what happens when you don't have
It looks
the
like an airport.
top flight arena.
I got Golden State at Dallas tomorrow. Yeah, I might have to look a little deeper into the schedule for this one. Let's see where Indiana's. They got the Sun tomorrow.
They play. Oh man, I know Indiana play my girls on
At Golden State, yeah, Thursday.
They play my girls on Saturday. Struggling, bro.
Yeah, in Vegas. No, I think that's Sunday.
Oh, Sunday.
Yeah, you talking about the Fever?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Fever are in Las Vegas on Sunday.
We struggling.
Shout out.
Did
you see Angel? Angel got a triple double. I think second youngest player to get a triple double in WNBA
I saw that, yeah.
history. Did you see when Bria Hartley pulled her hair?
No.
Bria Hartley. I love Bria. Like Bria's dope.
Yeah.
So she's reaching for the rebound, and Bria straight up grabs her ponytail, pulls it back, and tries to tip the ball. Angel turns around and attempts to fight everyone, starting with Bria.
I was about to say, how did that end?
Like, yo, she said, "What the F are you doing?" And then Tina steps in and she's like, "Yo, she pulled my effing ponytail." And then she's face to face with like three of them, and it gets diffused pretty quickly, and they move on. But that's crazy.
That is crazy.
Bria just grabbed it and just like pulled back.
Angel almost caught her with the right arm.
Oh, she was trying. She was trying.
Bria was like, "Oh, no. I didn't. I just got caught up in the moment." That's hilarious. Get in price on Thursday.
Yeah.
What you think it is?
Get in
It's
price.
it's not.
Oh
nothing
wait,
crazy.
we're looking at Aces.
Fever Valkyrie.
That's Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I thought you said Sunday. I'm gonna go still first year again. I'm gonna go get in price. So that means like a cheap ticket. I'm gonna go 200.
109 is the cheapest
Okay.
ticket. Not
All
bad,
right.
but I mean, that's literally
the cheapest ticket.
Yeah, the average in the upper deck is probably somewhere around like 170 in the upper deck. Lower bowl, I don't see anything below 3. Lower bowl, I don't see anything below $300.
No chance. No chance. Yeah, they're gonna be outside for that one. You probably sit next to Steph Curry for a couple of thousand. I'm sure he'll be there.
Steph gonna be there. The lower level, there is no courtside, but lower level, we're looking at 1,300.
You bought all the courtside seats for this one?
Who?
Huh?
No, first of all, no. Second of all, I know you ain't talking about me because I'm not a Valkyrie supporter.
Well, I thought you might go. I thought you might go see Valkyrie and Caitlin.
I mean, I would go to the game.
You could probably get into You could probably get into the Mandalay Bay for dirt cheap right now.
Yeah,
you could probably get in on Aces season tickets if you wanted to.
I thought you meant Valkyries.
Oh no! But you said I'm not a Valkyrie supporter. I said if you wanted to get in on the Aces, you could do it now.
My girls are struggling.
Stock up, stock down. That joint is down.
What the hell is going on, man? What's going on? We got Joel Lloyd. I thought we were gonna be able to do something.
Vegas Kenny, NYKC, OK Lake Show. Boy, you just can't.
OK.
Everybody but the Kings.
It's always Kings, man. I thought about the other day. I finally bought the jersey, and I don't know how much longer you're gonna be here.
You bought
that Malik Monk.
Oh.
I said I would buy the jersey if he signed the contract.
Maybe you did. You kept your word.
Thought he'd be here for a while.
Maybe he's out of here in exchange for a first-round pick.
All right. I don't see the pathway. What are they talking about?
I don't know. I have no clue.
The Kings are like that person in high
clue.
school that always promotes that party and so is going to be there and blah, blah, blah. And just they're never there. It's always hype.
How?
We'll see. Maybe it's different this time, but.
All right. Let's have some fun.
Mm-hmm.
How is this number one, two sections here?
Mm-hmm.
How is this happening if it's true? Like,
let's
how
explain.
are they going around?
Let's explain this part. Jake Fisher reported. This is wild wording, also, by the way, that the Sacramento Kings are telling other league executives that they have a deal in place to land a first-round pick this year.
Did you tell Domas too?
Maybe Wes Wilcox still works there. Maybe he hasn't gone to
I did see him
Utah
at Arwood
yet.
Palace
He's still
2 months ago.
Hey, maybe he's still there. Maybe he's still got his key card or his passwords or something. So there's that. So there's a lot of who, what, when, where, why, and how in that sentence alone. The Sacramento Kings are telling other executives that they expect to land a first-round pick this year. Okay. All right. That brings up a second question. To draft or to trade?
My first thought is to trade. But I don't know.
So you have to trade to get the first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're going to use that first-round pick to make a trade. Could you see the Sacramento Kings trading so-and-so and multiple first-round picks to acquire a first-round pick this year that they use to go acquire Drew Holiday? Or insert name here.
That would be disappointing. You do all that work.
Why do I feel like that's how this story is going to go? The Kings are trading 2 future firsts and a conditional second.
So, okay. I'm trying to figure this out. If they acquired a first-round pick this year, James will help us out with it. But would they be in jeopardy of not being able to trade next year's pick?
If they traded it this year.
So they say they acquired a first-round pick this year. And
next year is what year? 2026. Do they have 2 next year?
I thought they just have 1. 27, I think they have 2.
27 is when they have the other one. Okay. Yeah, I don't. That's definitely a James question.
Now, James will also say you can still, like, say the whole Stepien rule and everything, you can make the pick and trade the player like immediately. So if a deal's in place and because of the Stepien rule, you can't make you can't trade your first round pick, fine, just make the pick. And then once you make the pick, you can trade that player, put him in a trade or something like that. But there's still so many things that I don't know what's going on here.
Let's bring we got a lot of James Ham's questions for June 16th. Happy birthday, Tupac. I know James. I didn't want to. I know James was gonna say that. I figured I'd say it first.
Well, it's Tupac's birthday. Is that what you said?
It is. Yeah.
All right.
How old are you?
How are you gonna celebrate? Oh, good question. I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'd imagine 50.
This was almost 30 years ago, right? Was it
97? 96. 96. Big was 97. So 96.
So 29 years ago.
Wow.
53. Because he was 20. Was he? How old?
I thought
was
he was 20.
Or was he 27?
I thought he was 20. I thought they were both under 25.
Okay. Yeah. We'll work through the math. James, lots of questions. Let's start with this. Well, I guess let's just wipe the slate clean. Are you aware of the Sacramento Kings having a deal in place to acquire a first-round pick this year? Because apparently everyone else is.
I mean, like, yeah, there's possibilities that they can land a first-round pick, but I mean, it just depends on what kind of first-round pick. You know, look at the Brooklyn Nets. The Brooklyn Nets have 3 picks. They have 19, 26, and 27.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, all first-round picks are not created equal. We've heard rumors for a while that there's, conversations with them trying to find a partner that could potentially land a first-round pick in Sacramento. We've heard things of them going all the way up into the lottery, but that, of course, would cost them one of their bigger pieces to move all the way up there. But, like, look, until they acquire a pick, they don't have one.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not even sure that at this point, like, in order to acquire a pick, that means that you're sending out a bigger piece than you're taking back. And that means that you're going to lose talent, but you're being compensated with a pick. And I'm not, I don't know that the Kings are in a position that they can do that right now. But hey, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I also look, I don't think it's going to be that expensive if you're to go trade with Brooklyn, because a lot of teams, they don't appreciate late first round picks, early second round picks, mid second round picks sometimes have as much value as late first round picks just because of the restrictions that are put on the players that you draft, the contract that you have to give a first round pick versus the contract that you have to give a second round pick. So we'll see.
Do you think that there's a second part of this? Do you think that they're making a play for a first round pick to draft or to use as draft compensation or trade compensation for a bigger deal?
Well, I would say this. If you somehow acquire a 2025 first round pick, that opens a door for you to trade your 2026 on draft night. If not, you have to wait until July 1st. So there's always a possibility of something like that where they're like, hey, let's free up what we have down the road. I just don't know. Again, like, there might be a player in this year's draft that makes sense for the Kings, but I do think that, they're having really, really difficult conversations and trying to figure out who their core is moving forward and whether, they're in the market to move off of a big time player and become more of a team that's, I don't want to say rebuilding as much as retooling. But again, I'm not moving on from a Malik Monk and taking back pennies on the dollar and a mid first round pick or Domantas Sabonis and again, taking back a suspect pick unless I'm getting a whole bunch of other stuff that makes a deal make sense.
Hammer, we're entering, draft time, trade pick. Although one thing that isn't a must, but it's certainly something that we've talked about since the season has ended, is Keon Ellis. I stumbled across something from John Hollinger on The Athletic, and he had a pretty healthy value for Keon Ellis. Like if what the Kings could sign him for, what the Kings may sign him for. And I was curious what you thought Keon Ellis's value if the Kings just threw their hands up and said, "Nah, we're probably not going to do this. Go have fun, kid." What would Keon Ellis's value be on the open market?
I'm going to put him somewhere between $8 and $12 million a year. Like that's kind of the range I'd put him in. I don't think he'd get a full mid-level exception, but I might be wrong. I mean, he might be right in line at 14 million. The reason why is, I mean, like the contracts are going through the roof. You know, the salary cap just keeps rising. It's going up 10% every year. So like $14 million a year seems like so much, but that's like 8% of the salary cap.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like of a team salary, maybe even like 7% of a team salary. So I definitely think that Keon is due a raise. But everything I've heard sort of around the team, like my general feeling with them is that they kind of value the flexibility they have going into this summer. And it's not like they have like this huge amount of flexibility where they can do anything, right? They're not a true cap space team. They're not below the salary cap, but they're well below the luxury tax and well below the first apron. So what they can do is, take back, sort of lopsided trades, or they could use their trade exception from the Kevin Huerter trade at 16.8 million and use up more of that space between the salary cap and the luxury tax and sort of go acquire pieces. Well, if you go out and you give Keon Ellis a $10 million a year deal, you're going to lose the right to that because that's going to eat up that space that you have, that gap between the salary cap and the luxury tax. So I would not be shocked at all if the Kings picked up the option on Keon Ellis and then figured out what they want to do down the road, whether that's 2 months from now or 6 months from now, and sort of push off the decision just a little bit. And that probably won't make Keon all that happy. I'm sure he would love to get a raise right now, and he's probably pushing for that. And there's even potential that he could say, "Hey, look, you didn't want to give me a raise now. I don't want to play for $2 million this year. So when we get to the end of my contract, I'm going to walk away." You know, he'll be an unrestricted free agent if they pick up his option for this year. So they have decisions to make there, but I do think that they're hoping to push off that decision. They're hoping to push off the Keegan Murray decision until they're able to do whatever they're going to do on draft night, whatever they're going to do the first couple of days of free agency, whether it's trade or signing players or any of that. So they're kind of stuck in a tough spot with Keon, but they could also just work out a deal right now and have that deal go into effect next summer. So while he's a free agent right now, or while he's under contract right now, you can work out an extension and maybe give him a little bit extra on that new deal that he's going to get that makes this year feel better.
Are there any particular deals or extensions or anything that can be done with Keon that might lend itself to, locking him up, but using him as a trade asset this summer?
See, that's where it gets tough, because if you're going to give him an extension this summer, but pick up the deal, the $2 million. So if he's going to have a contract extension that kicks in after this year, then he becomes like a base year compensation player, and his value going in and his value coming back to the Kings is skewed. And so that's not the best way to do it. Realistically, if the Kings pick up his option for this year, he loses a tremendous amount of trade value, because now it's kind of like the Jake LaRavia thing. You can trade him somewhere. He doesn't have the same restriction where he can only get paid $5.1 million at the end of the deal. But if he gets traded somewhere, he can just wait until next summer and be an unrestricted free agent and go play wherever he wants, and sign whatever deal that he can get. So it's by giving him an extension, you probably actually hurt your value in trading him, because again, the base year compensation thing, the easiest way to do it would be is if you weren't convinced on him, is to opt out of the deal, sign him to a contract extension right now where he would be under contract. And then after 6 months, you could turn around and trade him again. And so that would probably be the easiest way to create more value in him. But again, it's complicated and they have a lot of decisions to make, just like they do on Keegan. They can push a Keegan discussion till next summer without any problem. But for right now, like value wise, and keeping a player happy, you've got to figure that, massive contract extension is coming his way. But that can change super quick if you've got other plans for this summer, or if you might want to trade him. Because again, you'll get into that whole base year compensation where it's a difference between his salary today and his salary for next season. You don't just get to trade like a $9 million player with a $30 million starting salary for next year and trade him at $9 million. The NBA has a way of balancing the first this year's salary and next year's salary.
Would you push if you were in the inner circle for a Keon extension? Do you think he should be not with the idea of trading him in 6 months or anything like that? Like, would you push for the idea that Keon Ellis should be a part of this team moving forward?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I mean, like, look at the value of Herb Jones. Like, I don't think that there's a substantial difference between Herb Jones and Keon Ellis. Like, I don't. Like, Herb is a little bit better, but I don't, again, small forward version versus shooting guard version. Like, I really like Keon Ellis. I think that defensively he's incredible, and he's only going to get better. And, the reason he's going to get better is he's going to get bigger and stronger. He's still a guy who's trying to grow into his like adult body, even though he's 25 years old. It just happens with everybody at different times. And it's tough for him over the last couple of years to put on weight, but I think he'll continue to get bigger and stronger. I think he continues to work on his game. He's around Sacramento a lot, trying to work on his game and trying to work with their staff. But again, it's difficult. I value him a lot more though than I would a player like Valanciunas. And if you're looking at the same dollar amount, basically like 10, 11 million bucks, if that's what Keon was to get, I would easily opt to move on from Valanciunas, trade Valanciunas in a way. And I really like Valanciunas. I think he's a good dude. But, we're talking about a 25-year-old guy that could probably start for you for the next decade in Keon Ellis. And, Valanciunas is in his 30s.
So in that respect, James, out of those three guys that I talk about often that I think can be a little redundant, Monk, Devin Carter, and Keon Ellis, you would be sold only on Keon Ellis, right? Like, it's like, I know you like the other players too, but like, if you had to keep a guy, Keon Ellis would be, written in stone, and then I'll see what I could do with the other two.
Well, I don't really think of Monk and Keon Ellis as redundant. I do think of Devin Carter and Keon Ellis as redundant. Monk is, the best six man in the game. He's not a true point guard, but he's like Lou Williams. He's a dude that can play for years and years in this league, providing a big time scoring punch, but also his ability to distribute the ball in the pick and roll is elite. And so I think that there's totally a world in where Malik Monk and Keon Ellis play on the same team, and you need both of what they bring to the table. Even if I will continue to say, if they're both realistically, they're combo guards or shooting guards, right? And they're going to play behind Zach LaVine. But I think Monk can come off the bench and be a really effective lead guard off the bench with Keon Ellis. And I think they'd make a nice tandem off the bench. It's just, how are you going to manipulate your salary cap? How are you going to bring in another guard? Because no matter what, this team has to have a point guard moving forward. And so it just makes it complicated. And that's why you typically shouldn't trade a point guard for a shooting guard. And then, completely blow up one position where you have no point guards and you have, an abundance of shooting guards.
So let's stay with the with us or not theme. You brought up Keegan Murray a minute ago and how that extension can be, put off for another year. Of course, you risk, frustration with the player. You risk frustration with the agent. You risk a lot of things when you do that, especially for a player who was the 4th overall pick in the draft. I asked you this question about Keon. I asked you the same thing about Keegan. Should Keegan Murray get that contract extension and be a long-term component, not immediate trade bait, but a long-term piece for the Sacramento Kings in whatever Scott Perry is going to attempt to build here?
Oh yeah, I think so. Look, when you're the value to Keegan Murray is his versatility, right? And his potential and his untapped potential that for whatever reason the Kings decided to, basically thwart his development for a year. Like I think when we look around the league, there are a small group of players that you can think, okay, like if I'm just going to look for undervalued players on their team that I think have more potential, like how many players are out there in the league that are just totally underutilized and have more potential than what they've shown so far? And it's, it's not simple because everyone would be chasing these guys, but Keegan is clearly on that list of players that, he averaged 15 points a game in his second season. He should have taken the next logical step, which was to go to 18, and he didn't. And it wasn't his fault that he didn't take a step to 18. It's that you brought in more scorers, and then you had to change your starting lineup and add another scorer to your starting lineup to where, Keegan Murray is a guy who goes from like a potential 3rd option to a 5th option. And, that's just really, really difficult for a young player to continue to mature and grow as, to show more elements of his game when he's all the way down to like 10 or 11 shots per game. And not only that, but you added a guy shooting 17 times at the small forward spot. You added Malik Monk to the starting lineup who's shooting 13 times a game. Like it just got really, really convoluted this season. And I feel bad for Keegan, but I think Keegan's got tremendous value on the market. And if the Kings want to cash out, that's fine. They're not going to get, what they think they're going to get. But what you do have there is the player is probably much better than he looks on paper. And that's because he has all the skills that you need. He's a great 3-point shooter, but hasn't shown it the last 2 seasons. He's been okay. And he's a great defender that can defend multiple positions. It's just how much are you willing to spend on that type of value? And I don't know what his agent wants at this point, but I don't know what the Kings would be willing to pay. And his value as a Monty and West player versus his value as a Scott Perry player might be completely different as well.
It's going to be real interesting, like you said, to see, well, number one, if he stays here, how they use him and what opportunities they give him, or if he's on the open market, what you might be able to get from him. Hammer, I'll ask you what you see, because I all jokes aside, I do like Keegan Murray. Like I like him. I think if you had better players around him, I think he'd be even better. That's a little different than maybe what you're saying. Like, I don't know if you should just give him the opportunities. I'd like to see him in a situation where he is your 4th option or something like that. And one of the things I say that is because I watch him play, and I never watch Keegan in anything he does. It's like, you need to give him more looks. You need to look at the way he handles the rock. Look at the way he creates. Look at what he
run plays for him.
Yeah, give him the ball more, because I see with my eyes that he's capable of more. There's a thought process that he might be capable of more, but I think to his own demerit to a certain degree, he hasn't shown it to me. Like, I don't think he can dribble that well. I don't think he can create off the bounce that well in the open court. He's not dynamic as a finisher. There are things visually that I actually see that I'm like, I don't know where this just all of a sudden comes from, because he's getting 4 more shots a game. But do you see like things out there that maybe I'm not seeing with him?
I don't see any difference between him and Cam Johnson this season. Like Cam Johnson, I think if Keegan Murray were to get traded to the Brooklyn Nets right now, I think he would absolutely excel. I think he'd average 18 to 20 points per game. Is he like a true like creation machine? No, but I mean, like, look, the guy finishes above the rim. Like maybe you could say he wasn't a great finisher as a rookie, but I mean, how many times this year did he get blocked? Maybe twice. How many times did he miss a dunk? I bet you he's like 96% on dunks, something crazy. Like he's not like a high flyer, if you will, but he's a player that can score at all three levels if you gave him the opportunity. It's just the creation, the ball handling that I would say maybe he's got to get a little bit better at. But when did he get an opportunity to show you that? Whether he can handle, creation off the dribble or, because it's not like he turned the ball over a whole bunch of times. It's not like every time he put the ball on the floor, people stole it from him. And, I don't think he comes from like the Rudy Gay or Jason Tatum school of dribbling where they dribble the ball up around their ear. Like he can actually handle the ball and he can play. And I just think that again, you have a 20 attempt guy in De'Aaron Fox. You have a 17 attempt guy in DeMar DeRozan. You got 13, 14 shots for whether it's Malik Monk or Domantas Sabonis. Like at some point you run out of shots. And I think if the Kings were to walk into this season and have Keegan Murray as their starting three and have a defensive-minded like stretch four, right? And if Keon Ellis was in the starting lineup and they had some other, like even if it's Keon Ellis and Zach LaVine, I think Keegan Murray can easily be your third option. You just have to make him that, and you've got to promote that to him. You can't just keep bringing in players that stymie his growth. And that's one thing that I think the Kings, they had a ready-made roster for him when he got here, and in year two, they gave him a little bit more. But then last season was just like a desperation year for the entire team where it's just like, whatever happens, just roll the ball out there. Let's see what happens. And that's not the best way to bring along a young player.
So for the record, DeMar DeRozan literally ruined everything last year.
Well, no, I mean, I don't think he helped anything. I get what you're like. It's just a square peg in a round hole. And it's not, again, this isn't about DeMar. It's about the Kings not having a system that supports the type of player that DeMar is. And then having a system where they can keep that in check and control what's happening. And then when you fire a head coach and you bring in an interim and then you trade the best player, like it created a vacuum where DeMar DeRozan was the answer. Yeah. And I don't think if you walked into that season, anyone thought that DeMar DeRozan would be the answer to all of the Kings' problems. That's not how that season was supposed to go. He was supposed to be a piece to a puzzle. And by the end of the season, he was the number one option on the team. Mm-hmm. And I mean, that's not exactly like the recipe for success is to hand everything over to a 35-year-old, like mid-range jump shooter.
Yeah, I saw. I would say this. I saw in that. I feel that playing game, that was like the worst case scenario for everybody involved, but I thought that was a microcosm of it. Well, nobody else doing nothing.
Yeah.
No, they just tossing the ball around, missing shots, not being aggressive. And DeMar was, all right, I'll do it then. Fine. Like I feel if somebody would have stepped up and been as consistent as he was this year, maybe things were a little bit different, but nobody was doing anything.
No, I get that. But also like in a weird way, like with Keegan, like I'll make a comparison here with Keegan. The Kings asked Keegan to defend everybody all season long, right? And it clearly knocked him off his offensive game. Like he was expending so much energy defending Steph Curry one night or LeBron or Kevin Durant, name that guy who's defending. but it kind of reminds me a little bit of what I've watched with the Sacramento A's. They have Soderstrom, right? Soderstrom played first base the whole first 30 games of the season and was raking. He was he led Major League Baseball in the home runs with 9, right? Then they brought up Nick Kurtz to play first base, and they shifted Soderstrom to the outfield.
Very good. Very good.
I got you. They shifted Soderstrom to left field. So Soderstrom then he goes back to first base because Kurtz got hurt and went on DL. On the season, Soderstrom has 14 or 15 home runs. All but one of them come while he's playing at first base. When he's at first base, he doesn't have to think about everything else, and he's just hitting home runs. When he gets shifted to the left field and he's worried about playing a new position and making a mistake, it seeps into every aspect of his game, and he's totally ineffective. His batting average drops. His power production drops to nothing. He's not driving in runs like he normally does. You put him back at first base, he starts hitting home runs again. It's hey, why is that working out? If you gave Keegan Murray one job to do and then let him be the offensive player that he needs to be, he would be perfectly fine. But he's out there doing having to overthink every single game because he has to defend whoever the best player is on the opposing team. I mean, he's the guy who had to defend Jokic. Does that make sense? So one night he's defending Jokic and the next night he's defending Steph Curry? No, that's not the way basketball works. But that's the way the Kings have, built their roster where he's the only guy that can go out there. I mean, let's be honest, Jake LaRavia, perfectly nice young guy, but all of a sudden he looks like the answer to all of your prayers. That shouldn't have been the case. Jake LaRavia is might be a league minimum player this year. He might make $3 or $4 million a year. He might get the $5 million that, to sort of cap out what he can make with the Kings. But I wouldn't be shocked if the Kings just walked away from Jake LaRavia this offseason either. But the fact is, he became your second best option to defend Jokic. Now, tell me what kind of world that makes any sense, that you built a roster where your two choices to defend the reigning MVP aren't centers. They're 2 6'8" small forwards that are playing out of position. And that again, that's just the way that this roster was incorrectly built from the beginning.
I heard two things there. I'm going to talk about them when we come back. I'm right here.
Oh, okay. I'm leaving because I can tell Kenny's using that tone. Well, I should just leave when James
it's two things.
All you do is bicker at James.
I heard something and two things came up.
Paul,
one of them,
I know exactly.
I can't wait to talk Jordan Poole again. Hell yeah, Jordan Poole.
Nope. Kenny, lambast James when we return here. Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
That's funny.
Have a good weekend. Oh yeah, you built a bar. That's what you did.
Another
I got
one?
a bar for the boat.
Oh my goodness.
I'm getting really close to done. The one problem, I ordered cup holders that can hold a Stanley cup or a bottle of Basil Hayden or not a big bottle of vodka but the smaller bottle of vodka. But the stupid cup holders they make now, they put a secondary ring near the bottom, and so nothing fits in them. And it's lame. So now I've had to order new
golden
cup holders.
One center all over again.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Never going on your boat with that kind of bar.
Nope. It's fun. I'm in project mode.
I was gonna say, it sounds fun.
Yeah, it's sort of like putting together a puzzle in your head, and you're trying to design something.
I really wish I could do that stuff. I would. I'm gonna build this.
So
can't even get my damn grill to work.
Crazy news. I want to get the original tweet. Hold on, guys.
Hey, Zabo, I have 3 wine fridges and
original tweet that just happened.
kegerator.
Ross Dellinger, I think it was, college football writer.
Mm-hmm.
NCAA Football Oversight Committee is providing to the D1 Council a recommendation not to support the waiver request from Sacramento State seeking transition to FBS. The authority to grant the waiver still remains at the D1 Council's discretion. So there's a couple
Trying to block it.
Yeah, I was kind of looking through this a little bit, but there's a lot going on. But basically, the NCAA Football Oversight Committee is trying to keep Sac State from getting that waiver. Now, they don't have any decision making. This is on the D1 Council. They'll decide whether there's a waiver granted and they can become D1, or FBS. But the Football Oversight Committee is recommending they not support that waiver.
With no explanation given?
No.
All right.
A lot of speculation. Some people speculate. There's just a lot going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
And adding somebody, they're not, until they figure out the money and how they want to go about things, they may not want to add any more schools in FBS. But I don't care. They need to add them anyway.
Thanks.
I think there's probably a little bit of concern about how quickly Sac State is just like developed out of nowhere and signed guys out of nowhere and come up with a bunch of money out of nowhere. Brought in Shaq and Mike Bibby out of nowhere. Like, I think there should be at least a little bit of, hey, how is all this happening?
So a lot of people believe if they're denied, that Sac State will have grounds to file a lawsuit against NCAA, I guess, or
We're coming back, Hammer. You want to read that real quick, since that is news that matters, which is our new slogan, ESPN 1320.
Wasn't that
news that matters?
Wasn't that Channel 3?
It might have been. I don't know. Is it still Channel 3?
I don't know.
I was like, man, that sounds really good. I can't believe no one has used that before.
This came out about an hour and a half ago. Ross Dellinger, Yahoo. I think he's an NCAA football reporter. He tweeted out, NCAA Football Oversight Committee is providing to the D1 Council a recommendation not to support the waiver request from Sacramento State seeking transition into FBS. The authority to grant the waiver still remains with the D1 Council's discretion. He also says Sac State, if the waiver is granted, intends to move into FBS as an independent. Transitioning schools are normally required to hold an invitation from an FBS conference, a reason a waiver is necessary. So basically, the D1 Council is going to vote, I think, next week on whether to grant that waiver and allow Sac State to be an FBS independent. NCAA Football Oversight Committee, like you just said, is trying to say, hey, you guys should not grant this waiver to them. A lot of speculation on the reasons why. I don't know if it's specific to Sac State. I think there's a lot going on in college sports and college football right now, and a lot of people think that they may be feeling the NCAA Football Oversight Committee may be feeling like, hey, we don't know what's going to happen from day to day. Like, we don't need to be adding anybody.
Or
I think they're wrong, but yeah.
Or the NCAA needs to do something just to show they still have a pulse.
Could be.
Look, we can't manage these universities. We can't manage income. We can't manage NILs. What can we manage? Well, we can block the transfer of Sac State. Do it. Okay, but why? I don't care. Just do it. We're literally the most irrelevant entity in sports. Just do something so people might think that we're relevant.
That could be the case too. That absolutely could be the case. So a lot of things that I've read so far, this just came out about an hour ago once again, but to your point, the D1 Council, they have two other meetings that they're dealing with that could render any type of recommendation. Like on the 23rd and 24th, they have these other meetings for, I forgot exactly what it was, but they've got those more important meetings.
Mm-hmm.
On the 25th or 26th, they're voting on the waiver request. And from what I've read, those meetings on the 23rd and 24th may render that NCAA Football Oversight Committee's recommendation even more useless than it is right now. So the sounds of it sounds like it sounds bad for Sac State, but I think it very much is like 50-50. So
all right,
we'll follow it.
I guess we will. Do you want me to leave, or do you?
No. Well, you say one of the things.
No, you do it.
You know.
No, because I know exactly where you're going. And so for those just tuning in, we were talking about Keegan, James's distaste for DeMar DeRozan and the way the roster was built. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. And really what Keegan and Keegan should be if they're on the roster moving forward. James thinks they should be on the roster. I actually agree with James, unless there's a hell of a trade proposal out there. I'll ask you before you. I'll use this as your lead-in to tell James whatever you want to tell him. Do you think Keegan do you think Keegan and Keon should be on the roster next year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd love to have them both on the roster.
Okay.
Now I'm listening to everything though.
Yep. Yeah. Of course. Of course.
I think they're winning players and in the right situation. I think these are the type of guys that you can use to bolster your roster. You know what I mean?
James was laying out how poorly constructed this team was, given the fact that the likes of Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis, they had to guard guys like Nikola Jokic one night. They had to guard every team, best player on a night-to-night basis, just moving the guys. You got to have out-of-play small forwards defending the likes of Nikola Jokic, and that garnered a reaction.
Yeah, I'll start there. That's the one I'll start. Why are we paying this guy $45 million again?
That's the one I knew was on the way.
Why? If our best option is LaRavia and Murray to guard Jokic, why is number 11 making $45 million a night or a year?
$45 million a night would be crazy.
That's what Rafael Devers makes.
Yes, right. But a year is very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are a lot of players that defend Jokic well. Well, actually, I won't even say that. There are a few players that defend Jokic well. Sabonis isn't. Yeah, and Sabonis isn't horrible at defending Jokic, but when you're going to different looks and stuff, that's when you're seeing guys like Keegan and all that stuff happen. I was looking to make sure that one of those games that I'm talking about, Sabonis missed. He was out of action.
JV went crazy that game too, I think.
Yeah.
Nasty boy went crazy.
They lost 116-110. The Kings did. But
they were like 20 in the third.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, the Kings aren't a good defensive team overall. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. There are times where Sabonis has played exceptionally well against Jokic. We watched that the year before where they beat up on the Nuggets a couple of times, but also times where Jokic is going to get over on you. The fact is, nobody should be defending Jokic by themselves. That's not the way the league works when you have an MVP caliber player. Now, I think that Sabonis plays Jokic way better than he plays Embiid. For sure. And look, Sabonis isn't a natural shot blocker. He's not a bad position defender though. And you look at the advanced metrics, he's not. So look, you need more players. You need a shot blocker on this team. You needed a shot blocker for years that wasn't named Hassan Whiteside. You just did. And they didn't go address that situation. They needed a shot blocker that could play alongside Sabonis. If you know that a guy has a one spectacular weakness that he doesn't defend the rim, then go out and try to help him. So
I actually think a little Oh, I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
No,
I think
go
there was
ahead.
no. There was a part 2. I knew what I didn't know I didn't know if that one was going to be part 1 or part 2, but I knew you were going to trash Domas at some point.
Well, no, I just asked the question.
But you're a broadcast journalist.
That's all I did.
You said there were 2 things. That's one.
The other thing was, and neither one of them were bad, I don't think. But Keegan just might not be that guy. Like if
in what regards?
In regards of like like we can't say that he's this all defense first team type caliber player, and then like say like, well, he got to guard the best player all the time. That's what they do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do, and that's why I'm not that worried about his points per game, because I know when you are guarding the best perimeter guy on the team every night, yeah, you're not going to be able to score 18, 19 points per game. Like, I'd much rather have Keegan at 13, 14, 15 points a night, being a guy that guards the best 3s and 4s on the other team, and yeah, do that. That's why I kind of wanted a guy like DeMar in here. I need somebody else to pick up the scoring load, because I'm not going to ask Keegan to be the number 1 defender and get that points per game up to 19, 20 points a night.
Mm-hmm.
That's asking too much of him.
Mm-hmm.
I like, not even like dissing him. Like, that's unfair to ask of him.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he should be asked to guard the best player every night. And I personally don't need to see him up to 18, 19 points per game if that's what I'm asking him what to do.
I would just say, like, yeah, if he's just defending the best 3s and 4s on the opposition, that's fine. But that's not what he's doing. You know, like, do you see Jaren Jackson Jr. out there chasing Steph Curry around outside of like a switch every once in a while? No. Like, and that he's a starting power forward for Memphis and considered one of the best defensive players in the league. Like, he has to, like, they move Keegan around all over. Like, again, just look at Memphis, for example. We need you to slow down Ja. We need you to slow down Desmond Bane. He's going crazy. Like, when was the last time you saw Keegan Murray defend Santi Aldama or even Jaren Jackson Jr. for all that much of the game? They don't ask him to, because they've got him running around chasing small people. And then other games, big people. It's like, oh, wait, we don't need you to defend Austin Reeves. We're not worried about that. We're going to need you to go defend either Luka or LeBron.
That's your job. That's your job. If you're the best,
I get that.
You guard them.
I get that, but that's not the way, like, every team is built, where one guy has to defend the most difficult player on the opposition every single night. And I'm talking every position on the court, not just your position or the position adjacent to your position. We're talking about every single position on the floor. And I know modern basketball, there's a lot of switches and everything else. So, I mean, that's going to happen. But, like, Keegan has a tremendous amount on his plate every night. And look, I think by lessening that, by starting 2 defensive players and allowing a guy like Keon to slow down a guard, you can free up Keegan to be more engaged offensively and actually have energy to do something offensively. But we'll see.
You brought up Jaren Jackson Jr. there a second ago, Hammer. What did you and Kyle Matson, the collective insiders, what did you guys think about the Desmond Bane trade over the weekend?
Like, I think I've got a little bit like different approach than most people on it. Like, they set the market really, really high. Like, and I'm not sure that market is going to hold up for other players. And if it does, then it does. But I don't know. I mean, if you're going to go around the league and you're going to find like the one perfect guy for your team, and you think that that's Desmond Bane to fit next to Franz Wagner and Paolo Banchero and even Jalen Suggs, like, I do think Bane is like a really, really good fit with that team. I just don't know about giving up 4 first-round picks and a pick swap for a guy who has never been an all-star and might not ever be an all-star. He might be an all-star in the East, but who, you know, hasn't been an all-star. That's just, it's a lot to give up, and I get it. if you're going to be aggressive and you're going to go try to extract a player from a team that probably didn't want to trade him at all, it's going to cost. I'm just surprised that it costs that much. And like, look, you're putting a lot of eggs in that basket. If it doesn't work out, if Desmond Bane doesn't rise to the occasion, if he doesn't make you that type of team, there's going to be a very difficult ability to get all of that back, which is what Minnesota, they've actually made the conference finals twice with Rudy Gobert after the Gobert trade. But you remember there's that point where they're like, oh, we have to trade Gobert after year one because they get to the playoffs and he just gets played off the court. No one was giving him, anywhere near what they gave Utah to go get him out of Utah. No one was offering 4 first-round picks plus first-round pick in Walker Kessler. And then I think pick swaps. Like, there's all kinds of stuff in that deal. And no one else in the league was going to give up that for Rudy Gobert, except for Minnesota. And hey, it's worked out as far as getting to the conference finals, but it hasn't worked out as far as him being able to stick on the court in crucial games because he just can't defend the perimeter. I think this is it's not going to be apples and oranges, but that's a lot to give up for a guy who is a very, very good scorer. But, there are a lot of really good scorers in the league. And I guess that's just the guy that they centered on and were able to go get him.
D'Lo asked a really good question earlier. Is there another guy out there that might be on the market that we didn't see, like Desmond Bane just was? Like we've talked about so many players in the last month and a half, but not, at least me, not once did I think about or even talk about Desmond Bane, and that came out of nowhere. Is there anybody at the top of your head that might fit that bill that we're just overlooking that might be available?
I don't know. I mean, I think that's always going to be the question, right? Is there someone out there that is on a team that everyone thinks is pretty much untouchable but isn't? Or that you can just keep throwing picks at them until they say yes? Like the guy that I would be, if I'm the Kings, right? And I'm sitting here right now walking into this summer and I saw what they just got for Desmond Bane, I'm taking that same exact offer and I'm going to Philly and I'm asking them if they'll give up Tyrese Maxey. That's the guy that I would go after. He solves every single one of your long-term, short-term problems. He's a better defensive guard than almost anyone else at the point guard position. He's just an absolute gamer. And if you could go get him out of, we're talking about, you want to find like the head of the snake, but somebody that doesn't have some weird issue with them. If we look at all of the players we hear about the Kings, so Trey, LaMelo Ball, who's the other point guard that they're, and John Morant. I mean, we see glaring issues with all three of them. Trey doesn't play a lick of defense, although I like Trey. I think Trey could actually, in a different situation, might be better than he is offensively in Atlanta. LaMelo Ball can't stay healthy. And on top of that, like super inefficient scorer, turns the ball over a ton. John Morant can't stay healthy and can't stop waving guns around on Instagram and keeps getting suspended, or has gotten suspended multiple times. Again, like owed a ton of money and like unstable, if you will. Like Tyrese Maxey is the one guy you're like, hey, I don't see any problems with Tyrese Maxey. Go give up everything. Like whatever you have, go ahead and give it up for him if that's a direction that you would go. Now, I don't know if Philly would ever trade him, but that's where I would go. And I think there's probably one or two more players in the league that are like that aren't household name superstars right now, but very well could be if given like carte blanche to run their own team. He's a guy that I just look at and go, yeah, I would go all in on Tyrese Maxey, 4 first-round picks, 2 pick swaps. If they say we want 5 first-round picks, like, okay, that's fine. Like, just get the deal done. But I don't know.
I think that's probably, I don't know that that's ever a possible deal. I don't think it's even remotely possible this year. I think Daryl Morey's dumbass is going to try one more time to see if Joel can play professional basketball for the bulk of a season. And if that breathes any life into Paul George. Tyrese Maxey will kind of be the guy to run that whole thing. And then this is it. It's it for Joe. It's it for Paul George. And I would think if anyone in that organization has any sense, this would be it for Daryl Morey. This is your last opportunity. You did enough tanking to land 6, I think, was their pick. There was a number that they couldn't fall out of, and they got it. They were able to keep their
top
pick.
4, weren't they?
Were they top 4?
Yeah, I think they got
Who?
the 3rd.
Did they?
Yeah.
Yeah, Philly has the 3rd pick.
I always forget whatever happened past the Spurs, and then what? Charlotte's 4th,
Yeah,
right?
Charlotte's 4.
So Philly did move up then,
Because they went to commercial and Daryl Morey was.
That's right. Yeah.
Had his head on the table.
No, I'm gonna puke. Daryl Morey. But anyways, James, the point is, I think they're gonna hold on to that one more year, and then I don't know that Tyrese will ever be on the market. Maxey will ever be on the market, but I think this just has to be it for Philadelphia. And then once you get there, all bets got to be off. Like, you've got to figure out how you're going to construct this team, because you're going to have you've got to figure out a way to get through this. And maybe you can't. Maybe you're just stuck with it. Maybe Tyrese just has to rot with the carcass of that roster and whoever the rookie is, whoever the third pick is. That's it.
Yeah, I'm not convinced of that, though. I mean, we've heard enough about Philly looking to move up to number 2, where they would likely take Devin Harper. Is that his name?
Not Dylan.
Dylan Harper.
Dylan Harper. And if you're going to go up and draft Dylan Harper at number 2, that tends to make me believe that you might be looking at a different point guard down the road, or to like sort of build out your team a different way. Again, I think they've got Jared McCain. They've got a guy like Quentin Grimes. Like, I'm not saying that they're going to shop him, but if you want to move up to number 2 and they're telling you you don't have enough assets to move up to number 2 from number 3, you certainly would if you made a trade with the Sacramento Kings and gave them Tyrese Maxey. You'd have all the assets, and again, throw in a couple of players. You're gonna have to match salary there, but that's where I would like focus my attention. But again, like, if he's not available, he's not available. You can't. If a team says no and keeps saying no, you can't just keep throwing more things at them and expect them to change sort of the path they're on.
We're gonna send a mass email to all the general managers. Look, we got 4 picks, 2 players. You pick the players. I need a point guard of a high quality. Who do you got?
We got 4 picks. You pick the player. Oh, don't worry. We're getting back in the first round this year, so we got that one too.
Yeah.
What?
How? Doesn't matter. Jake Fisher said we are, so we are.
And
I didn't say. Where did Jake Fisher say that the Kings were moving back for sure? Moving into the first round for sure.
He said they've been telling.
He said they've been telling people that they are acquiring a pick for this draft, a first round pick for this draft.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's very possible. And I like the conversations I've had around the team are like, yeah, we can get into the first round, but if we're going to get into the first round, it's because we have to know that we're in love with a player, a specific player that we're like, we want to go get. And if they don't have that player in mind, or if that player doesn't fall to where they get the pick, then it's like, what are you moving up to like number 19 for? Or what are you moving up to like 23 for? Unless you really have someone in mind, very specific.
Just confused. How are they getting a first round pick?
I don't know. I told you.
It's not a comfortable way.
They're trading 2 future first round picks and a second round pick or something.
No, it could be something like trading Malik Monk and taking back a much lesser version of Malik Monk and a first round pick.
Great. Well, we'll figure it all out together. Once Jake Fisher tells us,
He's going to tell us. That's one good thing about Jake.
Yeah, yes, indeed. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We're going to head over to 102.5 if you want to come hang out with us over there. If not, make sure you're locked in. We got the NBA Finals coming up here. Coverage beginning in just about 30 minutes, and we got the Insiders beginning tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Buster Posey.
Yeah, a lot of Dodgers fans in here. Polo L talking about Vamos Satani. Vamos.
Oh,
Yeah. Wow. Fighting rules.
whoa! Kenny flashed a sign.
It's a gang sign.
I have told you. I have told you guys that I was with Blake Ellington in Las Vegas, and we went to the site where Tupac was gunned down.
I think
Like,
you did.
Yeah, you
say
told
we
us
went we went to the parking lot where Tupac was actually killed right there.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I always try to go. I can't really tell where I'm at.
I did that for Big because it was easy. It was Wilshire. It was right outside the.
It's not. It's right
Remote
down the
season.
street from the strip. You're kind of like, why is this lot right here?
It looks really bad on that side of the street.
Yeah, I don't ever go down there.
It looks
Yeah,
bad.
I don't ever. Go
I
down
think
there.
that's I can't remember the name, but it looks bad on that side.
Yeah, I
You
don't
over
remember
there?
exactly where it's at. Here, you guys should shut this off, and I can tell you a trade that would get them a first round pick.
Okay,
guys.
guys. Bye.